Chapter 37:28. Old Thing, are you threatening us? If you have the guts, make another sound, and this turtle will immediately destroy your entire fleet. Just as the greedy wolf clan's Star Lord finished speaking, two responses came from the core of the source of all evil in front of them. Then, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle rushed out from the boundary line. They still looked harmless. The former was only about 1,000 feet in size, while the latter was only about 100 feet in size. The former was a little turtle that was about 10 feet in size. Adding on the fact that the aura within their bodies was not obvious, it was simply impossible to detect them. With a cold glance, under the premise of not knowing anything, it was likely that no one would think of this pair as the old monsters of the domain masters. However, the words and tone of the pig and the tortoise instantly betrayed their identities. Although the elites from the various forces who were staying in the buffer zone of the central region had never seen them before, except for the allied forces of the various races of the second universe, they were still able to figure it out immediately. The commanders of the fleets were instantly vigilant, and the hairs on their backs stood up. The rogue cultivators in the void stood up one after another, not daring to show a calm and unruffled attitude of watching a good show. At this moment, the two old monsters in the core of the source of all evil had arrived. Not long ago, the allied forces of the second universe had invaded. If they had not taken action and severely injured Jiao Kong and Du Jiting, the situation today would have been completely different. It could be said that the two old monsters in front of them had directly and completely changed the direction of that battle, causing the allied forces of the second universe to suffer a crushing defeat. Even the old monster of the colored python clan, Du Jiting, if he had not been severely injured by the harmless primordial turtle, how could he have been so easily beheaded by the primordial little demon ape and died? Although Du Jiting was beheaded by the primordial little demon ape, in fact, the one who had truly caused his death was the primordial little demon ape. Now, these two old monsters of the domain had actually walked out of the core of the source of all evil in front of them and arrived at the buffer zone outside. No one could not be nervous. Once they showed their might, a bloody storm would immediately set off in this area. Who knew how many starry sky masters would die here with grievances? With the terrifying strength of this pig and turtle, even the Blood WM clan's domain lord old monster Jiao Kong had to be wary of them. What they said just now was not exaggerated at all. A small fleet of the voracious wolf clan could be easily destroyed. Some rogue cultivators were vigilant, ready to turn around and escape from the buffer zone at any moment. The Star Lord of the greedy wolf race also realized this. When he was facing the 20 Star Lord ferocious beasts, he didn't dare to show his face anymore. At that time, he chased after Yi Xian and rushed out of the flagship fortress. After being dragged back by Jiao Kong, he felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. Now, in addition to the 20 Star Lords, 2 more area lords had come from the depths of the native beast's nest. At this moment, he was so scared that his whole body was trembling slightly, and the hair on his back was standing on end. He didn't even dare to breathe, let alone make a sound. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you just now? This ape can deal with this bunch of chickens and dogs outside by myself." Yi Xian, who had transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed devil ape, walked forward slowly when he saw the primordial porcupine and turtle. He raised his hand and greeted them in an extremely casual manner. Obviously, their relationship was not ordinary. This scene made the experts in the surrounding void gasp once again. At this moment, practically no one had any doubts about Yi Xian's identity. He was merely at the 14th level of the cosmic realm, yet he was able to call 2 terrifying old monsters of the domain as brothers. His identity as the crown prince of the native ferocious beasts had been confirmed. At the same time, the guess that there was at least one ancient devil ape at the World Lord realm in the core area ahead had been confirmed. Otherwise, how could these 2 primordial porcupines and turtle act in such a manner towards a tiny little devil ape at the cosmic realm when they were at the advanced stage of the region Lord realm? A huge wave of sighs of emotion instantly resounded through the sky, and the gazes that shot at Yi Xian were filled with envy. Presently, it wasn't that the various powers of the universe didn't have any ancestors at the World Lord realm, but existences at such a level usually had very few descendants. Even if they did, they were born countless years ago when they were still comparatively weak. Now, they'd long since passed the age where they had to rely on their parents, and they'd grown up themselves. After all, the higher the level of evolution, the lower the possibility of giving birth to a bloodline descendant. Because once a bloodline descendant was born at such a time, then because the mother's foundation was too solid and high, it would possess an extraordinary bloodline and formidable strength as soon as it was born. This didn't conform to the laws of the Grand Tao. As it was said, it was natural selection. The height of evolution of any living being was directly proportional to the chances of giving birth to a bloodline descendant. It was precisely because of this that practically all the ancestors at the World Lord realm of the various powers of the universe didn't have young children. Yet now, an example had appeared. This little devil ape that was merely at the 14th level of cultivation at the cosmic realm actually had a direct descendant of an ancient devil ape at the World Lord realm. His luck was simply off the charts. A World Lord realm devil ape had only gotten a child at an old age, so the degree to which he doted on his child was obvious just from the fact that he had an entire 20-star Lord realm experts by his side when he casually roamed the territory of his clan. With such a background and backing, this domineering and arrogant little devil ape was practically bound to command the world and grow into an overlord in the future. After all, the lifespan of an ancestor at the World Lord realm was too long, so could anyone do anything to him when he had the protection of such a terrifying existence? Of course, only the experts of other powers who didn't know the true background of the little devil ape would have such thoughts. As for Grand Elder Mo and the other 2-star Lord realm experts of the demon race, the only thing they could sigh in their hearts was Prince Xian's heaven-defying methods. Calculating the time, he had only set off a day or so earlier than Grandpa Mo and the others. Who could have expected that by the time Grandpa Mo and the others arrived, he would have already laid such a solid foundation among the indigenous ferocious beasts in the core hinterland? A random patrol had 20-star Lord realm experts escorting him, and 2 random domain Lord realm experts could casually call him brothers. This was simply 2F** King unbelievable. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's style just now that allowed Grand Elder Mo and the others to confirm his identity, they would have suspected that they had gotten the wrong person. Fellow Daoist pig, fellow Daoist turtle, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. Chapter 3729. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Previously, the Tao disciple of the Second Universe's greedy wolf clan was strong, and he was just sparring with you. Little devil ape. Jiao Kong, who had no choice but to show up, had a bright smile on his face at this time. He said very politely, "It's normal for the younger generation to be angry because they were fighting. Who hasn't been young before?" But, speaking of this, Jiao Kong changed the topic, and his voice instantly became softer. He said tentatively, "But now that kid has been taught a lesson, and he even had one of his hind legs chopped off by the little demonic ape. It can be considered a big loss. The two of you also know that the Tao disciple of a race is not a small matter. Why don't you let him go? Fellow Daoist, I promise that I will teach him a lesson later." Jiao Kong almost patted his chest when he said the last sentence. It was as if he was telling the truth. Fut, F***ck off. Who are you trying to fool? Did you get kicked in the head by a mouse? As soon as Jiao Kong finished speaking, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle's faces slapped on the spot. They didn't treat him as an old monster of the same realm at all. It was as if they looked down on the old monsters of the Star-Lord realm or even the almighty figures of the universe. It couldn't be helped. It was really because this so-called elder of the Blood Dragon clan had not performed well in the previous battle. He had long left the impression of a coward in the hearts of the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. The latter was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot, but he didn't dare to impulsively turn hostile on the spot. If that was really the case, the result of him facing 2 old monsters of the same realm was obviously destined, and that was that he would be miserably killed. This might be the reason why he left the impression of a coward in the hearts of the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. As an expert, if one did not have the heart of an expert, one could only show off their might in front of the weak and the younger generation. But if they were to meet an expert of the same level who was slightly more unyielding, they were destined to be looked down upon. That little wolf cub was captured alive by little devil ape. We don't have the qualifications to let him go. If you have the ability, You can ask him for it yourself. That's right, don't say that we didn't give you a chance. Weren't you the ones who clamored for the younger generation to fight? Sure. Then, the primordial turtle turned around and looked at the fleets in the void. He sneered and said, the so-called three planes of the universe must be full of powerful forces and unaffiliated cultivators. We won't bully you. Don't you want the fortune deep inside the core hinterland? Don't you want that little wolf cub back? Sure, as long as it's a junior, we won't interfere. As long as you have the ability, just go and find the little hairy ape. We'll give you a place in the core area. The edge of the land. The younger generation geniuses of any power can enter the core area. The little hairy ape will also wait for them at the edge of the core area. It will not enter the depths of the core area. The older generation like us will also retreat to the depths of the core area and not interfere in this battle. The little hairy ape himself said that he wanted to fight all of you by himself. What else can we not trust? Bring it on if you dare. The little hairy ape will challenge all the younger generation geniuses of the three planes on its own. However, let me make it clear first. The older generation like us won't enter the edge of the core area. None of you who aren't the younger generation are allowed to cross the line into the core area. That area will be left to the younger generation. If any of you disobey the rules, don't be afraid of us. We'll kill you mercilessly if you don't. Also, even the younger generation of your species will be responsible for their own lives if they enter the edge of the core area. You'd better think carefully before you enter. You might be able to enter alive, but you won't be able to cross the line. After that, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle turned around and waved at Yi Xian, leading him and the 20-star Lord ferocious beasts to the boundary that would lead to the core area. The last words of the primordial porcupine only came from afar and were heard by every starry sky powerhouse on the scene before its figure disappeared. Remember, the time limit is only 3 months. This is already very lenient. It is enough for the major forces to send scouts back to their clans and dispatch the younger generation heavenly legends. If the little hairy ape is still safe and sound, all the forces will retreat from the root of all evil. Otherwise, we'll kill every one of you that stays. Yi Xian, who had been confused at first, was enlightened after hearing that. As it turned out, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle were trying to force all the fleets of the forces from the three planes to leave the central region's buffer zone. Most of the fleets that had stayed in the central region's buffer zone were the top forces from the three universes, such as the fleets of the races from the second universe, the first universe, the official fleet of the Federation of the third universe, and the 2 fleets of the human race and the cultivators. These top forces all cared about their reputation. Since they had made a bet with the native ferocious beasts of the root of all evil, then if they really lost this 3-month bet, they naturally wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to stay in the root of all evil starfield and not leave. Even if they still didn't give up, they would at least withdraw from the central region's buffer zone. They wouldn't even stay in the outer region of the root of all evil. Basically, they would completely withdraw from the root of all evil starfield and stay in the void of the universe outside this starfield to come up with other plans. Although they didn't leave in the end, they had withdrawn from the central region's buffer zone and the outer region after all. Even if there were any subsequent actions, with the distance between these 2 regions as a buffer, the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland would have enough time after receiving the information from the scouts at the front. They would have time to respond. The central region's buffer zone and the outer region were very vast. If there were scouts stationed at the edge of the outer region, once they made a move, it would take at least 5 to 6 days to reach the core hinterland if a large fleet approached. Even if a small group of domain masters and star masters entered in a hurry, they would still have about 3 days left for the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland. 3 days was enough for them to make some arrangement. After realizing this, Yi Xian sighed faintly. The primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle had spent so much effort to make such arrangements because there wasn't a single sector master among the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland. Chapter 3730. However, what Yi Xian didn't understand was how they could be so sure that he could single-handedly challenge all the younger generation geniuses from the various powers of the 3 great planes. Were they not afraid that he would lose the bet because of his carelessness? Yi Xian and the 20 Star Lords who were escorting him crossed the border, following the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, and entered the core of the root of all evil from the central region's buffer zone. The two old men immediately grinned when they asked the question that they were puzzled about. "You little brat, do you really think we're senile? We wouldn't have let you take risks if we weren't confident in you. Not to mention the young geniuses of the major forces out there, even the experts of the older generation wouldn't be able to do anything to you as long as they aren't Star Lords yet." That's right. The Dao disciple of the Greedy Wolf clan was careless, but he was strong and had grasped the second level of the Greedy Wolf's Howling Moon technique. His combat ability was quite shocking among the young geniuses. Even so, didn't you still knock him out? Kid, you're really amazing. Earlier, you utilized a starry sky treasure to kill that multicolored python that had fallen from the ranks of region lords. This time, the club you used to smash the wolf unconscious was actually a primordial treasure of the same rank as well. Besides, the dual-colored flame in your hand is also giving off a strong desolate aura. Hehe, we don't know what you've gotten, but it's definitely not a problem for you to crush the so-called young geniuses of the major forces out there with those methods. You'll be fighting all of them by yourself. Stinking kid, don't lose face for us native ferocious beasts. Once you lose this bet, then the situation we'll face would be extremely severe. Because at that time, practically 1 or 2 region lords from the various powers would arrive here, and we wouldn't occupy an advantage in terms of overall strength. Even if those 2 fellows who were in closed-door cultivation 1,000 years ago come out, unless they successfully break through and enter the Sector Lord realm, even if our native beast race has 4 old monsters at the Domain Lord level, we are absolutely unable to go against the top powers of the 3 universes. Of course, if we have no other choice, we can still retreat to the Netherworld furnace deep in the core hinterland. Then, there will be a lot of remains of realm lords along the way, which will stop the fleets of all the forces from moving forward. It's even possible that they'll be wiped out. After all, they're not protected by the Netherworld furnace like us. But in this way, the secret of the Netherworld furnace will be exposed to the world. At that time, it's hard to guarantee that the various powers won't send Sector Lords or even universe-grade experts that surpass Sector Lords. If the situation really develops to such an extent, the final result, not to mention us native ferocious beasts guarding the Netherworld furnace, even the Netherworld furnace that has existed for countless years will be in danger. Never underestimate the experts of the starry sky. Many old freaks don't make an appearance rashly because they seek the Heaven Dao. But if there are sufficient benefits, then they'll arrive before anyone else. When they spoke up to hear, the Primeval Porcupine and Tortoise actually sighed faintly at the same time, and they seemed to be sighing with emotion about how they were too weak and could only helplessly go with the flow. It had to be said that the feeling this scene brought to Yi Xian was very strong. 2 supreme old freaks at the advanced stage of the region Lord realm were actually sighing faintly before him right now, and they seemed to be in high spirits. This caused Yi Xian to suddenly feel that it was laughable at the beginning, and then it was lamentable at the end. He was merely at the cosmic realm, and he was even a step away from attaining the cosmic realm. So, when compared to the Primeval Porcupine and Tortoise, he was a true joke. Brothers, don't worry. Everything will be fine with me here. They're just a group of useless people, so they can dream of leaving. While feeling moved in his heart, Yi Xian raised his hand to rub the tortoise's fur, and then he stomped forcefully on the back of the Primeval Porcupine beneath his feet before he spoke these words. At this moment, what he really wanted to tell them was the terrifying truth about the Netherworld furnace. However, he gave it a moment of thought and decided not to do so. He was slightly worried that the Primeval Porcupine and Tortoise wouldn't be able to accept it in a short period of time. After all, the Netherworld furnace was practically equivalent to a form of belief or even faith to them and all the native ferocious beasts that lived at the core area of the root of all evil. On the other side, Yi Xian and all the native ferocious beasts had heavy thoughts in their hearts. On the other hand, the higher-ups of the various powers in the buffer zone outside the core area were the same, and they all had their own thoughts. They actually set a 3-month bet. What do those 2 old monsters want to do? They're too arrogant. That little Primeval demon ape alone wants to challenge all the young geniuses of the top powers in the 3 universes. Do they really think that all the Taoists of the various races are hotheads like Lang Gongqiang? They don't have any combat experience at all. They were knocked out and dragged away by a stick. Sure, keep your voice down. That Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf clan has been suppressing his anger for a long time and is looking for a place to vent it. This must be the intention of the ancient devil ape in the depths of the hinterland. Just from the battle just now, one could see the importance of battle experience. Lang Gongqiang was the Dao child of the Greedy Wolf race, and his cultivation was stronger than the little ancient devil ape. His talent was even more extraordinary. His race's Greedy Wolf howls at the moon divine ability was even more powerful than the little ancient devil ape. He has comprehended the second level of transformation. But in the end, he ended up in such a miserable state and was knocked out by a stick. This battle has made the Primeval Demon Ape feel something. These hidden Taoists really lack combat experience. The Primeval Demon Ape is worried that the little Primeval Demon Ape will also have this problem. After all, when it grows up in the future, it will definitely need to go out and travel. It's impossible to have a Star Lord protecting it all the time. It just so happens that this time, most of the top powers in the three universes are here. There are countless geniuses of various races. It's the best time to temper the little Primeval Demon Ape. It's too overbearing and too arrogant. It actually used the young geniuses of all the top powers in the three universes as whetstones. This battle is already unavoidable. The Taoists of the various clans will definitely descend one after another. The Primeval Little Devil Ape is too arrogant and ruthless. Not only did it capture a Daoist and ridicule him like a clay chicken, it even roasted him in public. How can the Taoists of the various clans endure this? Time flew, and 7 days passed. Chapter 37-31. This area lord was an elder of the Enji clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. He was a mid-stage area lord. The Daoist he was escorting was called Ji Jingfeng. Like Lang Gongqiang, he was also a Daoist of a clan. His cultivation was also at the 15th realm, the universe realm, and he had been hidden by his clan. With the arrival of the Enji clan's domain lord, the powerhouses of the three major realms who were stuck in the buffer zone of the root of all evil immediately felt as if they had eaten a pill of reassurance. Their originally uneasy mood gradually calmed down. At the very least, from the surface, only the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise showed high-end strength in the core zone of the source of all evil. Before this, there was only the Blood WM clan's old monster Jiao Kong, who was an old monster at the Domain Lord realm, and that was indeed a cause for concern. However, it was different now. In terms of strength, both sides were already equal. Furthermore, there would definitely be more domain lords from other races arriving. The reason why the Enji race's domain lord was the fastest to arrive was because they were Enji birdmen. This domain lord was originally proficient in speed, and in terms of comprehension of the void laws of the universe, his attainments were deep. Jiao Kong immediately sent out an invitation. The two area lords gathered in the flagship of the Blood WM clan's fleet and had a secret discussion. In the end, they went into hiding and were not in a hurry to act. After all, they were indeed worried about Ji Jingfeng alone. That primordial demonic ape, which was only at the peak of the cosmic light realm, was truly too ferocious. On the 8th day, another one of the top 10 clans in the second universe, the Golden Eagle clan's area lord, arrived. He brought along the clan's Daoist, who was also at the 15th realm of the universe realm. His name was Jin Haoxiao. On the 9th day, one of the top 3 clans in the first universe, the Space Rat clan, finally had an area lord. He also brought along the clan's Daoist, the 15th realm of the universe realm of the younger generation, Shu Wushuang. At this point, there were already 4 area lords in the buffer zone of the source of all evil. Over the past 2 days, the Blood WM clan's area lord, Jiao Kong, who had been acting with his tail between his legs and had almost no presence, was moving around frequently. It was as if he was going through doors. He would occasionally walk out of the flagship of the Blood WM clan's area lord fortress and visit the Golden Eagle clan's area lord fortress. Even the Space Rat clan's area lord fortress, which was originally hostile to him, had been visited by him. This made the experts of the various large powers feel rather speechless. Compared to before the arrival of these 3 old monsters, Jiao Kong felt as if he was jumping up and down. The fact that 4 old monsters of the region lords were guarding the buffer zone of the central region made them extremely confident. On the second day after the region lord of the Space Rat clan arrived with the Daoist child of the clan, which was also the 10th day of the 3-month bet, the 4 old monsters of the region lords discussed and spoke one after another. It's time. Let's enter the core area's edge. Bring that arrogant and despotic little demon ape to see us. He actually dared to use the prodigies and even the Taoists of the various large powers in the 3 dimensions as whetstones. This time, we'll let him taste the bitter fruit. This battle will be led by Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Shu Wushuang, the 3 universe realm Taoists. The prodigies of the other clans and powers can participate. However, their cultivation cannot be lower than the Void Realm. Otherwise, they'll just be sending themselves to their death. My blood WRM clan's Daoist hasn't arrived yet. Batian, you'll lead a few of your clan's prodigies and enter the battle. The Batian that Jiao Kong was talking about was Jiao Batian, the prodigy of the blood WRM clan. He had fought with the Netherworld Young Master before. In that battle, Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shabafeng fought the Netherworld Young Master by themselves. In the end, Shabafeng was directly roasted. Jiao Batian and Shabafeng had to turn around and flee. At this moment, the 2 of them were also in their respective clans' fleets. Obviously, they would also participate in this battle. In addition, the other powers also sent 2 or 3 Void Realm prodigies to participate in the battle. The slaves of the first universe were all unfamiliar faces. However, in the second universe, besides Jiao Batian and Peng Jingxiao, there were also some old acquaintances of Yi Xian. For example, the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, was also a Void Realm prodigy. As for the human clan and the myriad Luo Federation, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, Wu Chenzi, and Yu Xianlong were also close friends with Yi Xian. They were once captured by Yi Xian in the Shunnong Cauldron in the Heavenly War Empire's star area, one of the 3 great empires of the human clan's technology camp. The first prince of the Everlasting Dynasty, Long Xiong, the 2 crown princes of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhon Lingfeng, and Shu Biqing were also participating in the battle. As for the fallen demon prince, the demon dust lady, the unfettered man, and the fairy Yin Xia, who had appeared out of nowhere, they did not come this time. Ever since the 4 of them lost to Yi Xian in the system's competitive mission, they had completely disappeared. No one knew what they were doing. Yi Xian occasionally thought of them, but he was very suspicious. He's just a little primordial demon ape at the perfection level 9 of the cosmic light realm. How dare he challenge the prodigies of all the top powers in the 3 dimensions? He's simply courting death. Only that hothead Lang Gongqiang would suffer at his hands. This time, this Daoist will definitely capture him. Don't talk nonsense. This Daoist's blood is boiling. Who cares about the 7th peerless prodigy? I'll start from the last one and suppress him one by one. As Ji Jingfeng, Shu Wushuang, and Jin Haoxiao, the 3 universe realm Taoists, spoke arrogantly, the prodigies of most of the top powers in the 3 dimensions of the universe, as well as some young unaffiliated cultivators, formed an army of 100 people and rushed toward the boundary line in front of them. Soon, they disappeared. They entered the periphery of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, Crystal Ball Mirage. Gong Wuxin roared as soon as he entered the periphery of the core hinterland. This was the command and instruction of Gong Xingkai, the vice palace master of the Diju Palace, the commander-in-chief of the human clan's fleet. As this violent roar sounded, a silver-white brilliance instantly rushed out from his body. It went straight into the sky like a meteor, hanging in the void above the edge of the hinterland. It turned into a transparent silver ball with a diameter of a meter, pouring out a faint moonlight-like brilliance. This technique was very magical. At first glance, it didn't look like a technique at all. Instead, it looked like a silver-white spherical magic treasure. Gong Wuxin had used this technique in the space inside the Shunnong Cauldron before. Chapter 37-32. Gong Wuxin and the others still didn't know that the person they were going to deal with was young Master Linghu, who had made them suffer in the Shunnong Cauldron. Otherwise, they would have turned around and fled immediately. At this time, as Gong Wuxin activated the crystal ball playback technique, all the scenes at the edge of the vast hinterland were transmitted through the silver-white crystal ball suspended at the top of the void, and all the experts of the major forces in the buffer zone of the central domain saw it. As for the depths of the core hinterland, the primordial porcupine, primordial turtle, and other indigenous ferocious beast experts were all paying close attention. They were also in the core hinterland and were not separated by the void barrier between the core hinterland and the buffer zone of the central domain, so they were not able to use the crystal ball playback technique. They could see through everything. The core hinterland of the origin of all evil was extremely vast. Just the edge of the hinterland was tens of millions of miles away. Previously, the tens of millions of battleships of the various races of the Second Universe had launched a large-scale space war here with the indigenous ferocious beasts at the edge of the core hinterland. Vast. The hundreds of young heavenly prides of various races who had entered the edge of the hinterland did not see Yi Xian's existence immediately. At this time, he had manifested his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form and was sitting cross-legged in the void in front of the edge of the hinterland alone. He was neither surprised nor happy. His entire aura had merged into the void, like an ancient well without ripples. Yi Xian was also very much looking forward to this battle. In his opinion, he had just advanced again not long ago, and now his cultivation base was already at the great perfection of the void ninth order. In the state of manifesting his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form, his cultivation base had directly increased by 2 realms, reaching the great perfection of the cosmic light ninth order, the great perfection of the cosmic light ninth order. But after all, he was still not a universe almighty. Yi Xian was preparing to temper himself in this battle, so that the qi and blood power in his body would surge to the extreme. Then, he would swallow a tube of level 13 liquid during the battle and break through in the battle, stepping into the 13th realm in one fell swoop, the Genesis realm. At that time, in the state of his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form, Yi Xian would step into the universe almighty realm in one step. The universe realm was a dividing line. Otherwise, those in the universe realm wouldn't be called universe almighties. Once the devil ape true body entered the realm of universe realm, Yi Xian was confident that he would be able to capture the 3 universe realm cultivators who had entered the core hinterland, as well as the hundreds of young prodigies from various clans, without using any other means or abilities that might expose his identity. As long as he could take down all of them, Yi Xian would be able to achieve his goal. And this goal was related to the level 14 and level 15 liquids that he urgently needed. Just as Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged in the void, pondering, a 100-man army divided into several groups and rushed over from several directions, finally arriving from 1,000,000 miles away. The first ones to discover Yi Xian were Ji Jingfeng, Shu Wushuang, and Jin Haoxiao, the 3 universe realm Taoists. I see him. Little monkey, prepare to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, Jin Haoxiao was the first to attack. With a roar, he activated the bloodline in his body and revealed the bloodline true body of the Golden Eagle tribe. With a flap of his wings, he released a rain of golden flames. It was the unique bloodline technique of the Golden Eagle tribe, the Flaming Eagle Plume Rain. The Flaming Eagle Plume Rain was a rain of energy arrows formed by countless golden feathers. After he revealed his bloodline true body, his wingspan was thousands of feet. Such a huge golden eagle was covered with countless golden feathers, and a small part of the sky was illuminated in an instant. Every energy feather was golden. Not only was there a light, but there were also faintly visible flames rising from them. It was as if even the void was being roasted, making a strange sizzling sound. This was clearly a powerful attack of a large area. However, at this moment, countless golden feathers were pouring down from the sky, all concentrated in a small part of the void and whistled toward the primordial little demon ape. Phoenix Dance. Immediately after Jin Haoxiao, the Yinji clan's universe realm Daoist Ji Jingfeng also suddenly launched an attack. After a roar, he instantly manifested a giant silver bird that was thousands of meters long. Its entire body was steaming with a layer of fiery red flames. It was like a phoenix bathed in flames. With a sharp cry, it rushed toward the primordial little demon ape. Phoenix Dance was a bloodline technique of the Yinji clan. This kind of technique could condense the power of the bloodline in the body into an invisible gang-chi coat shaped like a divine bird phoenix, and it had an extremely high temperature. Not only could it play the role of a protective gang-chi, but it could also cause additional damage to the enemy with the high temperature of the phoenix wings in battle. The first move of the rosy clouds. At the same time, the last Daoist, the Space Rat Clan's Heaven and Earth Daoist, Shu Wushuang, also let out a sharp scream. His body swayed and turned into a giant rat that was 100 feet long. With a flip of his palm, he actually directly took out a long handle saber. According to legend, the Rosy Cloud saber technique was a sword technique comprehended by a certain martial genius of the Spatial Rat Clan when he was practicing his sword under the glow of the sunset. There were a total of 6 moves, respectively: Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, and Rosy Sunset. This saber technique was the inherited secret technique of the Space Rat Clan, the 6-move saber techniques. Its power increased gradually. It was said that it could even split the void. Its power was extremely powerful. At this moment, a rat with a body size of 1,000 feet was waving a long-handled broadsword. The afterglow filled the sky in an instant, and it swept toward the primordial little demon ape in front of it. This scene was too weird. Not only were Gong Wuxin and the others behind the 3 Taoists dumbfounded, but even Yi Xian, who was still sitting cross-legged in front of them in the void, opened his mouth wide subconsciously. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning on the spot. A rat waving a broadsword and commanding the wind and the clouds. It was simply amazing. No one else could do this. The 3 Taoists were all at the universe realm. At this moment, they all showed their huge bloodline true bodies. Almost at the same time, they used their bloodline divine abilities and inherited secret techniques. They formed a triangle in 3 directions and attacked the primordial little demon ape sitting cross-legged in the void. Behind the 3 Taoists, there were dozens of young talents from various clans in the 3 realms. All of them were extraordinary and powerful. More than 100 powerhouses joined forces to attack the primordial little demon ape, who was only at the universe realm, the 14th realm. This scene was so shocking that when it was transmitted to the buffer zone outside the root of all evil through Gong Wuxin's crystal ball projection technique, it instantly caused a lot of gasps. Old Monster Jiao Kong and the other 3 old monsters who were guarding the buffer zone of the central region let out hearty laughter at the first moment. Chapter 37-33. A flaming rain of eagle feathers came from all directions. A cloud of saber flames whistled through the air. There were also illusions of divine birds and fiery phoenixes that were surging with bright red flames appeared in front of the 1,000-foot-tall Yin Ji. Although the 3 Taoists were young, they were all experts in the 15th level of the starry sky. At this moment, they performed their respective bloodline powers and inherited secret techniques and surrounded the little primordial ape in a triangle formation from 3 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had covered more than half of the distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. In a few seconds, they would be close to the little primordial ape. At this moment, the little primeval devil ape that was sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed finally stood up slowly. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its eyes emitted bright lights as it stood in midair like an invincible god of war that looked down upon the world. You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare you come out and make a fool of yourself? Seeing that the attacks from 3 directions were about to come, the little primordial ape was still fearless. The physical body of the 3 Taoists' true forms spoke in human language. Then, before anyone could react, the true form of the primordial ape with 3 heads and 6 arms instantly disappeared from where it was as if it had teleported. What's going on? He actually used the void teleportation to escape? Isn't he always domineering and arrogant? Why did he change his style all of a sudden? Ha ha ha. He's scared after all. It's ridiculous that the native ferocious beast prince ran away without a fight. Especially when he was running away, he was so thick-skinned that he said such words to save his face. How disappointing. As the little primordial ape disappeared, the 3 Taoists, who had performed their bloodline powers and inherited secret techniques, were all stunned for a moment. Then, they laughed smugly and mocked. They were sure that the little primordial ape had run away without a fight, so they teleported and ran away in an instant. because they couldn't detect any aura in the void in front of them at all. The three of them were Daoist-level existences of their respective clans. Although they were young juniors, their cultivation realms had already stepped into the universe realm, and they were almighty figures. The little primordial ape was only in the cosmic light realm. No matter how mysterious the concealment secret techniques it had, it couldn't escape from their perception. At the very least, he could still capture a trace of chi. Cert. He probably hasn't escaped from the void at the edge of the hinterland. Otherwise, it would be no different from admitting defeat. That would be too laughable, and he would become the laughingstock of the three dimensions. The Golden Eagle clan's Daoist, Jin Haoxiao, sneered. He turned around and rushed in another direction. Ji Jingfeng, the Daoist disciple of the Enji clan, did the same. Following behind him were more than 30 young heavenly talents from various clans. They rushed in another direction and could not stop laughing. Ha ha ha. That's not necessarily true. With 3 of us here, he has no chance at all. Other than running away, what else can he do? Let's be careful. Let's split up and search. That guy's void teleportation technique is a bit strange. I actually couldn't capture the aura of his teleportation. The Space Rat clan's Daoist waved the large blade in his hand, but the expression on his face was somewhat dignified. He warned, in addition, don't forget how he defeated Lang Gongqiang before. This little monkey likes to knock people out with a stick, so the big head in his hand should be extraordinary. Be careful of being backstabbed by him. Bang! Awu, the Space Rat clan's Daoist disciple, Shu Wushuang, had just finished his words when a loud bang suddenly came from the direction where Ji Jingfeng had left. Then, an incomparably shrill scream resounded through the void, and more than 100 Daoists from various clans in the periphery of the hinterland were shocked. All the spectators of various clans in the buffer zone of the central region were so shocked that they trembled. Everyone's gazes subconsciously gathered in the direction of the miserable howls. The scene that entered their eyes caused their expressions to immediately change. The legendary big head stick had reappeared as expected. At this moment, it was in the right hand of the primordial little demon ape. No one knew whether this guy was too lucky or Ji Jingfeng of the Enji clan was too unlucky. The primordial little demon ape should have performed 2 teleportations in a row. The first time, it disappeared and went somewhere in the periphery of the hinterland. Immediately after that, when the 3 Dao children of the universe led the dozens of heaven's prides of the younger generation of various clans to spread out and turned around to rush in 3 different directions at the same time, he once again performed a second teleportation and made a return thrust. Coincidentally, after this second teleportation, its figure actually appeared behind Ji Jingfeng of the Enji clan who had turned around to leave. Therefore, the latter immediately suffered a tragic fate. A huge black stick, which was 100 feet long and thin, was directly swung up from the void and smashed hard on the back of Ji Jingfeng's huge bloodline true body's head. The loud sound just now was the result of this attack. The shrill scream that followed was from Ji Jingfeng's mouth. On the back of his head, a suspicious protrusion the size of a small hill was rapidly becoming apparent. As for Ji Jingfeng himself, like Lang Ganglai, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Moreover, before everyone could react, the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial little demon ape suddenly waved its hand and directly took him away. The huge bloodline true body of the Enji clan disappeared in the void. The people who saw this scene most clearly were the more than 30 young geniuses of various clans who were originally following Ji Jingfeng. The primordial little demon ape appeared in the void not far in front of them, and then with a flip of its hand, a huge stick appeared and smashed hard on the back of Ji Jingfeng's head. Such a ferocious scene had long since stunned this group of fellows. Although they had a large number of people, their cultivation strength was not as good as Ji Jingfeng's. Only a few of them had reached the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm, and a small half of them were at the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. The rest were all at the 12th realm, the void realm. Facing the primordial little demon ape, whose cultivation strength was at the peak of the cosmic light realm, they were no match at all and did not even have the courage to fight. Otherwise, these hundreds of Daoists of other clans would not have been following behind Ji Jingfeng and the other 2 Daoists of heaven and earth. They originally thought that with a Daoist of heaven and earth in front, even if the primordial little demon ape appeared, there would not be a situation where they would be the main attacker. But now this scene clearly appeared. After knocking the Enji clan's Heaven and Earth Dao child, Ji Jingfeng, unconscious and taking him away, the ferocious little primordial devil ape suddenly turned around. Its eyes were shining brightly as it held the famous black stick in its right hand and dragged it behind its back. With a leap, it rushed towards them. Looking at that posture, it was clearly a tiger in a flock of sheep. Run! It's coming, oh my God, it's over this time, it's so ferocious, even if we all go together, we can't withstand its stick. Chapter 37-34. What? Ji Jingfeng, the Daoist of the Enji clan, followed in the footsteps of Lang Gongqiang and was knocked unconscious by the primordial little demon ape? Oh my God, this is the second Daoist to be tricked by him. He is only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmic Light Realm, but he defeated the 15th rank Daoist of Heaven and Earth in succession. This primordial little demon ape is going to defy the heavens. What a huge outsource. Too terrifying, too astonishing. That infamous big black stick is obviously not an ordinary object. It ruthlessly smashed the back of the head of that universe almighty expert. The latter was swollen, but it was completely unscathed. It is at least a quasi-starry sky treasure. Too shameless. This time it is obviously a shameless trick. Otherwise, how could our Daoist of Heaven and Earth be knocked unconscious by his stick so sullenly? The second time this brat teleported back, the location he appeared at was too coincidental. He was right behind Jingfeng, about 70 to 80 zhong away from the back of Jingfeng's head. The probability of that happening was so small that it was almost negligible. How could he have done that? How could he have such outrageous luck? It should be like this. If there is no accident, this little monkey did not teleport away at all. The hundreds of young geniuses who participated in this battle were all fooled by him. The little monkey just perfectly hid his figure and aura. In fact, he has been following someone all the time. But Jingfeng is too unlucky to be chosen by him and become the first target. What? There is such a powerful concealment secret technique. Even the Daoist of Heaven and Earth can't see through it. He can't sense the slightest trace of qi, otherwise it is impossible to determine that he has teleported away in the void. Eye technique. If I were Jin Haoxiao, the next time I encounter such a situation, I can only use my eye technique. The yin-yang eagle eyes is an amazing eye technique. I dare not say that I can see through illusions, but it basically has a similar effect. Yes, if such a strange teleportation appears again, Jin Haoxiao will have to use the yin-yang eagle eyes. If it is just a concealment secret technique, it will not be able to escape detection. Otherwise, we will lose this battle. As Ji Jingfeng was knocked unconscious and then put away, the experts of various races who were watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region immediately exclaimed in surprise, especially the few Universe Realm experts and Star-Lord Old Monsters of the Enji clan. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. Previously, it was only the greedy wolf clan who had lost a Daoist disciple, and they had secretly mocked them in their hearts. They did not expect that the tables would turn. Today, it was their clan's turn. In the blink of an eye, it was their clan's turn. Thinking of that, Ji Jingfeng, the dignified Dao disciple of Heaven and Earth, had a powerful divine ability and bloodline secret technique, but now, he didn't even have the chance to use them and had already become the captive of that little monkey. Every time they thought of this, the old monsters of the Enji clan had a kind of monstrous sullen feeling that wanted to vomit blood on the spot. In addition, some people saw a clue. They thought that the location of the little primordial demon ape's teleportation was too coincidental. The probability was almost negligible. Therefore, they suspected that the little primordial demon ape had not teleported away at all. It had just hidden its figure and followed them. At the back. Later, some people mentioned the bloodline magic of the Golden Eagle clan, the yin-yang eagle pupil technique, and thought that this technique could restrain the little primordial demon ape. The yin-yang eagle pupil technique was a very mysterious pupil technique. It belonged to the auxiliary bloodline magic of the Golden Eagle clan. It could see through, and have a certain degree of power to see through illusions. In addition, it was said that it also had a 360-degree view. Once this bloodline magic was activated, There was no blind spot in the whole view, and it was a comprehensive insight. Although it could not be achieved in the early stage, it could gradually approach the omnivision after cultivation. However, the range of this omnivision state would increase according to the level of the user, and it could not cover too wide an area at first. Unfortunately, although Jin Haoxiao had the yin-yang eagle pupil technique, Yi Xian was not a pushover. His demon soul pupil was the supreme overlord of pupil techniques. If he really had a pupil technique duel with Jin Haoxiao, the latter would be the one to die. Of course, among the powerhouses of the major forces who exclaimed, there were still many people with discerning eyes. Some of their guesses were almost the truth. Yi Xian had indeed not left. His figure had only disappeared because he had activated the perfect oscillation of the secret mental technique. Now, in the true form of the three-headed six-armed demon ape, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm, and he was only one rank away from the universe realm experts. When he fully activated the perfect oscillation in such a state, the universe realm experts, who were only slightly stronger than him, naturally couldn't detect it. They could feel the slightest bit of aura. As a matter of fact, if Yi Xian fully activated the perfect oscillation in his 15th realm, the universe realm, not to mention the Star Lords, even the old monsters of the Zone Lords would be fooled by him if they didn't pay special attention. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Yi Xian had already demonstrated all this to the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise when he left the core of the hinterland and entered the gambling battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw that he had indeed used this mysterious concealment technique to deal with his opponent, and that he had dealt with a heaven and earth Tao child with a strike of the stick, in the depths of the hinterland behind them, thunderous cheers instantly rang out, and the roars of beasts did not stop. At the same time, after knocking Ji Jingfeng out with a blow, Yi Xian had already turned around and rushed toward the 30 or so young geniuses of various races who had been following Ji Jingfeng. As for the other two directions in the distance, Shu Wushuang, who was waving his saber, and Jin Haoxiao, who had manifested the true form of a 1,000-meter-long golden eagle, had also noticed the unexpected situation. Their expressions changed drastically, and they roared furiously. They led dozens of followers behind them and rushed over together. "You little monkey, don't run if you dare. I'll definitely cut off your dog head with one blow. You're too shameless, little demon ape. You're a descendant of the ancient demon ape, but you're always doing such a thing. Have you considered your mother's feelings?" These two fellows' mouths were too poisonous. One of them was clamoring to cut off Yi Xian's head, while the other directly cursed at Yi Xian's mother, causing the killing intent in his heart to instantly rise. Bam! With one blow, Yi Xian directly knocked out 7 or 8 of the 30 or so young geniuses of various races who had just been chased by him. Then, after waving his hand and putting those guys into the Shunnong cauldron in his body, Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the other 20 or so young geniuses of various races who were howling and fleeing. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed at Shu Wushuang and Jin Haoxiao. Chapter 37-35. Yi Xian, who'd disappeared in the blink of an eye, still didn't use his teleportation ability and instantly left. Instead, he once again activated his mental secret technique to perfectly conceal his figure and aura, not leaking out in the slightest. He was very confident in the perfect oscillation mystic technique. On the one hand, Yi Xian, in the form of the 3 heads 6 arms demon ape real body, was infinitely close to the power of the universe realm. On the other hand, the perfect oscillation mystic technique had been upgraded twice and was now a high-level mystic technique. Its power was extraordinary. Even though he had not officially stepped into the universe realm, Yi Xian was confident that even the Star Lords would not be able to see through it if they did not pay special attention to it. As for the junior Taoists of the various clans who were only in the universe realm, they did not even need to think about it. Therefore, Yi Xian did not feel any pressure when he used it. He had just used this mystic technique to knock Ji Jingfeng out, and now he wanted to use it again to knock Ji Jingfeng out. Of course, this was also because he did not know that the Golden Eagle clan had a kind of yin-yang eagle eyes that could see through illusions. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's cautious character, he would not be so reckless. After concealing himself, Yi Xian's figure flashed as he directly charged towards Jin Haoxiao. At this time, in the depths of the eyes of Jin Haoxiao's huge golden eagle real body, a black and white light suddenly flashed. At this moment, Jin Haoxiao activated the special auxiliary bloodline ability of the Golden Eagle clan, the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes. Although with his attainments in the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes, he could not clearly see Yi Xian's figure after it was activated. However, he could see a blurry mass of energy, which was moving quickly toward him. It was about 30 meters tall, which was exactly the height of the primordial little demon ape. Jin Haoxiao realized what was going on and sneered. Just as I thought, the boy has never teleported at all. He has mastered a weird concealment technique. Under the illusion breaker of the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes bloodline technique, all he can do is show up as a blurry cluster of energy. However, for Jin Haoxiao, this was enough. At this very moment, that mass of energy was rapidly approaching the direction behind him, making a small circle and approaching from the side. Jin Haoxiao did not change his expression and pretended not to know. He raised his head and roared, "Damn it, this guy used the same trick again." When he saw us coming, he immediately teleported away. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Shu Wushuang in the other direction. "Taoist Shu, the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes bloodline ability, which was activated just now, and I saw this guy. No. I am the target now, but the next one must be you. Once the three of us kill him, it will be useless even if all the other Taoists come together. But now, he has been exposed. You and we can beat him at his own game and kill him in one fell swoop." After a few simple words of discussion, Jin Haoxiao and Shu Wushuang quickly decided on a plan to deal with Yi Xian. After discussing it with each other, they agreed on a time and a secret signal, but they didn't immediately gather together. After all, if the two of them gathered together, the little primordial demon ape would most likely not dare to get close to them because of fear. But now, they had already grasped the other party's traces without the other party knowing. It could be said that they had the upper hand, and victory was already in their hands. Now, what they needed to do was to attract the opponent to them and lure the snake out of its hole. Damn it, did this guy escape to the depths of the hinterland? I can't find him anywhere. With a sneer in his heart, Jin Haoxiao led the primordial little demon ape, who was following behind him, to a small circle at the edge of the core hinterland. Along the way, he and Shu Wushuang, who was also searching, crossed each other from time to time, but they did not make a move. Because the primordial little demon ape was always in the void behind Jin Haoxiao, although the distance was not close, the two of them were not 100% sure that they could succeed. There was only one chance. If they failed, the opponent would know that their secret method of hiding their figure and qi was no longer effective, and they would not have a second chance. Therefore, Jin Haoxiao and Shu Wushuang were very cautious and cherished this one and only chance. The opportunity had finally come. In fact, Jin Haoxiao had been secretly observing the movement behind him. At this time, he was rushing in a direction, and the vague energy light mass behind him finally moved and slowly approached him. Jin Haoxiao was excited and immediately sent a sound transmission to Shu Wushuang, "My fellow cultivator, the fish has taken the bait and is approaching me. It is only 5,000 miles away. When it is close, my figure will slightly pause in the void. You can lock the position at once and directly teleport to it. Then, come and chop off its head." After a while, when the vague energy light mass was close to the void 2,000 miles away, Jin Haoxiao stopped and pretended to think about which direction to start the search next. At this moment, the energy light mass behind him suddenly accelerated and rushed behind him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the eyelids of Jin Haoxiao's huge golden eagle real body twitched violently, and the blood vessels under the back of his head suddenly jumped a few times due to psychological effects. It was really Ji Jingfeng's extremely shrill scream and the horrible situation of the back of his head that had left a deep psychological shadow in his heart. The one rapidly approaching from behind was indeed Yi Xian in his three-headed six-armed demon ape real body. The distance of more than 2,000 miles in the void was almost instantaneous for him, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the universe realm. At this time, Yi Xian was about 1,000 feet behind Jin Haoxiao. Without saying anything, he turned his hand and took out the Shennong pestle that had transformed into the big-headed black stick. However, at the same time, an anxious scream came out of Jin Haoxiao's mouth. Caught off guard, even Yi Xian, who hadn't appeared yet and hadn't taken out the big-headed black rod, was shocked. Shu Wushuang, now is the time. Chop off his head. Whoosh. Shu Wushuang, who had already locked on the position of the void in advance, arrived at the sound and teleported there directly. The huge long-handled broadsword in his hand directly slashed at Yi Xian's position. Yo! You saw through it. Chapter 37-36. Among Yi Xian's spiritual power techniques, secret techniques, and divine abilities, the rest were all high level. Only the newly mutated slave seal was still at the elementary level. Apart from that, his spiritual lightning technique and spiritual reversal technique were still at the intermediate level. The former was only a spiritual power secret technique. The latter was a spiritual power divine ability. Therefore, even though spiritual reversal technique was only at the intermediate level, it was still a spiritual power divine ability. In addition, Yi Xian was now in his three-headed six-armed demon ape true form, and his cultivation was already at the half-step universe realm. When he used it now, its power was naturally extraordinary. However, it was not convenient for him to shout the words spiritual reversal technique out loud. It would make others think of the demon tribe. After all, spiritual power was the unique label of the demon tribe. After activating the spirit core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness, a large amount of level 8 mental energy instantly leaked out. At the same time that he used the spirit reversal divine ability, Yi Xian also shouted in a bewildered manner, magic saber divine ability. Gui Hai Yidao was originally the name of a demon scout major under his command. Now that this person was in Triumph City, Yi Xian shouted the name of the divine ability. On one hand, it was because of a flash of inspiration. On the other hand, it was because of the scene that was about to unfold. The name of the divine ability was too appropriate. Hum, a continuous and weak high-frequency trembling sound rang out. Yi Xian, who had just appeared with the true body of the devil ape, suddenly shot out 2 rays of bloodlight from the blood-colored eyes of his 3 true bodies without any warning. It went straight up and hit the long-hilt broadsword that was slashing towards his head. The 2 blood-red lights were like liquid. They instantly spread along the huge saber's surface like a layer of blood-red dye rapidly spreading. In the next instant, a strange scene occurred. Shu Wushuang, who had been secretly delighted that he could cut off the head of the little primordial demon ape true form in the next instant, and even if he did not die on the spot, he would at least severely injure him. His entire body suddenly froze, and the light in his eyes became perplexed at this moment. Although it was only for a short moment, only half a breath of time, everything had changed. Originally, the enormous long blade was only half a meter away from Yi Xian's flesh and blood body when it was about to chop off the neck of Yi Xian's body. However, at this moment, as the layer of blood-colored brilliance that enveloped and spread over the blade flashed, the broad and sharp blade actually reversed in an instant. It followed the path of the slash and returned to the original path. When it reached the starting point, it did not stop and went straight for Shu Wushuang's neck. Pu. With a muffled sound, Shu Wushuang's giant head was separated from its body and fell into the void. The moment his head fell, Shu Wushuang's eyes finally regained their clarity. There was a strong unwillingness and fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, it was too late. His eyes quickly dimmed and he died. Hualala, in the headless neck cavity, a large amount of blood rushed into the sky, directly drenching Jin Haoxiao, who was in front of Shu Wushuang. This scene looked very strange. Jin Haoxiao also saw it. At this moment, he was scared out of his wits, and his whole mind was in a mess. In addition, before he could recover from the shock, a huge pillar of blood gushed out of Shu Wushuang's headless neck behind him, drenching his head and brain. The blood made him feel slightly hot all over. However, in the depths of his heart, there was an extremely strong chill that suddenly rushed up along his tailbone. In the blink of an eye, it reached the back of his head, making his scalp completely numb. In fact, it was good that he was numb, because at this moment, the infamous big-headed black stick had already been summoned by the 3-headed, 6-armed immemorial little ape demon. After a furious roar, it directly smashed into the back of Jin Haoxiao's head. This time, because the back of Jin Haoxiao's head had already been raised by the bottom of his heart, the whole back of his head was numb, so he basically didn't feel much pain. He didn't even let out a scream. He directly rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Of course, the back of his head was numb, and he didn't feel any pain. However, the suspicious bulge that was as big as a small hill was still there. After knocking Jin Haoxiao unconscious with a single strike, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and immediately put away the big-headed black stick. Then, with a wave of his hand, the transformed withered demon blood blade appeared. With a slash, it directly cut off a huge right wing from Jin Haoxiao's 3,000-meter-long golden eagle true body. He just said that he would roast the void rat and cut off one of Jin Haoxiao's chicken wings to roast. Then, Yi Xian turned his hand again, and the withered demon blood blade disappeared. Jin Haoxiao, who had cut off one of the Jikai's wings, was also directly put into the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron in his body. Jin Haoxiao obviously wouldn't die just by cutting off one of the Jikai's wings, but Yi Xian wouldn't let him go. This guy actually dared to greet Yi Xian's mother. When this sentence came out, his ending was already determined. This headless body of the void rat is thousands of feet long. I can't eat it all by myself. Previously, I said that I would treat Porcupine and Hairy Turtle to eat the void rat's meat, so I'd better keep it and roast it later. Anyway, the void rat had already been beheaded, so it couldn't escape the final fate of being roasted and eaten. Yi Xian waved his hand as he spoke loudly, and directly put Shu Wushuang's headless body and huge head into the Shunnong cauldron in the undying world in his body. Then, his gaze swept over to the Jikai's wings that had just been cut off from Jin Haoxiao's golden eagle true body. Jin Haoxiao was a Daoist of the Golden Eagle tribe, a supreme expert of the universe. After manifesting the Golden Eagle true body, the Jikai's wings had reached thousands of feet in length. If a complete Jikai's wings were 3,000 feet long, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to finish it all by himself. The Jikai's wings that he had cut off in the void was only a small part of the right wing of the Golden Eagle true body. Even so, it was still thousands of feet long. After roasting it with the jewel-colored flames in the Shunnong cauldron and removing the impurities, it would be at least 60 to 70 feet long. Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to finish it all by himself. However, it didn't matter. He was prepared to roast it all in one go for the sake of swallowing a tube of level 13 liquid and making the final preparations to break through to the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. Of the 60 to 70 feet of roasted chicken wings, he would at most consume 20 feet of them. The remaining 40 feet would be taken into Yi Xian's body and thrown directly into the Shunnong cauldron. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the 8 great guardian warriors were still inside, eagerly watching. Since the battle this time started when Lang Gongqiang was taken into the Shunnong cauldron after being knocked unconscious, those fellows in the cauldron must have known that Yi Xian was causing trouble outside again. Chapter 37:37. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, a Shunnong dual-colored flame was pulled out from the space within the Shunnong cauldron in Yi Xian's undying world. It directly enveloped the 300-meter-long eagle wing that lay in the space to the right. As soon as the dual-colored flame touched it, the golden wing was completely burned, revealing the wing meat inside, and then began to drip. It sounded very comfortable, but in the eyes of the hundreds of geniuses around, it was no different from a soul-stirring sound. This group of people trembled violently at the first moment, turned around and fled in all directions while trembling. Everything happened too fast. Except for Jin Haoxiao and Shu Wushuang, no one knew that they had actually set a trap, waiting for the little primordial demon ape to fall into it. Until the roar came from Jin Haoxiao's mouth, followed by Shu Wushuang's teleportation, and the long-handled broadsword was about to chop off the little primordial demon ape's neck. The hundreds of young prodigies who had followed behind the two of them, as well as Ji Jingfeng who had fled in all directions, suddenly came to a realization. At that moment, everyone's faces were full of surprise. Sure enough, they were worthy of being the Daoist of heaven and earth. With the two of them working together, they could easily chop off the little primordial demon ape. However, what happened next was so strange that everyone's eyes popped out. Shu Wushuang seemed to have gone crazy. He was the Daoist of heaven and earth of the Void Rat clan. At the most critical moment, when the broadsword in his hand was about to chop off the little primordial demon ape's neck, he dropped the chain at this moment and directly cut off his own neck with the broadsword. Then, before everyone could react, Jin Haoxiao, who was drenched by the blood gushing out from the headless neck cavity of Shu Wushuang, was hit by the big-headed black stick on the back of his head, just like Lang Gongqiang and Ji Jingfeng before. His head swelled up like a mountain, and he fainted directly and was dragged away. This was too shocking. All of this was really hard to accept. If it was said that Lang Gongqiang and Ji Jingfeng were both ambushed by the small primordial demonic ape from behind, and that was why they were so pitiful. But now, Shu Wushuang and Jin Haoxiao had set a trap in advance to lure the little primordial demonic ape into their trap. Moreover, they had even succeeded. In just a moment, they would be able to cut off one of the 3 heads of the little primordial demonic ape, or at least severely injure it. However, the final result was completely the opposite. Shu Wushuang and Jin Haoxiao were killed and injured, while the little primordial demon ape, after receiving the captives and spoils of war, directly roasted chicken wings in front of everyone. What did this mean? It meant that everyone's previous understanding of this little primordial demon ape was wrong. He was merely at the grand perfection of the cosmic light stage 9th stage, yet he had already killed and captured 3 of the 4 Tao children of heaven and earth, as well as 7 or 8 weaker juniors from other races. This was definitely a fierce reputation, and no one dared to provoke it. At least the hundreds of young geniuses of the major forces who were still lingering at the edge of the hinterland absolutely did not have the guts to do so. Now, nearly 100 people were fleeing in all directions, their expressions changing drastically. They were simply like stray dogs. It was really because the little primordial demon ape was too ferocious. It was either directly chopping it off and roasting it, or smashing it on the back of its head. They did not dare to compete with the Daoist of heaven and earth. As for the cultivation realm and combat power, there was no need to compete. In the face of such a murderous god, was there any other choice except to escape? Unfortunately, even if the battlefield was only at the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil, it was still vast and boundless, spanning tens of millions of miles. The little primordial demon ape was guarding the only way to the buffer zone outside the central region, so these guys had no way to escape. Anyway, they did not dare to go deep into the core hinterland, where there were a large number of indigenous fierce beasts, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, who were the old monsters of the region, were definitely more fierce than the little primordial demon ape. In desperation, the hundreds of young geniuses of the various clans could only wander around the edge of the core hinterland, trembling and extremely anxious. At this time, Yi Xian had already roasted the 1,000-feet-long golden eagle wing. After being burned by the Shunnong dual-colored flame, the eagle wing was now only about 70 feet long. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the black demon blade cut through, leaving about 20 feet long, and the remaining 50 feet were divided into 3 parts. One part was about 10 feet long, and he threw it into the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron, letting the 3 purplish warbler girls and the 8 great Vajras benefit from it. The other 2 parts were also about 20 feet long, and flew directly to the core hinterland in front of them. This was to show respect to the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. Then, he turned his right hand, and the black demon blade was taken into his body. Then, he took out the big black stick, which was about 1,000 feet long, and dragged it behind him. Then, his left hand waved in the void, and the 20-feet-long golden eagle wing flew up automatically and rushed in front of him. He held it in his left hand and bit it. Delicious. As expected of the eagle wing, it was much more delicious than the python meat. It was extremely tender, and it melted in his mouth. A wave of energy spread in his body, and some mysterious sounds of chains could be vaguely heard. This was the sign that the shackles of the human body's potential were being pulled by the essence of the flesh and blood, and were about to be torn apart. You can't escape. I have said before that this is the gambling battlefield. Either you don't come in, or you don't want to leave. Around the void in front of him, the hundreds of young geniuses of the various forces were all looking at him in horror, and there were many familiar faces among them. For example, Gong Wu Xin, Chou Do Fu, Wu Chenzi, and Yuxian Long. There were also Jiao Bia Tian, Peng Jingxiao, the 2 princes of the heavenly Chen Kingdom and the heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhon Lingfeng, Xu Biqing, and even Yi Xian's brother in name, the first prince of the immortal dynasty, Long Xiong, and so on. Seeing these guys, Yi Xian was even more delighted. At this moment, he, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, was holding a huge golden eagle wing that was 20 feet long in his left hand, which was made of flesh and blood. He was gnawing on it, while his other right hand was dragging a huge black club that was 1,000 feet long. As he ate, he walked step by step toward the hundreds of young geniuses of the various forces in the void in front of him. Don't struggle. It's useless. Why can't you obey me? At least, you can avoid being beaten by the black stick. This scene was too weird and too vulgar. At first glance, it was like a burly man holding a chicken drumstick in one hand and a huge mace in the other. He was gnawing on it while walking toward a group of defenseless girls with a lewd smile. And he was even smiling evilly. Don't resist. Obey me, or you will be beaten. Ah! Chapter 37-38. Bang! 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 The small primordial demon ape was not polite at all. Without saying a word, it directly teleported away, waving the big-headed black stick in its right hand again and again. Every time, it landed on the back of the heads of the young geniuses of the various factions. As for those human clan experts, who did not have a huge bloodline true body, their entire bodies were hit. Smashed. Of course, the cultivation of these guys was below him. Only a few of them were in the cosmic light realm, but they had not reached the 9th stage perfection of this realm. They were still weaker than Yi Xian and could not withstand his full strength. Therefore, Yi Xian controlled his strength and only smashed these guys into long bumps on their heads or directly vomited blood. Their lives were not in danger. The reason why Yi Xian was anxious to attack was that the 200-foot-long golden eagle wing in his left hand was now visible to the bone. The energy in Yi Xian's body was surging endlessly. If he had not tried his best to suppress it, the countless pores on his body would have spewed out thousands of rays of light at this moment. In this realm, he had reached the peak and had to break through. However, there was still an extremely thick shackle of the physical body and blood in his body that had not been torn apart. The majestic blood and blood flow was not smooth, and all the obstacles made him very uncomfortable, as if there was a choke in his throat. Now, Yi Xian only wanted to take a tube of 13-level liquid as soon as possible, tear the potential shackles, and break through in one fell swoop. From then on, he would enter a new realm. Therefore, before that, he had to smash all the young geniuses of the various factions and take them into his body. At this time, as the giant eagle wing in his left hand was gnawed away, the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial demon ape swung the big-headed black stick in its right hand and smashed it down. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 people were knocked out and directly fainted on the spot. Then, Yi Xian took all of them into the Shengnong cauldron in his body. There were only about 40 young geniuses of the various factions left outside, all of whom were acquaintances of Yi Xian. At this moment, they were all trembling in fear and repeatedly begging for mercy. In the face of such a ferocious lord, coupled with the fact that there was no way to escape, they had no choice but to beg for mercy. Little demonic ape, do you know who I am? I am Long Xiong, the first prince of the immortal dynasty, the future immortal emperor. You dare to use the black stick. I will fight with you. Perhaps he felt that blindly begging for mercy might be useless. This immemorial demonic ape was too ferocious, so he had to come up with something to make it fear him. As a result, when the first prince of the imperial dynasty, Long Xiong, steeled his heart and clenched his teeth as he announced his name when he saw Yi Xian approaching with the big head black rod in his right hand. After all, the immortal dynasty was one of the 2 major factions of the human race, and the human race could be said to be the dominant faction in the WN Luo Federation. Only when all the major races of the second universe joined forces could they contend with the human race's cultivation and technology factions. From this perspective, the universe Tao child of any race in the second or first universe could not compare to the first prince of the everlasting dynasty, no matter how great his background was. Long Xiong was quite confident in this point. In fact, after hearing Long Xiong's words, the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial demon ape was stunned for a moment, and its body suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the expressions on its 3 heads also became strange. Zhon Lingfeng and Shu Biqing, the 2 crown princes of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, saw this scene. They were also stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It seems that the immortal dynasty is quite famous. Since that was the case, in order to avoid being tortured by the big-headed black stick, he had no choice but to follow behind the first prince and get a free ride. Thinking like this, the two guys immediately jumped out with flushed faces. They patted their chests and spoke with certainty. Their tone was incomparably firm, and their expressions were extremely confident. And me. I am Shu Biqing, the crown prince of the heavenly Chen kingdom, the first prince's trusted aide. As for me, I am Zhon Lingfeng, the crown prince of the heavenly battle kingdom. Speaking of the first prince's most trusted aide, I am naturally ranked above Shu Biqing. Fellow Daoist, this prince advises you not to be impulsive. Just as Zhon Lingfeng and Shu Biqing finished howling, the first prince, Long Xiong, reached out his hand and pushed the two of them to the side. He walked to the front and tried to persuade Yi Xian with a pretentious expression. In the current world, in the three Great Plains, the Heaven's legacy race has been defeated and fled. The myriad Luo Federation is the dominant force, and in the Federation, it belongs to the human clan. In the human clan, the immortal dynasty is one of the two camps. This prince, as the future immortal emperor. Bang! 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 Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the little primordial demon ape had already lifted the big-headed black club behind it. With a swing of its right hand, it pointed at Long Xiong, Zhon Lingfeng, and Shu Biqing's heads one by one. The three of them spat out blood on the spot, and 70 to 80% of their bones were broken. This was the result of Yi Xian controlling his strength. Otherwise, with one hit from the black stick, they would have exploded into a bloody mist and died completely. Even so, under Yi Xian's mercy, the three of them were still heavily injured on the spot. Although they didn't faint, their eyes were confused and they couldn't find a focus at all. This was because their minds were rumbling, and their eyes were filled with signs of gold bursting out. They were stunned by a single hit from the stick. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put away Long Xiong and the others, and then turned to look at Gong Wuxin and the others, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, who was also one of them. Now, there were only a little over 40 people left outside who had not been hit by his black stick. All of them were extremely frightened, and felt that this little devil in front of them was simply stubborn, and no matter what they said, he would not listen to them. For a time, no one dared to make a sound. "Little brother, I am a woman, can you not be so fierce? You scared me so much that my heart is beating wildly." In the end, the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, removed her bloodline true body state and returned to her human form. She looked like a delicate little girl, and at this time, a pair of big watery eyes were fixed on Yi Xian, and her expression was lovely and pitiful. This little girl had no other choice, and was afraid that she would also be hit by Yi Xian's black stick. If that happened, her head would be swollen or a horn would grow. Not only would it be painful, but it would also be very ugly. However, this little devil ape in front of her was stubborn, so she had no choice but to try a honey trap. Perhaps it would work. Bang! Monster, you were a big snake just now, and now you have become a little girl who is bewitching everyone. You deserve to be beaten. Just as Medusa finished speaking, a 300-meter-long big-head black rod landed on her head, smashing her into the air on the spot. Although there weren't any bags on her head, nor were there any broken bones or tendons, she rolled her eyes and was directly taken away by Yi Xian. Oh my god, that's too cruel. Chapter 37-39. In the end, everyone, including Wu Chunzi and the other experts of the human clan, was sucked into the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron inside Yi Xian's body. However, Gong Wuxin was deliberately left behind, as he still needed to maintain the huge silver ball in the void above the edge of the hinterland. Without this crystal ball, the experts of the major forces watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region would not be able to see what was happening inside. They would not be able to see with their own eyes how their Dao disciples and younger generation of Heaven's prides were suppressed. It would not be good if they were to act shamelessly afterwards. Of course, Yi Xian did not let the hundreds of Heaven's prides appear directly outside the space inside the Shunnong cauldron. Instead, he threw them into the hinterland of a mountain. In this way, these people would not know where they were, so they would not expose the shocking secret that the primordial little demon ape was young Master Linghu. After all, except for a few people, Yi Xian would release the rest later to extort ransom from the major forces. He was about to use the 13th level liquid in his hands, and he urgently needed the 14th and 15th level liquids. Yi Xian had the 9-colored meat paste, all evil liquid, and the rare grade medium hellish ant liquid. After adding them, there was basically no chance of failure in refining. However, there were still some missing materials required for the 14th and 15th level liquids, which were extremely rare heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. This time, it was rare that almost all the major forces of the 3 major planes had gathered, so it was just right to solve this problem. Obediently maintain that silver ball above your head for this ape. Don't think about running away, or this ape will beat you to death with a stick. At this moment, Gong Wuxin was standing on a small planet near the edge of the hinterland, with his head tucked in. Yi Xian shouted at him, scaring Gong Wuxin so much that he hurriedly put on a smiling face and repeatedly said yes. At this moment, he suddenly thought of young Master Linghu. This master in front of him had the same temperament as that master. They were both gluttons, ferocious, and monstrous. In the end, he still remembered to maintain the silver ball above his head. He was really making the best use of everything. Even as a captive, he still had to do it. Coolies, don't be so pathetic. He didn't even think about escaping. The planet he was standing on was too far away from the central region's buffer zone. Before he could rush over, he would probably be suppressed midway. Yi Xian wasn't worried about this. After scolding Gong Wuxin a few times, he immediately sat down cross-legged in the middle of the void at the edge of the hinterland. He took out the tube of level 13 liquid that he had already prepared and drank it in one gulp. After that, Yi Xian hesitated slightly before he withdrew another drop of evil origin elixir. It floated before him, and he opened his mouth and swallowed it. At this moment, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise shuddered at the same time. Although the drop of all evil origin elixir that Yi Xian had taken out had only stayed in the outside world for a very short period of time, it was almost negligible. However, as region lords, their divine senses were extremely formidable, so the Primeval porcupine and Primeval turtle were still able to sense it. The aura of that drop of liquid was clearly exactly similar to the aura of the nether furnace, and it was even purer. They had a feeling that it was definitely a precious treasure related to the nether furnace. But why has it appeared in the little ape's possession? He seems to be very familiar with it because he opened his mouth and swallowed it in a natural and smooth manner. He didn't hesitate or worry at all. Obviously, it wasn't the first time he'd consumed it. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the Primeval porcupine and Primeval turtle exchanged glances, and then they revealed expressions of deep contemplation as they fell into deep contemplation. Fortunately, there was a boundary between the central region's buffer zone and the central area, so the divine senses of experts couldn't directly pass through the boundary and sense everything that was happening in the central area. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have probably experienced danger at that instant just now. The Primeval porcupine and Primeval turtle were able to acutely sense the aura of the all-evil origin elixir, so Jiao Kong and the other 3 region lords were obviously able to sense it as well. Although they hadn't seen the all-evil origin elixir before, they could basically deduce from its aura that all 4 region lords would probably go crazy and rush in to rob Yi Xian on the spot. It wasn't completely impossible. After all, the ultimate reason Jiao Kong and the other region lords had come to the star region where the all-evil origin elixir was because they hoped that the ancestors behind the various races of the second universe would reward them with a drop or 2 of all-evil origin elixir after they obtained the fortunes in the central area. Even the ancestors of the various clans were only given 1 or 2 drops each. How could they not go crazy when they were suddenly presented with such a thing? Yi Xian still didn't know that his actions just now were extremely dangerous. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly and no unexpected changes had occurred. At this moment, after swallowing the drop of all evil origin elixir, he had already closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, beginning to refine it in the air. He was going all out to break through to the 13th great realm, Genesis. The excruciating pain of having every inch of his flesh and blood being crushed and then reassembled quickly came. As Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air, his 3 true bodies all revealed expressions of pain. This was the effect of the grade 13 elixir. It was truly breaking through the shackles of his original body's potential. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had experienced this feeling, but what he felt each time was close to the limit of pain. After all, although his cultivation had increased, the amount of gene cultivation fluid he used would also increase. The medicinal effects would also increase time and time again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. He wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of his physical body's potential and tear apart the shackles that shackled his cultivation. Moreover, this time, Yi Xian had swallowed a drop of all-evil origin elixir after swallowing a tube of grade 13 elixir. The latter also targeted the physical body and was a supreme treasure, so it strengthened the effects of the grade 13 elixir even more. With the two effects stacked together, the pain Yi Xian felt this time was particularly intense. However, he clenched his teeth and endured it in the end. The entire process didn't last very long. After all, he had already laid down his foundation beforehand. The wing that was almost 20 feet long contained a large amount of pure vital energy. It had already dissolved in Yi Xian's body and surged endlessly. Now that the effects of the grade 13 elixir had spread, coupled with the assistance of the all-evil origin elixir, the clanking of the chains in Yi Xian's body grew louder and louder. In the end, with a great clang, the shackles that shackled his physical body were finally completely torn apart, no longer binding him. At this moment, the rate at which the energy in Yi Xian's body surged suddenly increased. If it was a surging river before, it was now a roaring, surging river. It was completely different from before. In the next instant, the little primordial devil ape sitting cross-legged in the void opened its eyes. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of all three true bodies. Chapter 3740. Ding. Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm, first level Genesis realm. The moment Yi Xian opened his eyes, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. He clenched his fists and stood up in the void. His physical body's blood chi realm had finally broken through and entered the 13th realm, the first-level Genesis realm. Then what about this three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form? Previously, when his physical body's blood chi realm was at the peak of the 9th-level void realm, Yi Xian's cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th-level cosmic realm in his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form. Of the three true forms, the physical body was Yi Xian's original body, while the skeletal body and black mist body each increased his strength by an entire realm. Now that his body of flesh and blood had successfully broken through and advanced to the first level of the Genesis realm, if nothing unexpected happened, then the current Yi Xian, in the state of the three-headed six-armed demon ape's true body, should also have increased his cultivation and stepped into the universe realm in one fell swoop. The universe realm was a watershed in the cultivation base of a starry sky expert. Only after entering the universe realm could one be called a mighty figure. Although Yi Xian was only able to temporarily possess the cultivation of the universe realm after activating the true body of the three-headed six-armed demon ape, he was still very excited. After all, it could be said that he had felt the power of the universe realm in advance and had gotten over the addiction of the universe realm. Yi Xian tried to circulate the power in his body between his three true forms. That feeling of smoothness made him very happy. Compared to before, he was indeed much stronger. However, he didn't directly reveal the aura of the universe realm. Instead, he maintained the appearance of the peak of the 9th-level cosmic realm. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the next round of battle should be coming soon. The bet was 3 months, and only 12 days had passed. After successfully breaking through, Yi Xian's mind was immediately focused on another matter. That was to deal with the 100 or so juniors of the various powers that he had captured, and use them to extort from the various powers in the buffer zone of the central region, in order to gather all the materials needed to refine level 14 and level 15 liquids in one go. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, Yi Xian did not intend to get rid of the 3 captured heaven and earth path chosen from the top 10 clans of the second universe, namely Lang Gongqiang, Jin Haoxiao, and Ji Jingfeng. On one hand, it was because this kind of Tao disciple was not to be underestimated. In the future, it was very likely that they would grow to the point where they could pose a threat to Yi Xian. On the other hand, it was because in Yi Xian's eyes, this kind of universe realm Tao disciple was still very useful to him. However, this matter required him to personally enter the inner space of the farmer god cauldron and discuss it with Ji Jinghong and the other young patriarchs who had long since submitted to him, so he could only put it aside for the time being. After all, he was still in the middle of the 3-month bet and was the center of attention. He really couldn't bring out the farmer god cauldron and enter personally. After thinking through everything clearly, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the silver crystal ball in the void above his head. First, he revealed a harmless smile, then raised his hand and waved gently, which was considered a greeting. Then, he opened his mouth and went straight to the point. Everyone, this ape has already finished harvesting the first batch of dishes you sent over. I've tasted a dish of braised chicken wings, and it tastes pretty good. Is there anything else? Pu. Pu, pu, pu. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of people coughing up blood could be heard from the buffer zone of the central region outside. Almost all the higher-ups of the major forces were furious, and their faces turned green. In the blink of an eye, they turned green, and finally, they began to turn black. In short, they were colorful and wonderful. In particular, the higher-ups of the Golden Eagle clan were all furious. The Star Lord and Domain Lord of the clan almost could not hold back and wanted to directly rush in and slap this hateful little devil ape cub to death. Raw. This is too infuriating. He actually cut off one of the chicken wings of our heaven and earth path chosen, roasted it, and ridiculed it as braised chicken wings. This is too much. On the side, the Star Lord and Domain Lord of the Space Rat clan were also exposed. Squeak. He must be killed. He is simply lawless. Even our heaven and earth path chosen was beheaded with one slash. While talking, the Domain Lord of the two clans immediately rushed out of the fortress flagship of the fleet of their clans, wanting to rush to the edge of the hinterland ahead to kill the little primordial devil ape. Seeing this scene, the Domain Lords of the Blood Wm clan and the Enji clan, Jiao Kong, became anxious on the spot. They hurriedly rushed out and stopped the two furious super experts in the void in time. They bitterly persuaded and patiently tried to tempt them. Two fellow cultivators, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. We are still in the 3-month period of the bet. We still have a chance. That's right. Our path chosen of the Enji clan was also knocked out. As long as we can capture that little monkey, all the hostages will be released. Then, all the races of the 3 universes will join forces. Do you think we won't be able to capture that little monkey? The heaven and earth path chosen of the other clans are about to arrive. The previous 3 path chosen couldn't do it. Next time, 5 or 6 path chosen will do it together. Anyway, he said it himself. Besides, this kid's concealment secret technique has been exposed. At that time, we'll send a Golden Eagle clan descendant. This generation of Heaven's Chosen will just go over. This plan is wonderful. This way, we are confident. The Golden Eagle clan's Yin-Yang Hawkeye has the effect of breaking through illusions. Didn't the little monkey rely on the concealment secret technique to knock out the stick? Breaking his concealment technique, with his cosmic light realm cultivation, 5 or 6 path chosen are enough to suppress him. As for the space path chosen of the Spatial Rat clan, alas, what a pity. But he's already fallen, so it's useless to be rash. Once we win this bet and enter the depths of the core area, we'll be able to obtain compensation in the end. Fellow Daoist, my condolences. The crux of the matter is that there's an over 90% chance that a Prime Val Devil Ape at the World Lord realm resides in the depths of the core area ahead. Otherwise, how could that little monkey make those 2 region lords fawn over him like that? Even though we already have 4 region lords now, we don't have the slightest confidence in our ability to go against a world lord. If we want to obtain the fortune in the depths of the core area, then the only way is to capture that little monkey and make that world lord realm old devil ape hold back. Presently, they took the initiative to make the bet. Moreover, it's a one-on-one battle, and it's even 3 months of time. The old devil ape is too arrogant and intends to use the Tao chosen of all the top-rate powers of our 3 dimensions to temper its child. But this is our opportunity as well. It's our one and only opportunity to capture that little devil ape openly. Once we break the bet now, then we'll lose this opportunity. At that time, with that old devil ape at the World Lord realm guarding the front, not to mention 4 region lords, we wouldn't dare rashly take the risk even if another 4 region lords came. Chapter 37:41. What? Could it be that this was the only dish? Nothing else? That's too boring, isn't it? I haven't had enough fun yet. I haven't even warmed up, and your people have already been wiped out. Besides, only 12 days have passed of the 3-month bet. Are you going to end it so hastily? What bullsh asterisk T3 universe planes? They're just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. They're too weak. How about this? In order to let this ape play to its heart's content, this ape can release the hundreds of people that were captured just now. You guys organize and train them well. Then, gather another army and continue to play with this ape. How about that? But I can't work for nothing. I can release the people, but I have to pay a ransom. Yes, a ransom. I'll give you 3 days to collect the ransom. If you don't redeem them in 3 days, I'll dispose of them and roast them one by one. I'll let the indigenous ferocious beast brothers in the depths of the hinterland have a good meal. As for the ransom, I don't want any cultivation. I don't need those things. I only want all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. You must collect the following items before you can redeem these captives. You can't do anything less. The deal is off. We'll eat in 3 days. At the end of his speech, Yi Xian reported all the materials he still lacked to refine the level 14 and level 15 liquid. They included the 10,000 years lunar spirit erosion fluid, the phoenix blood 9 heavens sand, the serene green blood pearl, the soul accumulating grass, the 10,000 years bag bamboo, and many other extremely rare top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The leaders of the major forces outside the buffer zone were all dumbfounded and had cold sweat popping out of their forehead. The level 14 and level 15 liquid was no ordinary item. Until now, in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, the major forces and families that researched the gene liquid could only refine the level 8 and level 9 liquid. Only the Tuoba family could refine the level 10 liquid. This was the result of Yi Xian throwing a level 10 liquid formula to the Tuoba family as the young master of Linghu family when they were consuming their family's resources. This showed the preciousness of the level 14 and level 15 liquid. The level 14 elixir wasn't a big deal. After all, consuming a single vial would only result in the creation of a level 14 cosmic light tier elite. However, the level 15 elixir was incredible. Once a cosmic light tier elite took a vial and successfully broke through, a universe tier elite of the 15th level would instantly appear. That was an almighty figure of the universe. Just 1 or 2 vials of level 15 liquid could be created from a cosmic light tier elite. It was clear how frightening its medicinal effects were. From this, it could be seen how precious the various heavenly and earthly treasures required to concoct a gene fluid of this level were. Even though Yi Xian had robbed, extorted so many times that it could be said that he had done all sorts of bad things, and his targets were all the top powers and clans of the 3 Great Plains. However, he still didn't have all the heavenly and earthly treasures required to concoct these 2 types of gene fluids. The 10,000 years lunar spirit eroding liquid, phoenix blood 9 heavens sand, serene jade blood pearl, soul winding silk grass, 10,000 years pouch bamboo, and other treasures of heaven and earth that he asked for were all the rarest and most precious treasures. Even if a top force or clan had them, they would store them in their family's treasure vault. They would not use them easily. Because of this, Yi Xian's price directly scared the upper echelons of the major forces. After being stunned for a moment, they all flew into a rage and roared, "Bandit! Bandit! He actually wants the 10,000 years pouch bamboo. Is this little monkey crazy? He's been led astray. They've all been led astray. They've all been led astray by that damn young master Linghu. Since that little bastard Linghu Chong did the same thing in the Medicine King Cauldron, first the Netherworld young master followed suit, and now the indigenous ferocious beast Little Demon King in the first universe's source of all evil Starfield is doing the same thing. They've all been led astray. But, although it's infuriating, can we really not redeem them? We don't care about your clans, but the one captured by our dynasty is the first prince of the direct bloodline. No matter what, we must redeem him. Let's do it. Although this little monkey wants all the top-grade rare treasures, and in large quantities, all the top-grade forces and clans in the 3 major planes are here, and each clan can only offer 1 or 2 treasures, so we can still afford it. We can only gather as much as we can. Everyone has heard the words of that little monkey. Those who have hostages in his hands don't hide anything. He won't trade anything less than what he needs. Anyway, this little monkey will be caught by us in the end. No matter how good the treasure is, it's only temporary. He will just let it go for a while. For the sake of the younger generation of the clan, he will grit his teeth and endure. After some discussion, the Star-Lord old monsters of the major clans finally reached an agreement and decided to gather all the top treasures needed for the trade. Very quickly, the lists submitted by the various clans were gathered together. The items that Yi Xian requested were gathered together by almost all the top powers of the 3 planes. In the end, they were all gathered together. However, these top treasures were basically all stored in the ancestral treasure vaults of the various clans or forces. It was impossible to prepare them in the provisions of such an expedition fleet. Therefore, the next step was to inform the various clans and forces to open the wormhole teleportation and send the required items. The treasures were sent over one by one. Although the first universe no longer had a level 1-star network signal that could cover the entire plane, there was still a level 2-star network signal. The level 2-star network could only cover a star field, but neighboring clans could still communicate immediately. The information of the various clans was sent out layer by layer. As for the information of the clans of the second universe and the human race of the third universe, after being sent to the demon race, they finally had no choice but to promise the demon race that they would rent the demon race under the premise of certain benefits. The communication and short-distance directional teleportation array were finally settled. Although 3 days was not a long time, these top treasures were all sent over through wormholes. Moreover, they were dead objects, not living things, so it was more convenient and faster. On the evening of the last day, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and top-grade treasures requested on the trade list were finally sent over. They were all sent to the source of all evil starfield. The trade was quickly carried out. A small warship driven by an intelligent robot drove out of the buffer zone of the central region, crossed the boundary line ahead, and drove into the edge of the core hinterland. There was a small space box in the warship. Inside it were all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and top-grade treasures that Yi Xian had requested. They were all gathered together. Chapter 3742. Other than Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, Lang Gongqiang, and the other 3 heaven and earth Dao children, as well as the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, Gong Wuxin was also left behind by Yi Xian. Because there was still a second wave of food delivery army, Yi Xian had to leave him behind to maintain the silver ball in the air above his head. As for the other 100 or so people, including the first prince of the immortal dynasty, Long Xiong, Yi Xian released them all, causing them to fly and jump like dogs. They rushed out of the core area as if they were fleeing. After a short while, the Enji clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, and the 5 Star Lords of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace of the Human clan almost roared at the same time. Where is Ji Jingfeng? Our Enji clan has also collected a portion of the 9 Heavens sand of phoenix blood, which is also a top treasure. Why don't you release our Taoist disciple? Lang Gongqiang, the Taoist disciple of the Greedy Wolf clan, is also not released. Our clan has offered 12 soul-winding grass. Little monkey, are you trying to take advantage of us? And Jin Haoxiao, the Taoist disciple of the Golden Eagle clan, has already been roasted by you. Why don't you release him? Our clan has also collected a jar of 10,000 years lunar spirit erosion liquid. As a human, no, as a monkey, you have to keep your word. Raw. This is too much. Indigenous ferocious beasts, are you breaking the contract? Release them immediately, including the little princess of our clan, Medusa. She is not the heaven and earth Taoist disciple. Little monkey, why do you keep her here? That's enough. Don't yell. I'll roast them all together if you keep yelling. The primordial little demon ape looked up at the silver ball in the sky and rolled its eyes. I'll play with them for a few more days. I didn't say that I would release them once the ransom was paid, so it's not a breach of contract. Anyway, I'll release them when the time is up. After that, Yi Xian turned around and rushed into the depths of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, leaving behind an extremely arrogant sentence. When will the second wave of food delivery army be ready? Hurry up. I'm so bored. I'll go back and wait. Remember to be good this time. Don't let me down. Puff. Pu. The sound of people coughing up blood once again resounded from the buffer zone of the central region. However, the upper echelons of the various great powers were powerless to do anything about it. Even the 4 old monsters of the domain lords were helpless. They could only grit their teeth and bear with it as they anxiously waited for the Dao lords of the other clans to descend. Little hairy ape, the braised chicken wings just now were really delicious, much better than the python meat, sure. But isn't there still Jikai? Hurry up and chop it off at the base. It should be at least 3,000 to 4,000 feet long. It should be enough for us to eat. Yi Xian had just returned to the core hinterland when the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise immediately came to greet him, drooling at the corners of their mouths. When they saw him, they immediately asked him to roast some chicken wings. Furthermore, it wasn't just the tip of the wing that was cut off. He had directly cut off the base of the wing, only this side is missing a wing tip. You can't touch it anymore, or that brat will die. I still have other uses for it. Once I'm done with it, I still have to hand it over. At the very least, I have to ensure that it's still alive. We can't lose our trust. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, but he didn't refuse. However, from the meaning behind his words, it was clear that he planned to leave Ji Jingfeng, Lang Gongqiang, and Jin Haoxiao with only one breath to ensure that they were still alive. He didn't care about anything else. Upon hearing that there was still at least 3,000 to 4,000 feet of braised chicken wings to enjoy, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise immediately nodded repeatedly. They didn't care at all that Yi Xian planned to use these 3 guys for other purposes. After all, they were his spoils of war. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly settled this matter in the Shenong cauldron. The other side of Jin Haoxiao's wing was cut off at the base by him. His miserable howl shook the heavens, but it didn't come out. This brat deserved it. Originally, Yi Xian wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. However, who asked him to have such a bad mouth before? He actually brought up Yi Xian's elders when he burst out with vulgarities. He had to get his revenge. This time, Yi Xian didn't draw out the Shenong's jewel-colored flames. Instead, he directly roasted them in the central region's volcano. After being roasted, the huge golden wings that had shrunk to a length of around 300 feet were taken out. In an instant, a fragrance filled the air, and this corner of the void was filled with a strange fragrance. The immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise roared and immediately pounced on it. The 100 or so Star Lords nearby were drooling. In the end, every Star Lord local beast was given a piece of the wing, which they then carried back to their own residences to enjoy. As for the other universe realm ferocious beasts, they did not have such luck. There were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to divide them all. While those foodies were enjoying the food, Yi Xian asked some of the local beasts to keep an eye on the periphery of the hinterland. They were to inform him immediately if a second wave of food was coming. Now, he already had an extraordinary status in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil. He was brothers with the most powerful experts, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. Previously, when he was on patrol, he was guarded by 20 Star Lords. Those local ferocious beasts were naturally submissive to his orders, and they didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. After all, they were still hoping that Yi Xian would be able to get more high-grade ingredients so that they could follow him and have a good meal. Soon, a nest of Universe Master-level ferocious beasts rushed out and closely monitored the periphery of the hinterland. As for Yi Xian, he entered a remote corner in the depths of the hinterland. He didn't avoid the fierce beasts in the distance and waved his hand to summon the Shenong cauldron. However, it was only 30,000 meters long. Then, he took a step forward and entered the Shenong cauldron with his true body. Wow, what's going on this time? Don't think that we don't know that the mountains around the central area are moving. Something is clearly locked inside. Just tell us the truth. How many good things did you get this time? We'll get a share. Yi Xian regained his original appearance after he entered the Shenong cauldron. However, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru greeted him as soon as he reappeared. The 8 warriors were behind them. Their mouths were covered in grease. They had obviously been eating the roasted chicken wing and hadn't even wiped their mouths yet. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Not only did the cultivation of the purplish warbler and the 8 warriors soar, but it was also the same for them. It seemed that they were very satisfied with their life in the cauldron. At least, their cultivation wouldn't have improved so fast outside. Within the enormous space within the cauldron, there were exotic flowers and herbs everywhere, and spirit energy was constantly gushing out. This was indeed a treasured land for cultivation. Moreover, from time to time, there would be meat roasted by the Shenong unusual flame, and it was simply too comfortable. Stop fooling around. I'm here for serious business, and time is of the essence. Chapter 3743. There were more than 20 elites of the various races in the second universe imprisoned by Yi Xian at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong cauldron region. Among them, Ji Jinghong, Zhao Ri Tian, Jin Haoyan, and Lang Ganglai were the leaders. These 4 guys were the young masters of their respective races. Of course, they were the previous ones. Ever since they were captured by young Master Linghu, the outside world thought that they had died. Among all the captives captured this time, Yi Xian had been released. Only 5 Yi Xian were left. Gong Wuxin was outside maintaining the crystal ball shadow technique, and the 3 Dao disciples of heaven and earth, Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongqiang, were imprisoned in the belly of the mountains in the cauldron space. They knew where they were. Only the last one, the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, was imprisoned by Yi Xian in the mountain wall cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, next to Ji Jinghong and the others. Ji Jinghong, Zhao Ri Tian, Jin Haoyan, and Medusa. These 4 people were the foundation of Yi Xian to control the 4 races behind him. Among the top 10 races in the second universe, the Dark Turtle race was an ally. Aside from the Dark Turtle race, there were 9 other races. Right now, among the 9 races, 4 races already had candidates to nurture. As for the other 5 races, Yi Xian decided to choose from the other dozen or so experts of the various races in the second universe imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Among the top 10 races in the second universe, aside from the Dark Turtle race, these dozen or so young geniuses of the various races were all present. With a wave of his hand, the 20 or so young elites of the various races in the second universe who were imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region all came in front of Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was only at the first stage of the Genesis realm, the 13th Great Realm, the strongest among the people present was only at the middle stage of the Void Realm. Even if Yi Xian did not activate the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true form, he could still suppress them. Moreover, apart from the newcomer Medusa, the rest of the 20 or so fellows had already sworn oaths of Tao because they could no longer endure the exploitation and torture of the 3 girls from the purplish warbler. They were practically crying and shouting that they would rather commit suicide than serve Yi Xian. Therefore, even if all 20 of them were to be released in front of him, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. He was not worried that there would be a riot. Long Xian, it's you? At this time, Yi Xian had revealed his original appearance. In addition, although the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, had not been imprisoned for a long time and was imprisoned in the mountain wall cage, so her movements were restricted. However, there was no problem in communicating verbally. She had already understood everything through Ji Jinghong and the others. The situation. Therefore, as soon as she appeared, she screamed when she saw Yi Xian. Her face was full of shock. Young Master Linghu is you, young Master Yuming is you, Baofeng Shuo is you, and the invincible war god who is still tormenting the human world of cultivation is most likely your clone, as well as Tai Tai, ancient little devil ape. Heavens, there are 7 peerless monsters in the world, and you alone have taken 6 of them. Is there anyone as crazy as you? Do you still want us to live? You're not telling the whole story. Yi Xian shook his right index finger and said with a faint smile, I can add that the demon brother of the demon race, Mo Jeffing, is actually me. That is to say, the 7 great monstrous geniuses in the world that are rumored by the outside world are actually all this prince alone. Plop. Plop, hearing this, not only Medusa, but even Ji Jinghong, Zhao Ri Tian, and the others were so scared that they sat down on the ground. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also stunned. They looked at Yi Xian with their mouths wide open. As for the 8 great Vajras, needless to say, they were looking at Yi Xian with stars in their eyes. They were full of worship. Heavens, the 7 peerless monsters of the current era? Aren't there 5 of them? How long have we been in this Shennon cauldron? Your Highness, you actually caused such a commotion. There are 7 peerless monsters of the current era, and they are all you alone. I don't want to live, it's not that I don't want to live, but I have accepted my fate. The 7 peerless monsters of the current era are all him alone. What does this mean? This era belongs to him. Forget it. We were still unwilling to accept the oath of allegiance that we swore before, but now it seems that this oath is also the will of the heavens. This era belongs to him, so we can only follow him. We're destined to rise in the future. Prince Xian, take us with you. The 3 universes will belong to us in the future. At first, Ji Jinghong and the other 20 peerless geniuses of the various races in the second universe were only amazed and shocked. But later on, when they realized that Yi Xian was a peerless monster, they all accepted their fate and turned from size to excitement. Although this era belonged to the younger generation, it was still young. The competition between the younger generation was also extremely fierce. As for Prince Xian, he had already used facts to prove his monstrous strength. Instead of fighting alone and competing in this era, it was better to band together and follow behind this monstrous prince to conquer the world. When these words came out of Ji Jinghong and the others' mouths, the eyes of the 3 purplish warbler women sparkled. The 8 great guardian deities were even more excited. They had long been on the same side as Yi Xian. Now that they saw that Ji Jinghong and the others, who were originally enemies, had the same realization, how could they not be excited? In fact, even the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, who had just been captured by Yi Xian, was looking at Yi Xian intently. Her eyes were full of splendor. Although she was the little princess of the colored python race, she would at most become the leader of the colored python race in the future. But even so, she would still be controlled by the race's hidden bloodline, which was the bloodline of a Daoist. The Taoists of each race were responsible for the bloodline of their race. Basically, they were above the bloodline of the leader, who handled the daily affairs of the race. However, the beautiful Daoist of the colored python race had always been at odds with Medusa. From Medusa's point of view, this was clearly an excellent opportunity for her to break free of her fate and control the entire colored python race in the future. She would no longer be controlled by the beautiful Daoist. In fact, if she grasped this opportunity and formed an alliance with Prince Xian and the others in the future, the current 3 dimensions of the universe would basically be controlled by this team. She was tempted. I called you here this time because I have a gift for you. Yi Xian's gaze swept past Medusa. He was certain, but his expression did not change. Then, he looked at Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, and Lang Ganglai. He said, right now, I have 3 universe Taoists from the top 10 races in the second universe. They are Ji Jingfeng from the Enji race, Jin Haoyan from the Golden Eagle race, and Jin Haoyan from the Golden Eagle race. Jin Haoxiao from the Golden Eagle race, and Lang Gongqiang from the Greedy Wolf race. Chapter 3744. Seize his Daoist foundation and become stronger. I think that's a good idea. Ji Jingfeng is different from me. We've been fighting since we were young, and I've always been the one being bullied. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ji Jinghong was the first to respond. He was so surprised that he was about to cry. As the previous young clan leader of the Enji clan, he was no stranger to Ji Jingfeng. They had been fighting in secret for a long time. However, Ji Jingfeng was the heaven and earth Daoist who was responsible for the bloodline inheritance of the Enji clan. Ji Jinghong was destined to lose to him. Even if he became the future clan leader, it would be useless. He was bullied. Now that he heard that he could seize Ji Jingfeng's Daoist foundation and become stronger, it was a great joy. My situation is about the same. The Taoists in the clan who are responsible for the inheritance of the bloodline are basically the moon surrounded by stars. I've also suffered a lot from Jin Haoxiao, and I hate him to the core. Beside him, the previous young clan leader of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, said calmly. However, he looked at Yi Xian with gratitude. Just as he finished speaking, Lang Ganglai also began to gnash his teeth. Same for me. I still remember the last time Lang Gongqiang provoked me for no reason. He beat me up and broke one of my ribs. This was a happy ending. Since Ji Jingfeng and the other two Heaven and Earth Taoists were not on good terms with Ji Jinghong's group, it was naturally for the best. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He turned to Medusa and asked, "How about you? How's your relationship with the colored python clan's Daoist? She's called Pretty Lady, but in fact, she's as vicious as a snake. One of my childhood friends was tortured to death by her." Medusa raised her hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian to come back to his senses, she made a Daoist oath on the spot. Finally, she extended her hand to Yi Xian. "If she comes, remember to help me capture her. I want to join." "Welcome." Yi Xian grinned. This girl was indeed different. She was sharp and decisive. She was the best choice to control the colored python tribe. "As for you." Yi Xian let go of Medusa's right hand and turned to look at the other dozen or so young geniuses of the various races in the second universe who had already sworn a Tao oath. He continued, "If a Tao disciple from your race comes, I will definitely capture him, seize his Tao foundation, and achieve you. Then, I will find an opportunity to let you. We will use a legitimate excuse to leave the Shunnon cauldron and return to the clan. Everything in the future will depend on yourselves." He didn't mention anything like the restriction of a Tao oath, nor did he say anything like a warning. These people before him were all smart people, so they naturally knew what to do. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Almost a month had passed since the date of the bet. During these 10 days, a few more old monsters from other clans had arrived, and they had brought along the hidden Tao children of their respective clans. There was a total of 6 region lords from the various clans that had arrived this time. Coupled with the 4 from before, there was a total of 10 region lords in the buffer zone of the root of all evil region. But even so, they still didn't dare to act rashly. After all, although the 10 region lords were in a terrifying camp, they still had a chance of fighting against an early-stage sector lord. However, if the ancient devil ape in the depths of the core hinterland was at the middle stage of the sector lord realm, then even if the 10 region lords attacked together, they wouldn't have any chance. If it was at the late stage of the sector lord realm, it would be easy to suppress it. What's more, the 6 old monsters who had just arrived had each brought a universe Daoist with them, making a total of 6 universe Taoists. In addition, they now had a countermeasure to break the concealment secret of the primordial little demon ape. In the eyes of the 10 region lords, this bet was already a sure win. As long as they captured the little ancient devil ape, the situation would be different. Therefore, they didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited quietly for the 6 Tao disciples of the various clans to adjust their states and prepare for another battle. With this battle, they would decide the universe in one fell swoop. The 6 Tao disciples were Tao disciple Jiao Zhongrong from the Barbarian Bull clan, Tao disciple Mai Jiaonyang from the Colored Python clan, Tao disciple Ling Puzi from the Tree Spirit clan, and Tao disciple Shi Wanjin from the Battle Lion clan. The 4 Tao disciples above were from various clans of the Second Universe Federation, including Ji Jingfeng and the other 2 who were previously captured. Among the top 10 races of the Second Universe Federation, 7 of the Heaven and Earth Tao children had already arrived. Excluding the Dark Turtle clan, the 2 Tao disciples who hadn't arrived were the Blood Dragon clan and Green Rock clan, which were ranked first and second in the top 10 clans. The other 2 Tao disciples who had arrived were from 2 clans of the First Universe. They were Yi Jioming from the Hellant clan and Meng Marzhan from the Giant Ferocious clan. As soon as the 6 Tao disciples arrived, they immediately rubbed their palms together. They couldn't wait to enter the edge of the land in front of them and capture the little ancient devil ape. However, to be on the safe side, Jiao Kong immediately gathered the 6 Heaven and Earth Taoists together after arriving at the Fierce Horse Mountain. Then, he showed them the video of Ji Jingfeng and the others being captured in the previous battle. In the end, he said solemnly, "That little monkey has some kind of strange concealment secret method. Even the powerful figures of the universe can't capture any of its aura. In the beginning, Lang Gongqiang and Ji Jingfeng suffered a great loss and were captured. In the second battle, the various clans won't send any other young geniuses with you. Apart from Gong Wuxin, who is still at the edge of the hinterland, only one Golden Eagle clan descendant with a cosmic realm cultivation will enter with the 6 of you. When the time comes, this descendant of the Golden Eagle clan will be responsible for using his clan's yin-yang eagle eyes to help you locate that little monkey at any time. So, try to protect him as much as possible. Otherwise, if something happens to him, to you, to lose both of your eyes, you will be in a passive situation. In addition, that little monkey has mastered another strange divine ability. Look at the scene before Shu Wushuang's death. His long-handled saber was clearly about to strike down, but at the last moment, he strangely withdrew and cut off his own head. From this, it can be seen how terrifying this divine ability is. You must be careful. Remember, there are only 6 of you in this battle. Any loss of any one of you is unbearable. The loss will affect the overall situation. Towards Jiao Kong's words, Jiao Zhenrong and the other 6 Heaven and Earth Dao children seemed to disagree, but after all, it was an old monster from the Domain Lord realm, and there were several other old monsters from the various clans listening on the side, so they all had expressions of deep agreement. They didn't dare to be careless and immediately nodded. Then, the group of 7 charged out of the Blood WM clan's flagship fortress. They activated their bloodline and manifested their bloodline true forms. All of them were 3,000 meters tall and rushed toward the battlefield at the edge of the hinterland in front of them. Chapter 3745. Yi Xian did not want to be involved in such a sinister thing as stealing one's Dao foundation. Basically, all the major tribes had inherited this secret technique. Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, and Lang Ganglai were the young masters of the 3 tribes, so they naturally knew this secret technique. Yi Xian sealed the cultivation of Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongqiang, and handed them over to Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongqiang. After that, he left the Shunnong cauldron and kept it in his undying world. Just as he finished doing all of this, a heaven and earth level ferocious beast arrived and reported to Yi Xian about the situation at the edge of the hinterland. There were already 7 juniors from various races that had entered the gambling grounds. Among them, 6 were heaven and earth supreme experts, and 1 was a Golden Eagle race expert of the cosmic light realm. 6 Taoists of heaven and earth. What a big move this time. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At this time, he had activated his 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form again, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the cosmic realm. There is actually a cosmic realm junior from the Golden Eagle tribe. It seems that it was not a coincidence that we were exposed before. The Golden Eagle tribe must have used some kind of eye technique to see through the concealment effect of the perfect oscillation. Eye technique. Interesting. Unfortunately, all this is destined to be in vain. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's figure sped through the air. He quickly stepped into the battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Gong Wuxin was still obediently staying on the abandoned planet, maintaining the normal operation of the silver ball of reflection in the void above. In the void in front of him, there were 7 figures. Behind them was a 1,000-feet-long golden eagle. In front of it, there were 6 other figures in a row. Except for Shi Wanjin of the Battle Lion tribe, who still maintained his human form, the other 5 figures were all thousands of feet long. They were a wild bull, a colorful python, a tree monster with countless vines and tentacles all over its body, and the Battle Lion tribe's Dao disciple, Shi Wanjin, who maintained his human form. In addition, there was a pitch-black hell ant and an extremely strong giant ferocious. Seeing the 3-headed, 6-armed immemorial demon ape, the 1,000-feet-long golden eagle immediately became nervous. However, the other party did not conceal himself, so he did not need to activate the bloodline ability of the yin-yang Hawkeye. The 6 Universe Dao disciples in front of him immediately roared and taunted him. 3 heads and 6 arms? This appearance is quite intimidating, but it's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, why would he only dare to sneak attack? Attack. If we were to fight head-on, I would be able to suppress him in a short time. Monkey, I'll give you a chance to surrender. Get over here immediately and surrender yourself. That way, You won't have to suffer so much pain. You. The Golden Eagle tribe's golden eagle was the demon ape demon. The Dao tribe's Daozes is a Dao disciple. You want to be the oneses, this. Cut the crap. I, the Daoist child, will be fighting in the first battle. You can all rest. First transformations, the first transformation, transformation. Roar. An earth-shattering lion's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Just as Shawanjin finished speaking, the phantom of a 100-meter-tall lion appeared behind him. Its angry manner was stained with blood, and its furious eyes were filled with killing intent. It caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Then, the bloody phantom of a 100-feet-long wild lion entered Shawanjin's body. His body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, his bloodline true body was revealed. This was a 100-feet-long bloody wild lion. Its eyes were as big as a mountain, and they were burning fiercely. It stared at the immemorial demon ape in front of it and had already locked on to his aura. The reason why Shawanjin did not directly reveal his bloodline true body was that once the 9 transformation of the wild lion was used, the battle blood in his body would instantly boil. It would not be activated until he saw his opponent. However, the second transformation was obviously far from enough. Second transformation of the blood wild lion. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the second violent lion's roar sounded out. Behind Shawanjin, another 3,000-meter-long blood-colored lion phantom appeared. It instantly entered his body, causing his body to expand once again. In the blink of an eye, he revealed his true body of a 3,000-meter-long berserk lion. The bloodline progenitor of the battle lion race in the second universe was a bloodthirsty lion from the primordial era. His 9 changes of the mad lion was extremely powerful, and he had even shone brightly in the primordial era. Legend had it that every time the 9 transformations of the bloodthirsty mad lion erupted with a new transformation, their bloodline true body would grow 10 times stronger. Even if their cultivation aura did not change, the difference in the power of their blood and chi was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any opponent who could match them before would be instantly crushed. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terrifying degree of its bloodline true body would increase exponentially. It would reach the level of the void giant turtle, and when it raised its claws, it could create a star field. However, no battle lion had ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the battle lion clan had only reached the 3rd transformation of the blood wild lion. The previous young patriarch of the clan, Shi Ba Feng, was known as the existence with the strongest bloodline talent in the clan in the past 10,000 years. However, many years ago, he had already reached the 4th transformation of the bloodthirsty lion's divine ability. The first transformation was 1,000 feet, the second transformation was 1,000 feet. The third transformation was 10,000 feet. The fourth transformation was 100,000 feet. With a body of 300,000 meters, it was comparable to a starry sky fortress. Even a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was just a small thing in front of it. However, Shi Ba Feng had already been killed by the Netherworld Young Master. This matter was an eternal scar of shame for the Battle Lion clan. What the outside world did not know was that among the younger generation of the clan, other than the former young lord, Shi Bafeng, the Heaven and Earth Daoist, Shawanjin, had also comprehended the 4th level of the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion to the 4th level, which was the 4th transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion. The level. 3rd transformation of the Blood Wild Lion. 4th transformation of the Blood Wild Lion. Roar. 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 As Shawanjin's words rang out one after another, and as he roared again and again, 2 wild lion phantoms appeared one after another behind his 1,000 feet blood lion true body. First, it was 10,000 feet in size, then it was 100,000 feet in size, especially the last 100,000 feet berserk lion phantom. Its entire body was stained with blood, and its fierce eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Its powerful and ferocious pressure caused the space in this area to tremble slightly. This 100,000 feet berserk lion phantom quickly entered Shawanjin's body, causing his body to continuously expand. In just a few breaths of time, his bloodline true body had expanded to 100,000 feet in size. His entire body was no longer just a phantom, but had a physical body, like a small star that spanned across the void. Roar. Xiao Budian, Dai. Chapter 3746. Rumble. Following Jiao Zhanrong's stomp, the void resounded with rolling thunder, and a hurricane swept up. Even though it was still thousands of miles away, Yi Xian could already feel the strong wind blowing against his face. Even he couldn't help but change his expression when facing such power. The Battle Lion Race's 9 transformation of the Berserk Lion was indeed extraordinary. It was only the 4th transformation, but it allowed a universe realm expert to possess a bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall. It was so huge that it was like a star. With such a huge figure, just the pure strength of the physical body was already extremely terrifying. In fact, among the 6 great universe Dao children who came this time, the Dao child of the Berserk Lion race, Shawanjin, was the strongest. The other 5 were all at the 1st or 2nd level of the universe realm, but Shawanjin was at the 3rd level of the universe realm. Now, with the addition of the 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion bloodline, Shawanjin's cultivation had skyrocketed. He was now at the 5th level of the universe realm, close to the late stage of the universe realm. If Yi Xian used all his means, he naturally wouldn't be afraid, and killing him would be a small matter. His cultivation was a realm higher than Yi Xian's, and he had killed many opponents in a head-on battle. But now, he was in his true form of the 3 heads 6 arms demon ape, so there were too many techniques that he could not use. Even if he did not hide his cultivation base and displayed the battle prowess of a newly advanced universe realm cultivator, he was only at the 1st level of the universe realm. Facing this terrifying lion, he simply couldn't face it head-on. Otherwise, he would definitely be severely injured, and the result would be him coughing up blood and running away. Therefore, facing Shawanjin's leg that caused rolling thunder to rumble in the void, Yi Xian's only choice was to avoid the attack and fight in a roundabout way. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out, and Yi Xian immediately used the void teleportation and disappeared. Almost at the same time, Jiao Zhanrong sneered, "This move again. Jin Zhanpeng, drag him out immediately." In the distance, the Golden Eagle tribe's cosmic light realm prodigy, Jin Zhanpeng, immediately activated his bloodline ability, Yin-Yang Hawkeye. 2 rays of golden light flashed in his huge hawkeye eyes as he turned his head and scanned the surrounding void. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the void 5 million kilometers to the right. When he performed the teleportation, he had activated the perfect oscillation of his mental power secret art. His figure and aura were completely concealed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the electronic doppelganger that he had just refined not long ago. It also maintained a concealed state and flew into the distance without looking back. This electronic doppelganger was formed after Yi Xian's electronic consciousness entered the body of Di's doppelganger and refined it. Previously, it was only at the 13th Great Realm, Genesis Realm 9th Perfection. But now, after Yi Xian's original body had broken through, this electronic doppelganger's cultivation had also reached the Cosmic Realm. Level 1. Although there was still a certain gap between it and the Cosmic Realm 9th Perfection that Yi Xian's original body in the form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, they were still in the same Great Realm. In addition, this electronic doppelganger had already changed its appearance. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms. Although it was not the true form of the demon ape and only had an illusory appearance, it should not be a problem to deceive Jin Zhanpeng for a short period of time. At this moment, the electronic doppelganger in the form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape turned around and flew into the void ahead. It was precisely the area that Jin Zhanpeng's gaze was about to reach. Yi Xian's original body instantly retreated. He specifically chose the blind spots that Jin Zhanpeng's gaze swept and quickly approached the roaring Jiao Zhanrong. "I found him. He's in the void 5 million kilometers to the right. He's running away quickly." Soon, Jin Zhanpeng exclaimed in surprise. "He must be afraid. Brother WN Jin's 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion is indeed amazing. Not only did the little monkey hide his figure, but he also hid his cultivation to the Cosmic Realm 1st level. He's afraid of being discovered and wants to run away." Roar. Screech. As soon as Jin Zhanpeng's words fell, the gigantic lion Wanjin immediately roared and chased in that direction. The other heaven and earth Taoists also did the same. Their bodies spread out to the left and right, surrounding the direction of the void. This was the rhythm of wanting to surround the target and block his escape route. Bang! A woo! Almost in the next instant, a huge bang came from the left side of the border, followed by an extremely shrill scream, which made one's heart tremble. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously turned their heads to look. They happened to see a three-headed, six-armed figure appear in the void thousands of kilometers to the left. In the right hand of his flesh and blood body, he was holding a huge black stick that was 100 feet long. He was lifting it from the back of Zhao Zhenrong's head. The loud bang just now was the sound of the big-headed black stick smashing into the back of Zhao Zhenrong's head. As for the mournful howl that followed closely behind, it came from Zhao Zhenrong's mouth. With a heavy blow, a suspicious bulge could be seen with the naked eye in the middle of the two huge horns on his head. In the blink of an eye, it was like a huge mountain, and the two huge bulls on his left and right sides were like huge hills. The horns were all level. Originally, there were two horns on his head, but in the blink of an eye, a third horn grew out from the middle of his head. Indeed, he lived up to his name, Lofty Horn. With such a heavy blow, Zhao Zhenrong's eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. He could be considered unlucky. He was already targeted by Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's electronic avatar was exposed, causing everyone to scatter. When they were about to surround him, Zhao Zhenrong happened to be at the edge of the left side of the encirclement, making it extremely easy to attack. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. The opportunity couldn't be missed, and it wouldn't come again. He quietly rushed behind him and instantly dealt with an opponent with a big stick. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the big-headed black stick and the unconscious Zhao Zhenrong disappeared at the same time. They were taken into the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. His figure also disappeared at this moment, and he immediately used void teleportation. Even if Jin Zhamping activated the Yin-Yang Hawkeye bloodline ability and scanned over, he would definitely not be able to see his traces. In the next moment, roars and roars sounded again and again. What happened? Why did this little monkey appear at the edge of Zhuoji? Isn't it millions of miles away on the right? Jin Zhamping, explain it properly. Don't tell me that you suddenly went blind just now. Roar. It's too infuriating. He actually watched as Zhao Zhenrong was knocked unconscious by a stick and dragged away in front of everyone. What is this? Do you think we are nothing? Chapter 3747. This is illogical. Facing the questioning and reprimanding of Shi Wanjin and the other four, Jin Zhamping stuttered. His mind was in a mess, and his mind was in a mess. When the loud bang and the mournful howl came from the edge of Zhuoji, he subconsciously turned his head and glanced in that direction. He saw the three-headed, six-armed immemorial demonic ape holding a huge black stick, knocking Zhao Zhenrong unconscious, and then dragging him away. Then, the figure of the immemorial demonic ape disappeared again. When his mind was blown and he turned his head back to look at the direction he had been staring at all this time, he could still clearly see a blurry three-headed, six-armed energy ball of light. It was still in that direction, and it was fleeing into the distance at high speed. Even though Shi Wanjin and the others who had been chasing after Zhuoji had stopped because of the incident at the edge of Zhuoji, that blurry ball of energy still didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Could it be that the little monkey suddenly teleported back and happened to appear behind Zhao Zhenrong? After knocking him unconscious, it immediately teleported again and reappeared in the void on the right, continuing to run for its life. Jin Zhamping immediately voiced out this conjecture as it flashed through his mind. This was also the only possible explanation because in the void in front of him to the right, the energy light cluster with 3 heads and 6 arms was indeed still there. He immediately shouted with certainty, "Damn it, that little monkey is too lucky." He teleported back and appeared behind Zhao Zhenrong. "Don't worry, everyone. This time, I will keep a close eye on him. As soon as he disappears, I will immediately warn him. This will not happen again." Although this explanation was a bit far-fetched, it did not exclude the possibility of luck. Although Shi Wanjin and the others were unwilling, they could do nothing but accept this explanation secretly. After all, Jin Zhamping did not need to lie to them. In the buffer zone outside, the old monsters of the Golden Eagle clan were all watching. If he dared to collude with the immemorial demonic ape, his end would be very miserable. It would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Roar. We can't care so much anymore. Surround him immediately and suppress this little monkey. Screech. Shawanjin raised his head and roared. He was the first to rush over. Yi Jiuming, Meng Marshan, Mai Jiaoliang, Ling Puzi, and the other 4 Taoists of heaven and earth stood on his left and right. They formed 2 halves and surrounded him. Jin Jiampeng followed closely behind Shawanjin. From time to time, 2 faint golden rays of light would shoot out from his huge eagle eyes. His gaze was locked on the fuzzy energy light mass that was thousands of miles away. This time, he didn't even blink his eyes. He was determined to keep an eye on the little devil ape. As long as the little devil ape disappeared from his sight, he would immediately warn him. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had teleported to another direction, had been paying attention to the direction Jin Jiampeng was looking at. He maintained a blind spot and quickly approached again. After a short while, he touched the back of Meng Marshan. Without saying a word, he took out the big-headed black stick and smashed it at the back of his head. Bang! A woo! Almost in the next instant, a huge bang sounded from the edge of the left corner again, followed by an extremely shrill scream, which made one's heart tremble. This scene had just happened not long ago, and now it reappeared, causing everyone to be stunned and subconsciously turn their heads to look. In the void thousands of miles away from Zhuji, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. In the right hand of his flesh and blood body, he was holding a big-headed black stick that was 100 feet long. He was just lifting it away from the back of Meng Marshan's head. The huge bang sound just now was still the sound of this big-headed black stick hitting the back of Meng Marshan's head. The latter still rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Then, the 3-headed, 6-armed Archean demonic ape took it back into its body along with the big-headed black stick in its right hand. It then disappeared. Roar. Jin Jiampeng, do you have anything to explain? This is too much. What do you think we are? You used the same trick twice in a row to fool us? Kill him. This guy and that little monkey are in cahoots. Hateful. I was careless and mistakenly believed in a traitor, causing us to lose 2 heaven and earth Taoists and 1/3 of our combat power. We must kill him. In short, we can't believe it anymore. An earth-shattering roar sounded in an instant. This time, the remaining 4 heaven and earth Taoists stopped chasing in the void on the right. They had confirmed that there was no monkey hair there. It was clear that Jin Jiampeng was misleading and diverting their attention so that the primordial little devil ape could take the opportunity to hit the stick. That little monkey, in fact, had been following behind. This. What is going on? This is not scientific. At this moment, Jin Jiampeng was dumbfounded. Facing the angry roar of Shawanjin and the other 3, his body shook violently, but his eyes were always fixed on the right front. This time, even if there was a huge bang and a mournful scream in the direction of Zhuji, Jin Jiampeng's line of sight. He did not withdraw his gaze. Until now, the blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms in the void on the right front was still firmly locked by him, and had not disappeared even for a moment. This also ruled out the possibility of teleporting back and hitting the stick. But Fierce Horse Mountain had clearly disappeared, and the earth-shattering bang and mournful scream just now did not seem to be fake. Fierce Horse Mountain did not need to make such a joke. With this doubt, Jin Jiampeng finally turned his head subconsciously. This time, he began to scan the void in all directions with the bloodline ability of Yin-Yang Hawkeye. Soon, a blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared thousands of miles behind him. Jin Jiampeng's body shook violently, and he suddenly turned his head and looked to the right front. Soon, a similar blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in his line of sight. At this moment, he understood everything. His eyes lit up, and he immediately screamed, "2. Mother **K, there are actually 2 of them. We've all been tricked. They're acting shamelessly. They actually used this kind of trick. One of the immemorial devil apes attracted my attention and confused me, while the other one was behind me. This is too shameless. This is cheating. They lost the bet. This is blatant cheating." Hearing this, Shawanjin and the other 3 were stunned again, and their faces were full of suspicion. Now, They did not dare to completely believe Jin Jiangpeng's words. Only now did you realize? You are as stupid as pigs. Bah, 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 you are as stupid as pigs, that is an insult to pigs. Chapter 3748. Since you're so stupid, don't use the words of two demonic apes to slander me. Can't I have a doppelganger? Ha ha ha. While laughing, Yi Xian's original body directly teleported in the void. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location like the Space Mouse clan, he could guarantee the general direction. The next moment, his figure appeared in the void to the right, only 1,000,000 miles away from the electronic doppelganger. Yi Xian immediately rushed toward the electronic doppelganger, and the latter immediately turned around to face Yi Xian. After a short while, they met. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand and the electronic clone was absorbed into his body. After all, he was only at the first order of the cosmic realm, so it was still quite dangerous for him to face these universe realm Taoists. Yi Xian didn't refine this electronic clone to rely on him to fight. He had other uses for it in the future. For example, just now, he had successfully confused the enemy's vision. It could be said that this was a surprise attack, and he couldn't afford to lose it. To be safe, he immediately absorbed the electronic doppelganger. Only when the doppelganger was absorbed into the undying world in his body did Yi Xian feel completely relieved. At this point, the truth was revealed, and everyone was suddenly enlightened. The Primeval Little Devil Ape actually had a clone. Although it was only at the first level of the cosmic light realm, it played a miraculous role in that segment just now. It caused the two universe realm Tao disciples to be tricked because of it. The backs of their heads were swollen, and they were miserably knocked unconscious before being dragged away. This was really too vexing. In the buffer zone outside the central region, the roars of the barbarian bull clan and the ferocious giant clan's domain masters were instantly heard. Roar. Too despicable, too shameless. He actually used his doppelganger to divert the attention of the Golden Eagle clan's juniors, while his original body hid in a blind spot and took the opportunity to beat them from behind. Sigh, such a simple trick was successfully carried out by him one after another. Two universe realm Taoists were killed just like that. It's simply too shocking. Puff, puff, at the end of the sentence, there seemed to be two muffled sounds. The barbarian bull clan and the ferocious giant clan's domain masters were very likely to be so angry that they coughed up blood on the spot. At the same time, in the void at the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, Yi Xian raised his finger and pointed at Shawanjin, Beauty, Ling Piaro, and Yi Jiuming, who were roaring like thunder. He warned them with a sneer, "Don't worry, clean your necks and wait. This ape will deal with you all onesies one by one." In the end, he turned to look at the flustered and exasperated Jin Jiangpeng and sneered, "My avatar has already been exposed, so I won't use it again. After all, my cultivation is a little too weak, only at the cosmic realm first order. It's not suitable for me to participate in this level of battle. However, your eye technique is still ineffective against me. I'm warning you one last time. While you're still in one piece, you'd better get the hell out of this void battleground. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. This ape can guarantee you that your Golden Eagle tribe's so-called eye technique is nothing but **T in front of this ape." After saying that, Yi Xian activated the perfect vibration of spiritual power again. His figure disappeared completely in front of everyone's eyes. No one knew whether he had used the void teleportation to leave the void, or if he had simply activated the concealment technique he had mastered to conceal his figure and aura. Shawanjin, Beauty, Ling Piaro, and Yi Jiuming immediately looked at Jin Jiangpeng. They had misunderstood Jin Jiangpeng before, but now they trusted him again. At least there was a primordial little demon ape's doppelganger in front of them. The Golden Eagle clan's yin-yang Hawkeye eye technique was still reliable. Now, the primordial little demon ape's doppelganger had disappeared again. If they wanted to find him, they could only rely on Jin Jiangpeng. Poof! Just as the four of them turned their heads, Jin Jiangpeng opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow. Because of his carelessness, the yin-yang Hawkeye eye technique had been foolishly locked onto the fake target, which eventually led to the loss of two Heaven and Earth sect disciples. For Jin Jiangpeng, this matter was already very frustrating. However, at this moment, the primordial little demon ape said such words in public. It said that the so-called pupil technique of the Golden Eagle tribe was just a piece of *T in front of it. This was simply unbearable, too arrogant. Screech, little monkey, you've gone too far. In grief and indignation, Jin Jiangping raised his head and roared. Then, two golden beams of light suddenly shot out from the head of the giant body. Compared to the previous dim and blurry appearance, it was obviously much brighter. This was obviously because Jin Jiangping was completely enraged and went berserk. Even the yin-yang Hawkeye eye technique was greatly enhanced. This was indeed the case. As Jin Jiangping twisted his head, the two golden beams of light shot out from his huge hawkeye swept the surrounding void. After only a dozen breaths, in the void thousands of miles away to the left, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Previously, when Jin Jiangping spied on the traces of Yi Xian with the yin-yang Hawkeye eye bloodline technique, only he could see it, and no one else could see it at all, including when Jin Haoxiao used this technique, it was the same. But at this moment, because of Jin Jiangping's extraordinary performance in anger, the two golden beams of light shot out of his eyes were obviously much brighter, so when he locked onto Yi Xian with the yin-yang Hawkeye eye technique, the latter's figure was directly released from the perfect state of vibration and passively released. His figure was completely revealed. Not only Jin Jiangping, but also everyone else, could see it clearly. Shi Wanjin, Mai Jiaoniang, Ling Puzi, and Yi Jiuming were immediately overjoyed and praised him without hesitation. Mr. Jin, you are amazing. Yes, that's it, as long as you use this concealment technique, you will immediately find him. This time, the little monkey can't escape, he is destined to be suppressed. What are you waiting for? Let's go together and crush him. Roar. After Shi Wanjin finished speaking, he let out a final roar, causing the void to tremble slightly. His terrifying figure, which was over 100,000 feet tall, leaped forward. At this moment, a faint sigh came from the void in front of him. I told you before, it is best not to use this kind of bullshit eye technique again, otherwise you will die miserably. It's a pity that you don't listen to my advice. In this case, don't go, you are destined to die here today, Xiu. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of scorching golden light suddenly shot out from between the eyebrows of the little primordial ape demon's fleshly body. A vertical eye appeared there strangely, blooming with golden light. Originally, there was only one ray, but it split into 2 in the middle of shooting, just in time to meet the 2 golden lights that represented the power of Jin Jiangping's yin-yang Hawkeye eye technique. Ah, my eyes! Bang bang! Chapter 3749. Speaking of eye techniques, the yin-yang eagle eyes of the Golden Eagle clan was indeed extraordinary. After all, it had the effect of prying into the void and breaking through illusions, which was extremely rare. However, if one were to compare it to Yi Xian's demon soul pupil, it would be far inferior. The demon soul pupil was the strongest eye technique. Yi Xian had only cultivated this eye technique to the intermediate level, but its power had already reached the level of prying into the origin. Once it was cultivated to the advanced level or even stronger level in the future, its power would definitely be even more terrifying. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it the strongest eye technique. In fact, even the intermediate level of prying into the origin had already surpassed the effect of prying into the void and breaking through illusions of the yin-yang eagle eyes. The difference between prying into the void and breaking through illusions and prying into the origin could be seen just by looking at their names. The reason why Yi Xian warned Jin Jiangping earlier was because he didn't want to expose this eye technique. At least, he didn't want to expose this strongest eye technique too early. After all, the current chaos in the source of all evil star region was only at the level of the younger generation. However, it would definitely be upgraded later on. The old monsters of various races would jump out one after another. This matter wasn't over yet. In fact, it was just the beginning of the curtain. At this time, it was necessary to preserve some trump cards as much as possible. Unfortunately, Jin Jiangping didn't listen to his advice and insisted on courting death. In that case, Yi Xian had no other choice. Although the yin-yang eagle eyes of the Golden Eagle clan was far inferior to the demon soul pupil, it at least had the effect of prying into the teeth and breaking through illusions. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to easily approach Jin Jiangping, and if he were to directly charge over and forcefully kill him, he wouldn't be able to instantly kill him. Once the time dragged on for a moment, Shawanjin and the other three would arrive and surround him, causing Yi Xian to fall into danger. In desperation, he could only reveal the demon soul pupil in advance and use this strongest eye technique to kill Jin Zhangpeng. The final result didn't disappoint Yi Xian. In the end, the battle between the two eye techniques ended with the complete victory of the demon soul eye. After the vertical eye between the eyebrows of the three-headed six-armed demon ape shot out a dazzling golden light, it immediately disappeared, in order to prevent this ability from being revealed for too long. The longer they wait, the more they will be exposed. At this moment, Shawanjin and the other three, as well as the countless experts from the powerful forces and clans in the buffer zone outside, were all stunned when they saw Jin Zhangpeng's eyes explode. Then, they all exclaimed in horror. What? Eye technique. The little monkey actually knows the eye technique. And it's so terrifyingly powerful. It's just a single ray of golden light, and it even split into two. When it met Jin Zhangpeng's yin-yang hawk eye, it instantly caused his eyes to explode. What does this mean? This was clearly not the same level of power. Was the bloodline of the ancient ape demons so terrifying? Just in terms of eye techniques alone, he completely and utterly crushed the Golden Eagle clan. Vertical eye. It was actually a vertical eye. Just what was the origin of the ancient ape demons? To actually possess such a terrifying eye technique, it seems to be the legendary fiery golden eyes. Damn it, this battle has only just begun, and a third of the 6 Tao disciples of the universe have already been lost. Now, we don't even have the ability to break the primordial little demon ape's yin-yang hawk eye. Instead, we're being restrained by our opponent. This battle is dangerous. This sudden and unexpected event was truly too unexpected. The Golden Eagle clan's yin-yang hawk-eye could be considered to be one of the rather renowned eye techniques. Never had they imagined that when it encountered the blazing golden light that shot out from the vertical eye between the primordial little demon ape's brows, not only did it retreat in defeat, even its eyes were directly blasted apart. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, it wasn't just them. It was even to the extent that the Primeval porcupine, Primeval tortoise, and the other ferocious beasts that were paying close attention to the development of the battle in the core area were extremely shocked at this moment. The two old geezers at the Region Lord realm even exchanged glances while they muttered in a light voice, and their gazes faintly revealed a wisp of doubt. Hey! This eye technique. Does the ancient ape demons possess such ability? Why didn't I know about it in the past? The little fellow is becoming more and more mysterious. Even this old tortoise has the feeling that I'm unable to see through him. At the same time, in the space at the edge of the core area, roar. So what if he possesses a formidable eye technique? Little monkey, you're still a fearful little fellow in my eyes. If you dare fight me in a head-on battle, then I'll definitely crush you on the spot. Come on. Don't you have the big head black club? Don't you know how to strike from behind? My current size is over 300 kilometers long. Let me see exactly how strong your big head black club is and if it's able to shake my bloodline true body. Roar. Amidst his shock, the heaven and earth Tao child of the battle lion race, Lion Wanjin, raised his head and roared. His terrifying body, which was like a small star, instantly soared into the sky, bringing with it the rumbling of thunder in the void as he directly crushed over 10 million miles away. The other 3 Tao Lords of the universe, Ling Puzi, Beauty, and Yi Jiuming besieged Yi Xian from 3 different directions at the same time. Swish! At the same time, the figure of the little Primeval devil ape vanished while a weak sound of the air being torn apart resounded from the spot he stood on. As Shawanjin and the others surrounded him, he teleported away at the first possible moment. Although he couldn't accurately pinpoint the position of the Space Mouse clan's Heaven and Earth Tao Lord Shu Wushuang in such a hasty state of teleportation, it was still not a problem to ensure the approximate location. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the void about hundreds of thousands of miles away from Jin Zhangpeng, and he appeared in a state of perfect vibration after activating the psychic power secret technique. His figure was not exposed at all. Then, Yi Xian activated the power in his body and unleashed an extreme speed, chasing after Jin Zhangpeng who was fleeing to the dividing line ahead. The latter was only at the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, while Yi Xian, in the state of the 3 heads 6 arms demon ape true body, had already reached the first level of the Universe Realm, and his speed was much faster than Jin Jiangpeng's. In addition, he was intercepting and chasing from the side, so hundreds of thousands of miles of the universe void were left behind by him in just a dozen breaths. Screech! A sharp piercing sound rang out, and at this moment, the figure of the little Primeval Devil Ape appeared. With a flip of its right hand, the withered demon Bloodblade, which had already changed its shape, was activated. It was 100 feet long, and it slashed towards Jin Jiangpeng's neck. Fart! Screech! A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by a sudden mournful howl, and then it suddenly stopped. Jin Jiangpeng's head rolled down, blood spraying into the sky, and he fell. After killing this eyesore of a bird, it will be the 4 of you next. Don't be anxious, and don't think about escaping. This ape has already said before that once you enter this void battleground, no one will be able to return alive. Chapter 3750. As Jin Jiangpeng was beheaded, the buffer zone of the root of all evil was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the silver light screen in front of them that was created by the power of the crystal ball mirage technique. Their faces were full of shock as if they had fallen into a daze. Only the time it took to eat a meal had passed since the second wave of battle teams entered the void at the edge of the hinterland. However, of the 7 people who fought, 2 had been captured and 1 had died. Now, there were only 4 Heaven and Earth Dao children left. Although there were only 3 Heaven and Earth pedophiles in the first battle team, the 4 remaining Heaven and Earth pedophiles were still stronger than before. However, Jin Jiangpeng, who was sent by the Golden Eagle tribe to search for the traces of the primordial little devil ape, had died. As a result, there was no way to restrain the primordial little devil ape's strange concealment secret skill. The situation instantly became not optimistic. It could be said that the prospects of this battle were extremely gloomy. After a short silence, a noisy discussion sounded instantly, and there were roars and howls from time to time. Especially the higher-ups of the Golden Eagle clan, they watched Jin Jiangpeng's head being chopped off. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood at this moment. Although Jin Jiangpeng was not the Heaven and Earth pedophile of the Golden Eagle tribe, he had the cultivation of the 14th realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, which was extremely rare. He was almost cultivated as a reserve pedophile by the Golden Eagle tribe. After all, even the young leader of the Golden Eagle tribe, who was in charge of the secular affairs of the tribe, had not reached the Cosmic Light Realm. This showed the value and importance of Jin Jiangpeng in the eyes of the higher-ups of the tribe. In fact, every tribe, in addition to the Heaven and Earth pedophiles, who were fully cultivated, there would be several reserve pedophiles. They were also fully cultivated since young. Although the cultivation resources they received were far less than the pedophiles of the tribe, they were second only to the latter. The death of such a junior was a heavy blow to any race, even though it wasn't something they couldn't accept. Considering that pedophile Jin Haoxiao was still in the hands of the opponent and had not been released, it would be really troublesome if the shameless primordial little devil ape was angered at this moment. Otherwise, the Golden Eagle race's domain lord Old Monster simply wanted to immediately charge into the void battlefield ahead and kill to vent his anger. And just as countless experts of the major forces in the buffer zone outside the central region burst into cries of alarm, there was a new change in the battlefield void at the edge of the hinterland. Swish! Xiao, among the 4 surviving Taoists of the universe, Ling Puzi, the Daoist from the Tree Spirit clan in the second universe, suddenly grew in size. Countless thick roots that looked like tentacles suddenly shot out from the body of the gigantic tree monster that was like a giant tree that reached into the heavens. Like a net, with his original body as the center, it quickly spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a large area of the void that was 1,000,000 miles away. This is our race's bloodline ability, Vine Spirit Sealing Puppet. In the next moment, the hoarse voice of the Tree Spirit clan's Heaven and Earth Daoist, Ling Puzi, rang out, and entered the ears of Shawan Jin, Yi Jiuming, and the beautiful woman. Of course, these words were said through sound transmission, and were not heard by the outside world. Although these spirit vines can only cover a distance of 1,000,000 miles, in this space enveloped by spirit vines, as long as there is any strange movement, This sovereign will be able to immediately detect it and form a certain degree of sealing effect. Fellow Taoists, we have suffered repeated losses in this battle, and now there are only 4 of us left. Although we are not afraid of that little monkey, his strange concealment technique is truly a headache. Coupled with this kid's despicable methods, he stopped at nothing and utilized all sorts of underhanded moves. In my opinion, it's time to change our strategy now. We can't blindly launch sneak attacks like we did before. That's too passive, and it's no different than giving him a superb opportunity to launch sneak attacks and defeat us one by one. Let's change our strategy from offense to defense. In any case, there are still over 60 days before the bet, so we can completely shrink the circle of battle. Fellow Taoists, retreat to the space within 1,000,000 miles enveloped by my vine spirit sealing puppet and stand guard in one direction each. With that little monkey's temperament, he will definitely be unable to restrain himself after a long time. At that time, as long as he takes the initiative to attack and enters this space enveloped by spirit vines, this sovereign will be able to sense it at the first possible moment. Fellow Taoists, listen to my sound transmission at that time. Strike with all your strength, and the probability of killing him is at least 50%, far surpassing the current random pursuit. These words caused Shawanjin, Yi Jiuming, and the beautiful woman to fall into deep thought, but after a short few breaths of time, they completely approved of it. Roar. Roar. Little monkey, don't talk big. If you have the ability to take the initiative to attack, Grandpa Lion will kill you immediately. Angry roars and violent howls rang out, followed by Shawanjin's low but heaven-like roar. His enormous bloodline true body, which was 100,000 feet tall, like a small star, slowly retreated until it was 1,000,000 miles away from the original body of the Tree Spirit Clan's Heaven and Earth Daoist Ling Puzi. Only then did he stop at the edge of the void covered by the spirit vines. At the same time, Yi Jiuming, who was 3,000 feet tall, and the beautiful woman of the Colored Python clan also retreated without hesitation, guarding the other 2 directions of the spirit vine void. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Heaven and Earth Taoists had already hugged each other. At the center was Ling Puzi, the Daoist son of Heaven and Earth of the Tree Spirit Clan. He had performed the unique bloodline ability of his clan, Vine Spirit Seal, and covered a large area of the void 1,000,000 miles away with countless green vines of different thicknesses. The other 3 Heaven and Earth Taoists, Shawanjin, Yi Jiuming, and the beautiful woman, revealed their respective bloodline true bodies, forming a triangular shape, guarding the edge of the 1,000,000 spirit vines void, attentively guarding. This was clearly the rhythm of changing from offense to defense. As a result, the strange concealment secret technique of the primordial little demon ape basically lost its usefulness. Anyone could see that in this 1,000,000 miles of void covered by countless spirit vines, as long as any existence approached, even if its figure and aura were completely wiped out. If the beauty went away, it would be discovered at the first moment. Seeing this scene, the countless experts of the major forces watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region were slightly stunned, and all of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because in this way, they at least didn't have to worry about the remaining 4 Heaven and Earth Tao disciples in the void of the battlefield ahead. Like Jiao Zhenrong and Meng Marshan, they would be defeated one by the shameless little primordial demon ape. Their attacks would be sneak attacks. Chapter 3751. Swish. The sound of air being torn apart resounded as Yi Xian teleported through space, and his figure appeared at the left of this expanse of space that was enveloped by countless spirit vines. He was 5,000 kilometers away from them. Moreover, he hadn't activated the secret technique, perfect oscillation, and he'd brazenly revealed himself instead. What? Are all of you afraid? Weren't all of you bragging about crushing this ape just now? All of you have started to act like cowards in the blink of an eye. Tui. Even describing all of you as cowards is giving all of you a high regard. That's an insult to the raven race. This ape takes back those words. It was a slip of the tongue. When he spoke halfway, Yi Xian suddenly recalled that a prime Val turtle at the region Lord Realm was watching the battle from the depths of the core area ahead, and he hurriedly corrected himself. But at this moment, Yi Xian, who stood in space 5,000 kilometers away, faintly frowned. Because these 4 fellows had suddenly changed from offense to defense, and this caused Yi Xian to be in a very difficult situation. The comfortable feeling of being able to play to his heart's content and play as he pleased had vanished, and he felt fearful instead. This caused him to be extremely displeased. The tree spirit race was one of the top 10 races in the second universe. However, Yi Xian had very little contact with this race. But even then, he was still able to discern that the countless green vines of various thicknesses interweaved together and enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers in space, and he absolutely couldn't enter rashly. Even though his secret technique, perfect oscillation, could perfectly conceal his figure and conceal his aura, so long as Yi Xian moved over and slightly touched even a single vine, then he would be noticed at the first possible moment. It just so happened that these vines weren't just numerous in number, they were densely interweaved together. Moreover, every single vine actually had even finer tentacles stretching out from them, and they seemed to possess intelligence as they fluttered through space like strands of hair. Under such circumstances, even though there were gaps in this net of vines that enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers in space, it was actually no different from being tightly stitched together. Those fine tentacles that fluttered about like strands of hair definitely possessed tactile abilities as well. However, once these boundless vines were dealt with, not to mention Yi Xian suppressing the World Dao disciple of the tree spirit race, Ling Puzi, it was even to the extent that Shawanjin, Yi Jiuming, and Beauty, who were lying dormant at the edge of this expanse of vines in space in the shape of a triangle, not to mention Yi Xian, was unable to make another move. These three fellows were all vines that fluttered about in space, so it was utterly impossible for him to approach them silently and launch a sudden attack. By surprise. Of course, if he didn't consider revealing his identity, Yi Xian had other methods to deal with these four fellows. For example, the Thunder Origin Bead, or directly taking out the Life Stronghold. 4 antimatter deathlight cannons with a diameter of 30,000 meters would be able to deal with this giant net of spirit vines. But that was obviously impossible. It was impossible for Yi Xian to pay such a price just to get rid of these four fellows as quickly as possible. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. Only 1/3 of the 3-month bet period had passed. Since the other party was not in a hurry, why should he be in a hurry? He could slowly think of a way to deal with them. Wasn't it just a competition of patience? This was his home ground. Moreover, he was waiting at ease for the exhausted. Let's see who could last longer. While thinking this, Yi Xian did not mind seeing that Shawanjin and the other three fellows were not responding to him at all. He grinned and directly sat down cross-legged in the air. You guys are not in a hurry, but this ape is not in a hurry either. This is a good opportunity for me to replenish my body. It's very fragrant. Bear with it for a while. If you want to eat it, just say the word. But this ape will definitely not give it to you. After saying this, Yi Xian no longer paid attention to the four fellows in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out a golden bird's head that was hundreds of meters in size from the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron. It was the head of Jin Zhampeng that he had just killed. He was clearly planning to roast it on the spot and eat to his heart's content. The battle was not over yet, but the enemy was already roasting the flesh and blood of his comrades. This kind of thing was indeed torturous, especially for the proud and arrogant heaven and earth sect disciples like Shawanjin, Mai Jiaoliang, Yi Jiuming, and Ling Puzi. The four fellows' eyelids twitched wildly as they secretly gritted their teeth. They all felt that their faces were burning, as if they had been slapped in the face by Yi Xian in public. In the buffer zone of the central region outside, the fleets of the major forces were cursing like a tide, especially the fleet of the Golden Eagle clan. From time to time, there were muffled sounds of blood spurting out. Some existences were obviously enraged to the point of being unable to take it anymore. The next moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and pulled out a Shunnong jewel-colored flame from the Shunnong cauldron in his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the huge eagle's head and began to roast it. At the same time, an unexpected system prompt sounded in the mind of Yi Xian at this moment. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have found Wood Spirit Essence. Effect, increase the grade of the Shunnong unusual flame. Do you want to extract it immediately? Wood Spirit Essence. It can actually increase the grade of the Shunnong unusual flame? Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. He subconsciously looked at the void thousands of miles away, where the endless spirit vines were. The so-called wood spirit essence was obviously related to the large number of spirit vines that appeared when the Heaven and Earth sect disciple of the wood spirit clan performed his bloodline magic. This was simply a pleasant surprise. The densely packed green spirit vines that covered an area of millions of miles in the void originally gave Yi Xian a headache. He didn't expect to encounter such a turn of events and fall into his lap. He immediately carefully understood the situation and soon confirmed his guess. The so-called extraction was actually very simple. It was to use the Shunnong unusual flame to burn the green spirit vines in the void ahead. During the burning process, the spirit vines would wither and turn into ashes. The wood spirit essence contained in them would be directly absorbed by the Shunnong unusual flame and become the energy and resources for the growth and evolution of the Shunnong unusual flame. The spirit vines in front of him covered a large area of the void with a radius of millions of miles. Even if each spirit vine only contained a trace of the so-called wood spirit essence, the key was that there was a lot of it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, without expecting too much, it was very possible to upgrade the grade of the Shunnong dual-colored flame and let it evolve into the Shunnong tricolor flame. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't even have the mood to enjoy Jin Zhanpeng's eagle head. After roasting the eagle head in a hurry, he directly waved his hand and sent the eagle head, which had shrunk to about 70 feet and was roasted to a golden color, to the depths of the core hinterland behind him for the two old guys, Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Turtle, to taste. Then he suddenly stood up, raised his hand, and pointed to the void thousands of miles away, where countless spirit vines crisscrossed, and suddenly shouted, "You four guys, do you really think that this ape can't do anything to you if you hide like this? Isn't it just some green vines? This ape will burn them all to ashes. Let's see what kind of moths you can come up with." Who? Chapter 3752. The Shunnong dual-colored flame that was shot out by Yi Xian was like a cloud of flames, with a diameter of 1,000 feet. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it traversed tens of millions of miles of space, arriving at the edge of the millions of miles of space that was covered by countless large and small vines. Compared to the spirit vine void that was 1,000,000 miles in radius, this Shunnong dual-colored flame that was only 1,000 feet in diameter was not very eye-catching. It was simply insignificant. Therefore, whether it was Ling Puzi, Yi Jiuming, Mai Jiaoliang, Shi Wanjin, or the countless starry sky experts from the various powers that were watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region, almost none of them took Yi Xian's actions seriously. They thought that he was deliberately bluffing. A flame cloud that was only 1,000 feet in diameter, even if it was a bit strange, the flame seedlings were all dual-colored. However, no matter how powerful it was, its size was too small. How much of a threat could it pose to the countless spirit vines that covered millions of miles of space? It was simply a joke. However, just as the Shunnong dual-colored flame reached the edge of the spirit vine void and finally came into contact with the green spirit vines of varying thickness, a scene that caused everyone to be shocked, without any warning, suddenly appeared. Huff, slash, swish, the whistling sound of waves of flames rang out, followed by a dense, ear-piercing sound like boiling oil splashing on ice. The Shunnong dual-colored flame, which was only 1,000 feet in diameter a moment ago, actually burst into flames the moment it came into contact with the edge of the spirit vine void. In less than a breath's time, it had already spread nearly 10,000 miles, and in an instant, it burned a large, dazzling hole in the spirit vine void that was 1,000,000 miles in radius. What the hell is this? Ah, save me. This ghost flame is actually absorbing my wood spirit essence. This is the life source of my wood spirit clan. In the central territory of the spirit vine void, the calm and composed Ling Puzi of the wood spirit clan, the heaven and earth sect's Ling Puzi, suddenly paled. He let out a shrill scream of terror, and his entire body began to tremble at this moment. Shi Wanjin was stunned. Yi Jiuming and the beautiful lady were stunned. The countless star state experts of the various races who were watching the battle in the buffer zone outside of the central domain were all stunned at this moment. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, as soon as the canopy descended, it spread from 1,000 feet in diameter to a radius of 10,000 miles. In just a short span of 1 or 2 breaths, it had already become overwhelming. The entire void of 1,000,000 miles that was filled with countless spirit vines of all sizes was completely burned in an instant. It began to burn. Seeing this, Even Yi Xian was shocked. A saying suddenly appeared in his mind: dry wood meets fire. However, although the Shunnong dual-colored flame could definitely be called a raging fire, these endless spirit vines of various sizes that covered an area of millions of miles were clearly not dry wood. All of the vines were green and full of vitality. There was only one explanation for this unexpected situation, and it was that the wood spirit essence contained within these spirit vines had some sort of special nature to the farmer god unusual flame. It was like the most flammable item, and as soon as it came into contact with it, it would be impossible to control the intensity of the fire. When the two met, this was destined to be the result. A single spark could start a prairie fire in an instant. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, the void of 1,000,000 miles in front of him had already completely turned into a sea of fire. Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and the beautiful lady, who were originally standing in a triangular formation at the edge of this spirit vine void, immediately moved with a face full of horror and shot away, avoiding this strange sea of flames that was burning so fast that it was frightening. There were too many kinds of flames in the world. As the heaven and earth Tao children of a large race, the three of them had also seen many strange flames, but like this dual-colored strange flame in front of them, which was only about 1,000 feet in diameter at the beginning, and had spread to a radius of 1,000,000 miles in just 2 or 3 breaths, they had never heard of such a thing before. It was simply terrifying and frightening. Ah, save me! Save me! As Shi Wanjin and the other two left in fear, only Ling Puzi, the heaven and earth Tao child of the wood spirit clan, was left in the terrifying sea of flames of 1,000,000 miles. He had been struggling, and even wanted to cut off the connection between his body and these spirit vines, so that he could escape. Unfortunately, when the Shunnong dual-colored flame encountered this kind of spirit vine that contained the essence of the wood spirit, the speed of the fire spread was too fast. He had no time to cut off all the spirit vines, and his body was completely enveloped in the sea of flames amidst a series of terrified screams. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ling Puzi's screams that were filled with fear came to an abrupt end and completely disappeared. The void of 1,000,000 miles in front of him had been completely enveloped by the strange dual-colored flame seedlings, and this vast dual-colored strange flame also began to shrink rapidly at this moment. Starting from the edge of the sea of flames, the blazing dual-colored strange flame quickly rolled inwards. During this process, as the dual-colored flame that had reached a radius of 1,000,000 miles became smaller and smaller, the color of the flame seedlings was also constantly changing. At first, the original 2 colors of the flame seedlings became more and more intense, and in the end, the third color finally jumped out. At this time, the entire sea of flames that had just spread to a radius of 1,000,000 miles a few moments ago had also shrunk to the original radius of 100 feet, small and inconspicuous. It was almost no different from when it was summoned by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. The only difference was that there was an additional color. From the dual-colored flame, it became the current tricolor flame. It was also at this moment that the familiar system prompt that made Yi Xian ecstatic finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Shunnong strange flame has successfully evolved. Current level, Shunnong tricolor flame. Tricolor flame. It finally succeeded. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with emotions, tightly clenching his fists, and then waving his hand. The Shunnong tricolor flame that was floating in front of him was absorbed by Yi Xian and returned to the Shunnong furnace. Although the Shunnong strange flame in the central region volcano in the inner space of the Shunnong furnace was still a dual-colored flame, but the dual-colored flame that Yi Xian had just summoned was of the same origin as the Shunnong strange flame in the central region volcano. Now that it had returned to the Shunnong furnace, it was like a fire seed that would immediately affect the Shunnong strange flame in the central region volcano. Flame. It caused a qualitative change, transforming into a tricolor flame in the shortest amount of time. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned his head and swept his gaze across the void in the distance, just in time to meet the gazes of Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and Mai Jiaoniang. Chapter 3753. This ape said that if you come here, don't think about leaving. I will suppress you one by one. Just now was just the beginning. Now, it's your turn. Guess, who is this ape's target this time? Screech. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian suddenly let out a fierce roar. With a slight shake of his shoulders, his figure suddenly disappeared. No one knew whether he had used the void teleportation or just activated the strange concealment secret technique again. His aura was hidden, but his figure was still in the same place. Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and Mai Jiaoniang's eyes flickered with a faint light, and their faces were all filled with resentment. Before this, they had been ridiculing Yi Xian, mocking him for only daring to use underhanded methods, hiding behind the back to attack, but not daring to fight head-on. However, he could not say such words now, for he lacked confidence. This was because just a moment ago, the other party had already dealt with a heaven and earth Dao child in broad daylight. Ling Puzi of the wood spirit race did not even have the chance to struggle before he was completely dealt with in an incomparably swift manner. Now, they finally realized that this primordial little devil ape was extraordinary. Not only was he ferocious, but he also had extraordinary means. After careful calculation, the number of heaven's prides of various races that had died in his hands had already exceeded 100, and there were even 6 or 7 heaven and earth Paozi. This was definitely not a coincidence. The sudden appearance of the Shennong strange flame finally made Shi Wanjin and the others realize that they had encountered a strong enemy this time, and the pressure of this battle increased sharply. Now, the primordial little devil ape had once again hidden his figure, but not only did they lose Jin Jiamping, who had the yin-yang Hawkeye magical ability, even Ling Puzi, who had activated his bloodline ability and evolved a void spirit vine that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles, had also died in an instant. The situation for Shi Wanjin and the other two was extremely grim. Raw. 2 fellow Taoists continue to shrink the defense line. The opponent's concealment technique is too strange. In this situation, it is really disadvantageous for us to fight with him. We can only continue to defend. Shi Wanjin raised his head and let out an angry roar. At this moment, Shi Wanjin had become even calmer. He didn't try to hide anything and said bluntly, "We should hide together and guard our own areas. Once that little monkey makes a move, we will naturally have a way to suppress it." Even though this seemed to be passive, it was also a helpless action. Under the situation where they were unable to lock onto or even find out the whereabouts of their opponent, this was obviously the only choice. But, however, the beautiful universe Dao child of the colored python clan clearly had some misgivings. On the other side, Yi Jiuming, who was in the void, had already rushed towards Shi Wanjin's location. However, she was still standing in the void. His face was full of fear, and he hesitated. But if we just gather together and defend the void, what if that guy sets fire again? Wouldn't that be terrible? Moreover, our colored python clan also has an eye technique called Furious Python Blazing Rainbow. Although it doesn't have the effect of breaking through illusions, it can ignore physical defenses and instantly petrify the target. However, this kind of eye technique can only be used to attack from a distance. It can't be used at close range. Its power needs a certain distance to accumulate during the shooting process to maximize its power. Why don't you defend and be the bait? I will conceal my figure and hide in the void. As long as that little monkey appears, we will immediately attack with the eye technique of our colored python clan. In this way, we will have a much higher chance of keeping it in a pincer attack. The beautiful universe Dao child discussed these words with Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming via voice transmission. After pondering for a moment, the two of them quickly agreed with this plan. Immediately, the beautiful universe Dao child of the colored python clan concealed her aura and concealed her figure. At the same time, she performed the void teleportation and left the place. This was to prevent the primordial demon ape from sneaking up on her and attacking her with the big-headed black stick. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who was hibernating in the void in the distance, almost burst out laughing. Just now, he displayed his strongest eye technique, the demon soul pupil. The light it emitted was extremely scorching. It gave people the feeling that it was an offensive eye technique. As a matter of fact, the power displayed by the scorching golden light was exactly the same. After all, the Golden Eagle clan's cosmic light realm expert, Jin Jiamping, was blinded by the scorching golden light. His eyes were instantly blasted apart. It was this scene that had unknowingly misled Shi Wanjin, the beautiful universe Dao child, and Yi Jiuming. Generally speaking, the power of an eye technique could only be displayed at a certain level. For example, The yin-yang eagle eyes of the Golden Eagle clan had a certain effect of void glimpse and illusion breakers. However, it was only an auxiliary eye technique. It didn't possess any offensive ability. As for the colored python clan's furious python blazing rainbow, it was an offensive eye technique. It didn't possess any auxiliary ability such as void glimpse and illusion breakers. The demon soul pupil that Yi Xian displayed just now had already displayed its offensive ability. Moreover, the scorching golden light only flashed for a moment. It didn't stay exposed for too long. This directly led to the misunderstanding of the beautiful universe Dao child and the others. They believed that the little immemorial devil ape's eye technique was only an offensive ability. Just like the furious python blazing rainbow of the colored python clan, it didn't have the effect of void glimpse and illusion breakers. In other words, after the beautiful universe Dao child concealed her aura, the little immemorial devil ape wouldn't be able to see through her because its cultivation base was lower than hers. Therefore, if there were no accidents, even if she didn't have a strange concealment secret technique like the little immemorial devil ape, it wouldn't be able to see through her. In this way, her own safety would be guaranteed. At the same time, she could hide herself and wait for an opportunity to make a move secretly. At least this would form a certain degree of deterrence, which would make the primordial demon ape fearful. It was indeed wishful thinking. Unfortunately, she miscalculated the most crucial point. Yi Xian's demon soul pupil was the strongest eye technique. Not only did it have offensive abilities, but it was also very powerful in some auxiliary abilities. Void glimpse and illusion breakers were simply a piece of cake. Its auxiliary ability even had the effect of peering into one's origin. It could see through one's essence through one's appearance. It was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, Yi Xian directly activated his strongest eye technique again without hesitation. However, this time, he didn't activate its offensive ability. Instead, it was an auxiliary ability. Moreover, he deliberately controlled it so that the light from his eyes wouldn't leak out. With a sweep, the beautiful figure of the colored python clan's Dao child of heaven and earth appeared in his field of vision. Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He directly moved to the back of the beautiful universe Dao child. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out the 300 jong long big-headed black stick and smashed it at the back of the beautiful universe Dao child's head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk roar. At the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed by a long, mournful howl that hadn't been heard for a long time. As a colored python, the beautiful universe Dao child was in so much pain that she let out a wolf howl. It was indeed difficult for her. In the distant void, Shawanjin and Yi Jioming, the two Dao children of the universe Dao child, who were waiting for a battle, trembled a few times as if their bodies were conditioned reflexes when they heard the familiar loud noise and wolf howl. Chapter 3754. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, the beautiful lady, who had a large bump on the back of her head and had already fainted, was directly stored by Yi Xian into the inner space of the Shunnong cauldron in his undying world. Including Jiao Zhengrong, who was taken away by Yi Xian not long ago, Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that they were unconscious to seal their cultivation and hand them over to the group of geniuses from the various clans of the second universe. These people had already submitted to Yi Xian and could be considered as his own people. Jiao Zhenrong and the beauty would be handed over to the prodigies of the same race as Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongqiang to steal their Dao foundations. In the end, as long as they were alive and Yi Xian kept his promise, it would be fine. As for the ferocious race's Dao child, Meng Ma's Han, he didn't belong to the races in the second universe. Yi Xian didn't have any ferocious race members that he had already subdued. Furthermore, the slaves of the first universe weren't part of his plans for the races in the second universe. Thus, Meng Ma's Han was temporarily imprisoned in a cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Counting in this way, Yi Xian had a total of 5 Dao children of the second universe, excluding Ling Puzi, who he had already killed. As long as he captured Shawanjin, Yi Xian would have a total of 6 Dao children of the top 10 races in the second universe. However, Shawanjin and Yi Jioming weren't easy to deal with. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have left them until the end. The former Shawanjin had the Battle Lion race's Berserk Lion 9 transformations bloodline ability. Although he had only comprehended the fourth transformation, he already had a bloodline true body that was 1,000,000 zhong tall. It was like a small star, which was a huge headache for Yi Xian. As for Yi Jiuming, as the Hellant race's universe Dao child, his black shell was so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. He wasn't an easy character to deal with either. Little devil ape, you have such a powerful bloodline, but you only dare to attack people from behind. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the name of the ancient devil ape bloodline? That's right. If you have the ability, then fight us fair and square. Seeing the colorful Python race's universe Dao child being dragged away with a swollen bump on her head, Shawanjin and Yi Jiuming were so angry that they almost lost their temper. They weren't in a hurry to roar. Instead, they calmed down and stood in the void in the distance, provoking Yi Xian. Fair and square? What a joke. This ape already said I will fight you all of you alone. You're still not satisfied with that. Could it be that it's only fair that I allow myself to be captured and be killed by you? Yi Xian sneered. He rolled his eyes and pointed his finger at the two of them, mocking them without any trace of politeness. I think your heads aren't damaged, but your hearts are filled with fear. Are you scared by this ape's supreme might? You two are the only ones left. This ape will take it slow and deal with you one by one. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian's shoulder shook as he once again activated the perfect vibration of his mental energy. His figure instantly disappeared, causing Shawanjin and Yi Jiuming, who were in the distance, to almost cough up blood. However, they were helpless and had no other choice. At the same time, in the buffer zone of the central region, the fleets of the major forces, which had been noisy just now, were now dead silent. The beautiful heaven and earth Dao child of the colored Python clan was also struck by a stick and dragged away. Now, there were only 2 heaven and earth Dao children left in the void battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. This result was simply unacceptable. The losses were too heavy. The higher-ups of the major forces, who were originally confident in this battle, were now worried. Should we call them back? If this continues, I'm afraid we will be wiped out again. We have to think of another way. That little monkey is indeed extraordinary and difficult to deal with. In my opinion, there is no need to continue making such meaningless sacrifices. This battle can end now. It's fine. I have confidence in my clan's Daoist. Jiuming is already an almighty figure of the universe, and the black armor of my Hellsant clan can't be so easily broken through. Although that little monkey's methods are extraordinary, with his mere cosmic realm cultivation, Jiuming won't be afraid even if he's hit. My race's Dao child is the same. With the power of the fourth transformation of the wild lion, that child Wanjin's cultivation has skyrocketed. He has reached the 5th level of the universe realm and is close to the late stage of the universe realm. His huge wild lion true body is even more majestic. Even if he hits Jiuming a few times, it will only tickle him. That makes sense. If it wasn't for that, then why would that little monkey constantly avoid making a move against Yi Jiuming and Shawanjin? He should be at his wits' end. It's still hard to say who will emerge victorious in this battle. That's right, with Shawanjin and Yi Jiuming joining forces, it's enough to suppress this damned little monkey. Before the sound of discussion could fade away, there was a new change in the void battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Clang! A loud sound suddenly rang out, like the sound of metal colliding, shaking the void to the point that it trembled slightly. The little primordial devil ape made its move again, silently appearing behind the Hellant race's heaven and earth Dao child, Yi Jiuming. It was still the same old trick. With a flip of its hand, it took out the big-headed black stick and swung it out, ruthlessly smashing the back of Yi Jiuming's head. However, the result this time caused Yi Xian to be greatly shocked. The buffer zone in the outside world also fell silent once again. What kind of shell is this? How can it be so hard? With a single strike, Yi Xian's right wrist, which was holding the big-headed black stick, actually felt a faint numbness and swelling. However, Yi Jiuming, who was in front of him, was completely unharmed. Not only was his shiny black shell not smashed open, there wasn't even a white mark on it. This was truly unbelievable. After all, the Shunnong pestle was a treasure from the primordial era, and Yi Xian's cultivation strength had already reached the first rank of universe in the state of the 3 heads 6 arms demon ape. He was an existence of the same realm as Yi Jiuming, so there was no reason for such a situation to occur. It wasn't as if Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with the Hell Ant race before. Previously, when he appeared in the demon domain as the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Jiufeng, he had even robbed an entire fleet of the Hell Ant race. The shell of this race was indeed extremely hard, and was said to be comparable to the void weapon ladle. However, no matter how hard it wasn't hard to such an extent that it made one's hair stand on end. This big-headed black stick is indeed extraordinary. It actually didn't shatter on the spot when it smashed onto this Daoist's shell. And your strength is also not bad. Although your cultivation realm is at the peak of the cosmic light realm, the strength of this strike can already compete with the existence of the universe realm. Unfortunately, if it was merely like this, then I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to do anything to this Daoist. Yi Jiuming turned around unhurriedly as if nothing had happened, and his eyes even carried a wisp of dense ridicule as he ridiculed Yi Xian. This Daoist's shell requires the baptism of 10 drops of nether liquid from the nether pool of my race's holy land every single year. Even though it hasn't evolved into the nether armor unique to the nether ant race, it's not far from it. Unless an old monster like the Starlord realm makes a move, otherwise, it's useless no matter what you do. Chapter 3755. Clang. Before Yi Jiuming could finish his words, the unwilling little primordial demon ape had already raised the big-headed black stick in its hand and smashed it down again. This time, it didn't hit the back of Yi Jiuming's head, but the abdomen of his giant black and true body. This was the weakest part of the black shell of the Hell Ant clan. However, the result didn't change at all. When the stick smashed down, the big-headed black stick instantly bounced back. Yi Xian's right wrist felt a wave of numbness, but Yi Jiuming's abdomen was not damaged at all, not even a dent. Yi Xian's expression changed, and his heart sank. He naturally knew about the nether ant. He had already searched for some relevant information in the data library of the devouring system. Just like how the void rat was the bloodline source of the space rat clan, the nether ant was the bloodline ancestor of the hell ant. The void rat and the nether ant were both existences of the primordial era. They had long gone extinct, at least not in this world. The void rat could perfectly merge itself into the void and ignore any spatial barriers, including the planar barriers of the great universe. They didn't need to go through planar wormholes to be able to travel through the universe planes with their bodies. The Space Rat clan had inherited the bloodline and talent of the void rat. Although it was not complete, it was already extremely shocking. As for the Hell Ant clan, as the bloodline descendants of the legendary primordial nether ant, they had also inherited some of the nether ant's innate talents and abilities. The nether armor was one of the unique talents of primordial creatures like the nether ant. Among those legendary primordial creatures, the hardness of the nether ant's pitch-black nether armor could only be compared to the shell of the void giant turtle. As the Daoist of the infernal ant race, Yi Jiuming spent 10 drops of nether liquid every year to temper and baptize his own shell. Although he hadn't evolved to the level of nether armor, and could even be said to be far from it, even so, with Yi Xian's current universe realm battle prowess, wanting to shake him was impossible. It was still unrealistic. This fellow was right. A black move like the stun stick was indeed useless against Yi Jiuming. Yi Xian immediately put away the big-headed black club and disappeared with a flip of his hand. He sneered, 10 drops of underworld elixir every year can make your tortoise shell so hard. It seems that the body tempering effect of this nether liquid is extraordinary. This ape will definitely make a trip to your Hellant clan's nest and take all the nether liquid in that damn nether pool. Thank you. Pu. Shameless boasting. Little monkey, you're already a bluffer, what other abilities do you have? Do you dare to fight fair and square? Yi Jiuming was angered to the point blood almost sprayed from his mouth. This little monkey is too stubborn. He's at death's door, yet he's actually thinking about the nether liquid in the nether pool of the ant clan of hell. He's simply courting death. He gritted his teeth and raised his left forelimb. Like a bolt of black lightning, he slashed down. Don't you still have the strange flame divine ability? Why aren't you using it yet? Even though the 3-colored strange flame is extraordinary, My Hellant clan has inherited the bloodline of the Nether Ants. We don't even fear the legendary Nether Flames. Your methods are all useless against this Daoist. Accept your fate. I'll definitely suppress you today. Crack. As soon as Yi Jiuming finished speaking, a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky. It was several meters thick and accurately landed on his head. Spiritual lightning technique. It was executed by the black fog body of the three demon ape true forms, and its power was far greater than before. After all, the current Yi Xian already possessed the strength of the universe realm. When he fully activated this spiritual power secret technique, it was naturally incomparable to the past. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Yi Jiuming's enormous black and true form only trembled slightly. Not even a wisp of black smoke rose. It was as if nothing had happened. His blackened shell was truly heaven-defying. Not only was it incomparably sturdy, its physical defense was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Who would have thought that its magical defense was also so shocking that even the power of the spiritual lightning technique could not shake it? This result caused Yi Xian's heart to sink. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away, avoiding the attack of Yi Jiuming's forelimb. At the same time, the black fog body of the three demon ape true forms directly waved its hand and instantly activated the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. Moreover, it was not the normal form. As soon as it was used, it was the second form, the Claw of the Netherworld. Swish. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a wave of the black fog body's hand, a black fog swept out. It expanded with the wind, and in less than half a breath, it had already reached thousands of feet, transforming into a ferocious netherworld skull. Although it was far inferior to Shi Wanjin's 100,000 feet war lion true form, it was like a colossus compared to Yi Jiuming, who was only 10,000 feet tall. Screech. A miserable howl that caused one's soul to tremble resounded. The enormous black skull opened its wide mouth furiously, and in the blink of an eye, it rumbled as it swallowed Yi Jiuming, who'd revealed his bloodline true body. This scene was captured by the silver crystal ball in the sky above the battlefield, and through the silver ball, it was transmitted to the silver light screen formed by the central domain's crystal ball echo divine ability, and was seen by countless masters in the void. The image was also transmitted to the outside of the source of all evil through the video communication of the battleships. Screech. Claw of the Netherworld Claw? That's the second form of the Netherworld Claw. Although the skull's shape has changed, and it's no longer dark green, it can't fool me. 10 minutes later, in the void of a certain galaxy billions of miles away from the source of all evil, an earth-shattering roar echoed from within a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters that was in the midst of interstellar travel. It was obviously the voice of the Star Lord Yin Di, the leader of the Yin Demons. Young Master Netherworld. It must be him. No wonder he's not in the heavenly legacy city. He's been hiding in the source of all evil and pretending to be an ancient ape demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Roar! Amidst the frenzied roars, the large fortress that was originally heading in another direction suddenly spun around and sped towards the root of all evil starfield at extreme speed. At the same time, in the void battlefield at the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil, Yi Xian didn't know that the divine ability of the Netherworld Claw that he'd casually used had been seen through by his old enemy, the Yin Emperor Old Monster, at the first possible moment. As a matter of fact, Yi Xian would have performed the Netherworld Claw technique even if he had known the outcome. At this moment, as Yi Jiuming's bloodline true body was swallowed by the several thousand-meter tall skull, Yi Xian immediately began to collect it. He sent Yi Jiuming into the inner space of the Shunnong cauldron within his undying world and imprisoned him within the mountain wall cage at the bottom of the volcano. Chapter 3756. As Aunt Jiuming was devoured and transferred into the cage at the bottom of the volcano within the Shunnong cauldron in Yi Xian's body, the gigantic skull formed from the Netherclaw divine ability quickly dissipated and disappeared. The void was empty, and Yi Jiuming had completely disappeared. This scene surprised everyone, and a large number of exclamations came from the buffer zone of the central domain outside. The high-level commanders of the various powers were all guessing the whereabouts of Yi Jiuming, and from time to time, someone would roar. Especially the domain lord of the Hellant race, one of the three great races in the first universe, his face was red with anger. He had just said that he was confident in Daoist Yi Jiuming, but in the end, even though Yi Jiuming had indeed withstood the blow of the little primordial devil ape's big-headed black stick, he had still suffered a calamity in the end. However, after being swallowed up by the strange skull, it disappeared without a trace. Fellow Taoists, this should be that little monkey's final trump card. Unfortunately, it's still useless against my clan's Dao son, Shawanjin. Seeing that the domain lord of the Hellant race was furious, the domain lord of the second universe proudly said, "My clan's Dao son, Shawanjin, has already cultivated the bloodline ability, 9 transformations of the Berserk Lion, to the 4th transformation. His bloodline true body is 100,000 feet tall. Not only is his qi and blood extremely abundant, he is not afraid of his big-headed black stick. Furthermore, because his body is as large as a star, no matter how powerful this strange skull is, it can't swallow him in one gulp. Therefore, in the end, the victory of this battle will still belong to my battle lion tribe. Fellow Taoists, rest assured. After my tribe's Daoist captures that little monkey, your tribe's captive heaven and earth Daoist will naturally return one by one. Roar! Little monkey, die!" While they were talking, the battle in the void in front of them started again. Shawanjin roared angrily, and his body was 100,000 feet tall. He suddenly raised his right front leg and ruthlessly stomped down on the little primordial devil ape. For the second battle, among the 6 Dao children who had entered the void battleground, the Dao child of the Berserk Lion race, Shawanjin, was the strongest. The other 5 Dao children were all at the first or second level of the universe realm, but Shawanjin was at the third level of the universe realm. Right now, due to the power of the 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability, Shawanjin's cultivation had increased exponentially. Now, he was already at the 5th level of the universe realm, and was close to the late stage of this realm. If Yi Xian were to use all of his methods, he would naturally be fearless and would be able to easily kill Shawanjin. After all, he had already killed an opponent whose cultivation surpassed Yi Xian by an entire realm in a head-on battle. But now, he was in his true form of the 3-head 6-arms demon ape, so there were too many techniques that he couldn't use. Facing this terrifying lion that was 100,000 feet tall, he couldn't face it head-on. Otherwise, he would definitely be seriously injured. Facing Shawanjin's attack that caused even the void to tremble, Yi Xian could only evade and fight in a roundabout manner. The big-headed black cudgel was already ineffective. His opponent's physical body was too full of vitality. A hit from the cudgel would probably be no different from scratching an itch. The claw of the netherworld had also lost its martial power. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, he was still unable to activate the skull formed by the divine ability to a terrifying extent of over 100,000 feet. Catcher! Catcher! From 1,000 kilometers away, the black fog body suddenly waved its hand and cast the spiritual lightning technique. 2 bolts of black lightning that were several meters thick appeared above Shawanjin's head with crackling sounds. They directly struck him below his neck, leaving behind 2 black scorch marks that were several hundred feet long. Unfortunately, compared to Shawanjin's terrifying true form, these 2 scorch marks were too insignificant. They couldn't cause much damage. Shawanjin's body only trembled a few times, as if he was shivering twice. In the blink of an eye, he withstood the power of the lightning. Roar! It's useless. The 9 Berserk Lion transformation is the strongest bloodline ability of my Battle Lion tribe. Its greatest characteristic is that the bloodline true form's vitality is invincible. Although the power of your attack is not bad, it's still a joke in front of the 100,000 feet Berserk Lion true form. Die! Shawanjin roared complacently. His giant foreleg was still like a meteor, rumbling as it came crashing down. If it were to step on the little primordial demonic ape, it would be crushed to death like an ant. A bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall was too terrifying. Its strength was unparalleled, and it had reached a certain extreme. Yi Xian was indignant. He almost activated the divine ability of the fallen sky bow on the spot. If he shot out an arrow, it would definitely pierce through Shawanjin and kill him in the void. Or, if he activated the Rai Di seal and shot out a small thunder origin bead, he would also be able to blast this terrifying Berserk Lion true form into a bloody mist. The current Yi Xian was far stronger than before. Moreover, the Thunder Origin bead had been nourished in the Rai Di seal for a long time. Its power was worth looking forward to. However, he couldn't use any of this. Whether it was the Fallen Sky Bow or the Thunder Origin bead, they were too iconic. Once used, it would immediately expose Yi Xian's identity. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The small immemorial demon ape quickly retreated. At the same time, the golden skeleton suddenly made a move. Its bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, was activated. Moreover, it was the first form that was known to be invincible. The dark green giant claw suddenly appeared, bringing with it an incomparably sharp sound. In the blink of an eye, it had already met Shi Wanjin's right foreleg. Pu. A rain of blood fell. The two claws of Shi Wanjin's right foreleg were directly cut off. A rain of blood covered the void for hundreds of miles. Under the immense pain, an incomparably shrill scream came out of his mouth. The Netherworld Claw was invincible. It could even split open a starry sky fortress. However, at this moment, it only cut off two of Shi Wanjin's claws. Such a result immediately made Yi Xian shake his head and smile bitterly. The size of this blood lion true form was simply too large. It was 100,000 feet long, which was 300,000 meters long. It was as large as a starry sky. Its blood and chi were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. It was truly difficult to deal with. "Awoo, little thing, you dare to hurt this Daoist?" After the two claws were cut off, Shi Wanjin roared in anger. It seemed that he didn't suffer much damage. Instead, he seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. His blood and chi were even more abundant and terrifying. His entire body was filled with a bloody aura, which made Yi Xian frown. With a wave of his hand, the two giant claws that had just been cut off were directly absorbed into the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. At the same time, a mocking sneer came from the mouth of the small immemorial demon ape. "Thank you, with the abundance of blood and chi of your blood lion true form, these two claws are also top-grade ingredients. Don't waste them. Don't worry, this ape will roast them properly. I won't waste them." Chapter 3757. Awoo. Screech. In the void battleground, Shi Wanjin's roars and howls could be heard from time to time. An entire day had passed since the start of the battle. Although he was still full of vitality and had even fallen into a berserk state due to being hit again and again, his aura had become even more terrifying. This 100,000 meters tall blood lion was indeed way too gigantic, and its blood essence was so rich that it made people speechless. During the whole day, Shi Wanjin had already lost over 10 of his claws, and tens of large pieces of his flesh, because of the Netherclaw attack launched by the golden skeleton devil ape. However, he was still full of vigor and vitality. He felt that his combat strength had not decreased in the slightest, but his mind seemed to be a little off. After all, even though his battle strength was monstrous, he was constantly being attacked by the immemorial devil ape, who was like a flea in his eyes. From time to time, a claw or a chunk of flesh would be cut off. In the end, all of them were taken away with a wave of his hand, saying that he would roast them later and enjoy their delicious taste. Shi Wanjin's resentment had already reached its peak, and coupled with this kind of psychological torture, his consciousness had already gone crazy. Now that he was roaring and roaring, this battle could not be stopped at all. There had to be a final result. Either the immemorial devil ape would be killed miserably, or Shi Wanjin would be cut up alive. Both of these possibilities existed, because whether it was the immemorial devil ape or Shi Wanjin, neither of them had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Both of them had the opportunity to be the one to hold on until the end and reap the rewards. Because of this, in the face of such a fierce battle, whether it was the indigenous beasts in the core of the void battleground or the higher-ups of the major races in the buffer zone outside the central domain, none of them interfered. Instead, they paid close attention to the development of the battle. Unknowingly, another 2 days passed, after 3 consecutive days and nights of fierce battle. Although the immemorial devil ape had not been injured because of its small body and could teleport from time to time, it really felt a little tired. At this time, it had already become excited for this battle. As for the battle lion race's heaven and earth Dao child Shi Wanjin, his body was already dripping with blood, and his consciousness had completely gone crazy. However, his bloodline true body was really terrifying, and his vitality was too abundant. Even though he had been injured all this time, a piece of flesh would be cut off from time to time. But after 3 days and nights, this guy was still alive and kicking. Even the local ferocious beasts in the core hinterland and the leaders of the major clans in the buffer zone outside the central domain had lost their patience after observing the battle closely for 3 days. However, the battle between the little demon ape and Shawan Jin had reached such a level that it was impossible to stop halfway. The most critical moment had arrived. Whoever couldn't hold on would die. However, at this moment, a shocking accident that no one had expected suddenly occurred. Rumble. Just as the battle was about to start, a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters rushed into the buffer zone of the central domain from the outer domain, attracting the attention of all the experts who were watching the battle. Looking at the insignia on the outer wall of this starry sky fortress, it clearly belonged to a relatively weak slave race from the first universe. This time, it had not come. Unexpectedly, it had only arrived now. What made them even more speechless was that as soon as this starry fortress appeared, it directly charged towards the dividing line that led to the core of the planet, ignoring the fleets of all the races and forces that had retreated to tens of millions of kilometers away and were watching the battle from afar. It gave people the feeling that it had rushed there just to pick the peaches. It was simply courting death. Just as the leaders of the major clans came back to their senses and were about to explode in fury, a man rushed out of the fortress. It was the former leader of the Yin Demons, Yin Di, a Star Lord. During this period of time, Yin Emperor Old Monster had already become a popular figure in the 3 great universes. Previously, in order to hunt down Netherworld Young Master, he had almost roamed the 3 great universes. Wherever he went, there would be sky-shaking roars and roars. Later, he even went straight to the Heavenly Legacy City, causing great chaos. In short, that guy was definitely crazy. All the starry sky masters who recognized him were stunned for a moment before exclaiming with confused expressions, "What's going on? Why is this old guy here? It's Yin Di. How is that possible?" Yin Di didn't chase after the young master of the Netherworld tribe, but instead ran to the source of all evil to seize the opportunity. This is illogical. No, there must be something wrong. Look at that old monster's expression. He's clearly crazy, and he seems even crazier than before. What is he doing here? Could it be that the young master of the Netherworld tribe is here? Did that old monster find a reliable clue and come here directly? It's very likely. Given the young master's temperament, it's impossible for him not to be tempted by such a great opportunity. We must be vigilant. Just as the experts in the surroundings were exclaiming in alarm, Yin Di, who had rushed out of the fortress, activated his bloodline and revealed his true form of the Netherworld tribe, using a secret technique to summon the Netherworld tribe. Then, Yin Di, who had transformed into a ferocious skull that was tens of thousands of meters long, suddenly roared at the sky. Then, he opened his bloody mouth, and a blood-red substance that was indescribable was suddenly spat out into the void. Such a scene was really too frightening. The experts in the surroundings couldn't help but feel a chill run down their backs as they subconsciously shrank their necks. Roar. My Netherworld tribe, descend. At this time, the ferocious skull that was tens of thousands of meters long suddenly roared, summoning the blood-red Netherworld tribe. This blood-red substance was formed from the flesh of more than 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe, as well as the alloy bodies of several hundred members of the Heaven's Legacy tribe. In addition, it also contained the souls of all the members of the ferocious tribe, as well as the electronic consciousnesses of several hundred members of the Heaven's Legacy tribe. In short, all kinds of substances were mixed together in a mess. Yi Xian had seen it in the Heaven's Legacy city before. Unfortunately, he was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Lion Wanjin and could not see what was happening outside the buffer zone. Otherwise, he would have run away as fast as he could. Just the bodies of the 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe were already incomparably large. The inside of the dark green skull's bloody mouth definitely had the ability to fold space. Otherwise, the bodies of the 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe wouldn't be able to contain it. However, at this time, This blood-red substance that caused people to feel a chill when it was spat out from the dark green skull's bloody mouth was only tens of thousands of meters long. It was about the same size as the dark green skull. This blood-red substance had clearly been continuously condensing in the dark green skull's bloody mouth. This was very normal. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to manifest such a terrifyingly powerful netherworld tribe. Boom! A huge sound rang out as the blood-red substance that was tens of thousands of meters long ruthlessly smashed into the void. Immediately after, it began to squirm. This scene made people's hair stand on end, and the experts in the surroundings couldn't help but retreat in shock. Chapter 3758. Boom! Under the horrified gazes of the experts around them, the green, blood-red substance that was spat out from the hideous skull smashed into the void. After shaking for a while, a huge, blood-green body slowly rose up and finally stood up. It was humanoid, 10,000 meters tall, and had a ferocious appearance. Its entire body was blood-green, and it was impossible to tell whether it was made of flesh or alloy. It was clearly wriggling like flesh, but its texture was no different from that of star alloy. Its eyes were blood-red, and its mouth was wide and ferocious. 2 long fangs were protruding from its mouth, and the joints and fingertips of its 4 feet were sharp claws that emitted a cold light. It was a monster, a nether prison evil puppet that would make anyone tremble when they saw it. Its body, which was filled with the texture of starry sky alloy but was wriggling like flesh and blood, must have an incomparably hard attribute. The sharp spikes and spikes that covered all the joints and important parts of its body, which were incomparably sharp and even emitted a cold glint, must have an extremely terrifying penetrative power. In short, the nether prison puppet was extremely powerful. The aura emitted from its body was even more shocking than that of the hideous skull of a Star Lord. It was close to the middle stage of the Star Lord state, and there was also an indescribable sense of evil. The eyelids of the experts around them twitched. The blood-green nether prison puppet gave them a strong feeling that this terrifying monster was definitely more difficult to deal with than Yin Emperor himself. Screech! In the next instant, the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that Yin Emperor's original body had transformed into suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. The ferocious blood-green hell puppet below seemed to respond. It raised its head and let out a mournful roar. Its ferocious aura overflowed into the sky as it charged toward the large fortress that the Yin Emperor's main body had just stepped out of. Screech! Crack! The blood-green nether prison puppet waved its arms that were full of sharp spikes and ran wildly. The nether prison puppet, which was 10,000 meters tall, casually grabbed something along the way and directly tore a huge hole in the space fortress. Some experts of the first universe's slave races fell out of the hole along with a large number of intelligent robots. There were a lot of them, hundreds of thousands of them. The blood-green nether puppet reached out again and grabbed all the intelligent robots and powerhouses of the slave race tightly in its huge bloody ghost claw. Then, it threw them directly into its bloody mouth that had 2 terrifying fangs. Immediately afterward, as it chewed, that kind of mechanical grinding sound that made the roots of one's teeth sour and scalp numb once again resounded through the void. Obviously, these experts of the slave race would not be able to survive. Not only would they not survive, but their bodies and soul consciousness would all be turned into nutrients and resources to increase the ferocity of the blood-green nether puppet, making it even stronger. It was the same for the intelligent robots. Their alloy bodies would also become some kind of nourishment for the blood-green nether puppet's terrifying body. Screech! The blood-green nether puppet raised its head and roared again with the hair-raising sounds of flesh being chewed and alloy being melted. It finally made a breakthrough and officially reached the advanced Star Lord state. But all of this was not over yet. Nether prison puppet. Merge. In the void above, Yin Di, who had turned into a 10,000-meter-tall blood-green skull, suddenly roared and swooped down into the blood-green nether prison puppet's body. Merge. It was also one of the bloodline talents of the nether prison race, which allowed them to fully merge with the nether prison puppets they had refined. The power displayed after the merge was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it was a terrifying increase in power. Boom! At that moment, as the 10,000-meter-tall blood-green skull rushed into the blood-green nether prison puppet's body, rumbling noises that sounded like thunderbolts were immediately heard. Its enormous body, which was only 10,000 meters tall at first, began to rapidly expand like a balloon. The speed was so fast that it had reached a height of 100,000 meters in just one breath. Although it was the same size as Shawanjin's blood lion true form, its combat power was obviously much higher. At this moment, Blood's terrifying blood-green nether puppet had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. Just like Grandpa Mo of the Demons, it was half a step away from becoming a Zone Lord, only second to the 8 Zone Lords who were in charge of the major races. At the sight of this, the experts of the various clans in the surrounding void exclaimed in shock once again. What? Peak 9th rank Star-Lord? That's too shocking. Yin Di only condensed the nether prison true form not long ago and used it to become a Star-Lord. How long has it been? He already has the terrifying combat power of a peak 9th rank Star-Lord. The nether prison race is indeed extraordinary. Its bloodline abilities are too shocking. It was already a Star-Lord when the nether prison true form was formed, and it didn't take long for it to condense a nether prison puppet. When the master and servant worked together, their combat power soared instantly. I thought that was already the limit. I didn't expect that he would come up with a fusion technique. His combat power would increase exponentially, and he would have the terrifying strength of a half-step Star-Lord. That's not the key. What I'm most concerned about is that old lunatic came with such a formation, as if he's going to risk his life. What clues does he have? How can he be so sure? That's right. This is indeed suspicious. It must be related to young Master Nether Prison Puppet. Otherwise, Yin Di wouldn't be so desperate. Young Master Nether Prison Puppet has become an obsession in his heart, and his only obsession. Look, the old man is rushing toward the boundary line in front of him. Is young Master Nether Prison Puppet hiding in the core of the root of all evil Star Zone? It's possible. Don't forget, although young Master Nether Prison Puppet's identity is still unknown, his nether prison body isn't fake. There are a lot of ancient ferocious beasts that are rarely seen in the outside world. It's very likely that young Master Nether Prison Puppet walked out from there, screech. As countless experts in the surrounding void exclaimed in shock, the gigantic blood-green nether puppet took a step forward and crossed the void demarcation line. From the buffer zone of the Central Territory, it entered the void battlefield at the edge of the origin of all evil. It just so happened that the little primordial demon ape was using the nether claw to cut off a large piece of flesh from the right hind limb of Shawan's golden blood lion true form. Feeling the familiar aura of the nether claw technique, the blood-green nether prison puppet was instantly excited. It let out a cheerful screech and suddenly raised its head and roared, "Nether prison puppet, it's really you. I swear I'll kill you today, what?" Chapter 3759. As the gigantic blood-green nether puppet rushed into the void battleground at the edge of the core hinterland and roared furiously, calling out the name of young Master Netherworld, the buffer zone of the central domain instantly burst into an uproar, and discussions filled the air. What? The Netherworld young Master is actually a Primeval Devil Ape. How could that be possible? He's gone mad. Yin Emperor has definitely gone mad. He's acting like he's going to take a bite out of anyone. He actually mistook the Primeval Devil Ape for the Netherworld young Master. Wait, this matter isn't so simple. After Yin Emperor fused with his nether puppet, his current cultivation has attained the quasi-region Lord realm, so how could he possibly go mad? How could he possibly mistake the Netherworld young Master for someone else? That's the only thing on his mind. No wonder I felt that the divine abilities executed by the Primeval Devil Ape were slightly familiar, including the enormous black claw and the blood-red skull from before. That's clearly the Netherworld clan's Netherclaw divine ability, and the Netherworld young Master executed it in the Nether Turtle region of the second universe. That's right. Today, it's just a slight change in form. The giant claw and skull manifested by the divine power are no longer blood-green in color. This is a deliberate move to deceive everyone. If that's really the case, then the true identity of the Primeval Devil Ape can be confirmed. If he wasn't guilty, then why would he intentionally change the appearance of the Netherworld claw? My God! The Primeval Devil Ape is the Netherworld young Master? No, perhaps I should say that the Netherworld young Master is actually the Primeval Devil Ape. In short, these two peerless geniuses are actually the same person. This matter is too huge, and the 3 dimensions are about to be shaken. In fact, it wasn't just the experts of the various races in the buffer zone outside the Central Territory that were shocked. Even the primeval porcupines, primeval tortoises, and other native ferocious beasts in the depths of the core area were stunned at this moment. During this period of time, they tried to understand the situation and information outside the star area, so they'd naturally heard of the 6 peerless geniuses who'd given rise to much discussion in the outside world. Moreover, this time, the primordial little demon ape had appeared out of nowhere. Its battle prowess was shocking, and it had already killed and captured many Taoists of the universe realm. Previously, it had even tried to kill a Domain Lord Old Monster. Although it was a sneak attack, that Domain Lord Old Monster had indeed died at its hands. This was something that could not be changed. It couldn't be erased. Because of this, the little primordial demon ape was now known as the 7th peerless monster in the world by the powerhouses of the various races that were brought from the central region from the 3 major planes. The primeval porcupine, primeval tortoise, and the primeval devil ape was called the 7th peerless genius of the current era. After all, even though the native ferocious beasts in this star region didn't involve themselves in the outside world and practically had no contact with the outside world, the fact that the primeval devil ape it was a kind of affirmation of their strength. However, such a shocking change had occurred. The primeval devil ape and another peerless genius, young Master Netherworld, were actually the same existence. This matter, even the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise felt incredulous. It was too sudden. At the same time, this unexpected change obviously made the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise doubt the origin of Yixian again. However, when they thought of the bloodline of the primeval devil ape, even the Netherworld furnace had recognized it. The doubts that had just arisen in their hearts were quickly relieved. Yixian didn't know what was happening outside the void battlefield, but he could basically guess it. A wry smile appeared on his face. At this moment, his mind was spinning, and he quickly made a decision. Shio! A sharp sound of the air being torn apart flashed. The flesh and blood body of the primeval devil ape had already summoned the withered devil bloodblade with a flip of his hand. It expanded in the wind and slashed out with a length of 300 meters. However, the target wasn't the blood-green nether puppet that was rumbling over. Instead, it was Shawanjin, who had fallen into a daze because he had suddenly heard the roar of Yin Emperor. Of course, part of the reason why he had such a huge reaction was that he was stunned by the appearance of the blood-green nether puppet. The other party also had a terrifying figure that was 300,000 meters tall, and it was on par with his bloodlion true body. However, its aura was much more terrifying, and it was actually a half-step region lord. Shawanjin didn't doubt that if he were to face this ferocious and terrifying blood-green nether puppet, he would at most be able to withstand 1 or 2 moves before being suppressed immediately. It was useless no matter how abundant his blood and chi was. Even he was in such a sorry state, so there was no need to mention the little primeval devil ape that didn't have an enormous true body and whose strength was far inferior to his. In Shawanjin's eyes, the little primeval devil ape was definitely going to die. After all, this terrifying blood-green nether puppet had come for him. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed to have a deep hatred for him, and it was clearly going to fight to the death. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest interest in continuing the battle. In any case, his opponent was already dead. What Shawanjin was pondering now was how to escape with his life. Under such circumstances, he naturally subconsciously overlooked the existence of the little primeval devil ape. Only when the 300m long withered devil bloodblade slashed in front of him did Shawanjin come to his senses. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Pu. A muffled sound rang out. Under the full power of Yixian's withered devil bloodblade, its might blazed, and it actually directly chopped off the bloodlion true body's right forelimb. A rain of blood covered the sky and sprinkled down from the sky. Ow! This time, it wasn't just a few of his claws that were cut off, but an entire front limb. Shawanjin felt the pain and immediately let out a mournful howl. At the same time, the withered devil bloodblade still didn't stop. After circling around, it cut off the other forelimb of the bloodlion true body in the blink of an eye. All of this shouldn't have gone so smoothly, because Shawanjin was still in a state of extreme shock at this moment, so he ignored the existence of the little primeval devil ape. Screech. However, at this moment, as the second leg of Shawanjin's blood lion true body was cut off, an incomparably cheerful roar suddenly came out of the 300m long withered devil bloodblade. Hearing this roar, Yi Xian's heart sank again, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He sighed and muttered to himself, "The reason why I didn't dare to continue using the withered devil bloodblade to kill the enemy was because I felt that the blade spirit in the blade might wake up at any time. I didn't expect the situation to change so suddenly. I had no choice but to use it. Originally, I planned to injure Shawanjin as soon as possible, put him into the Shunnong cauldron, and immediately escape. There shouldn't be any problems, but who would have thought that something would happen in the end?" Speaking of this, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced in the direction of the core hinterland of the source of all evil behind him. His expression changed again and again. The revival of the withered devil has attracted the thunder tribulation. The eye of the heavens must have sensed it and will pay attention to it. Chapter 3760. The reason why Yi Xian didn't escape as soon as the blood-green nether puppet arrived was because he had made a decision. He decided to take advantage of the fact that before the other party could get close to him, he would first take out the withered demon bloodblade, heavily injure Shawanjin, and put him into the Shunnong cauldron. There was a reason for this. It was not the first time he had fought with the younger generation of the warrior lion tribe in the second universe. He had even killed the warrior lion tribe's young patriarch before. However, his opponents had not activated the fourth transformation of the warrior lion tribe's bloodline ability, the 9 changes of the berserk lion. Previously, they had only activated the third transformation. The blood lion true body was only 100,000 feet in size. Although it was amazing, it had not reached the level where it could shock Yi Xian. This was the first time he had felt the power of the fourth transformation of the berserk lion. The 100,000 feet blood lion true body was simply heaven-defying. Its blood and qi were so rich that even he felt powerless. The reason why Yi Xian took the risk to kidnap Shawanjin before escaping was because of the warrior lion tribe's bloodline ability, the 9 changes of the berserk lion. Shawanjin was the warrior lion tribe's heaven and earth daoist. The concentration of the bloodline in his body was not the highest, but among the younger generation of the warrior lion tribe, he was definitely the strongest. Yi Xian's chances of obtaining the 9 changes of the berserk lion would increase greatly by starting with him. It was not a big deal to take a small risk for the sake of obtaining the bloodline ability that even he was amazed by. In fact, Yi Xian had succeeded. At this moment, as he was caught off guard, both of his front limbs were cut off. Although Shawanjin did not die, he was seriously injured and his mind was in chaos. His cultivation was above Yi Xian's, and the blood lion true body's blood and qi were very rich. Even if he activated the devouring ability of the devouring system, with Yi Xian's experience, there was basically no chance of success. However, it was different now. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent was seriously injured and his mind was in chaos, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to activate the devouring ability. At the same time, he suddenly waved his hand and immediately put the 2 severed front limbs of the giant warrior lion into the internal space of the farmer god cauldron in his body. Whoosh! Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring successfully. With a piercing sound, Shawanjin, who was howling miserably at the sky, disappeared. He was sent to the inner space of the Shunnong cauldron, where he was imprisoned in a cage at the bottom of the volcano. At the same time, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about that. Even the unexpected arrival of Yin Emperor full of killing intent was thrown to the back of his mind. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to it. At this moment, there was only one thing on Yi Xian's mind: the heavenly Dao's eye was about to descend. He had to escape. Right now, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. This feeling was extremely similar to when he was in the third universe's Death Star field. He had a premonition that when the withered blade spirit withered demon completely recovered and the heavenly punishment tribulation lightning descended, it would definitely attract the attention of the heavenly Dao's eye. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation, it was just some lightning punishment. He had the Rai Di seal, which was an innate treasure nurtured by the heavens and earth. Lightning was revered by the heavens and earth. With it protecting him, Yi Xian wouldn't be harmed even if he were to walk in the sea of lightning tribulation. What he was worried about was attracting the attention of the Primeval Heaven's Eye again. Now that the Primeval Heaven's Eye was seriously injured, it was hiding in some distant unknown void, but this didn't mean that it wasn't paying attention to other universes. Yi Xian had almost been exposed once. He had the corpse lamp tattoo on his body. Once it attracted the attention of the Heavenly Tao's eye, it would definitely see through it. At that time, what he would face would be an endless pursuit. With Yi Xian's current strength, he couldn't deal with it at all, so he had to escape. He definitely couldn't let the Heavenly Tao's eye capture his aura. If it locked onto him, he would really be finished. Rumble, boom, screech. Just as Shi Wanjin's gigantic blood lion true body was taken away and disappeared, there was already a rumbling sound of thunder in the void above his head. When he raised his head to look over, large expanses of black tribulation clouds were converging at a terrifying speed that caused one's scalp to go numb. Moreover, all of them appeared out of thin air. In the originally empty space of the star region, large thunderclouds suddenly appeared, and then as if they possessed intelligence, they swiftly converged. Not only did it envelop the edge of the hinterland where Yi Xian was, even the depths of the core hinterland behind him and the buffer zone of the central region outside actually had a large amount of black tribulation clouds that started to appear and swiftly gathered. Facing all of this, the surrounding space had long since fallen into chaos, and an indescribable atmosphere of fear swiftly spread. However, a monstrous and ferocious howl once again sounded out from the 300 long devil blade that lay across the sky in front of Yi Xian. It was precisely the work of the withered devil blade spirit. As an ancient great ferocious beast, even if it had only evolved from the devil blood of the withered devil blade spirit, its ferocious nature was still extremely shocking. At this moment, it had suddenly awakened. It had obviously sensed the aura of the lightning tribulation in the outside world, yet not only did it not have the slightest intention of hiding, it even deliberately let out a vicious howl as if it was proving its existence. This was absolutely provoking the might of the heavens. F***K. Kid, do you want to see the world burn? Following the second howl, Yi Xian suddenly had a kind of reaction, as if there was a peerless great ferocious beast that was currently trying to break free from the suppression of the withered devil bloodblade, wanting to rush out from the devil blade to breathe in the air of the outside world, and at the same time, to make its existence known. Other than the withered devil blade spirit that had just fully awakened, who else could it be? This fella was definitely a devil incarnate. With just one or two howls and some aura, it had already caused the lightning tribulation to gather. If its true body was really allowed to rush out of the withered devil bloodblade, the eye of the heavens would probably instantly descend. Yi Xian was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. He cursed and without any hesitation, he waved his hand and added another layer of seal on the withered devil bloodblade, directly keeping it in the undying world within his body. The undying world within his body was an independent space of the devouring system. It was a world of its own and had no connection with the void or the universe outside. After keeping the withered devil bloodblade, its aura was instantly isolated, and the outside world could no longer sense or lock onto it. Yi Xian originally thought that this would solve the problem, but reality proved that he was still too naive. This time, it was different from before. The withered devil blade spirit had truly fully awakened. Yi Xian's weapon was originally the Devil Bloodstar Tear's sword, and its blade spirit's original name was Devil Blood. Later on, after adding in the withered devil blood blade that was replicated by the system, it changed again. The original sword spirit Devil Blood also obtained the opportunity to evolve, and fell into a deep slumber, until now. Today, this evolution was clearly over. The sword spirit Devil Blood had transformed into the withered devil blade spirit, and its killing intent was simply too strong. Even though its aura was cut off because the withered devil bloodblade was kept in the undying world, the fact that the withered devil bloodblade had fully awakened had been confirmed by some kind of mysterious law. The lightning tribulation had already been fully activated, and it couldn't stop here. Chapter 3761. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the fully awakened blade spirit's withered demon bloodblade into his undying world, A series of strange rumbling noises suddenly sounded from the depths of the core hinterland behind him, continuing without end. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. This was clearly the sound of the netherworld furnace being activated and the flesh millstone within it rotating. It was somewhat similar to the sound of thunder, but it was also different. Yi Xian had entered the netherworld furnace before, and he had even stirred around the enormous millstone for a long time, taking away quite a bit of the all-evil origin liquid and the 9-colored flesh paste. Therefore, the strange sound of the netherworld furnace rotating was simply unforgettable to him. What was going on? Why did the netherworld furnace suddenly activate? Before this, when his devil ape bloodline had obtained the netherworld furnace's approval and received its protection, he could move unimpeded in this star domain, the source of all evil. Yi Xian had approached the netherworld furnace as close as he could and almost touched the outer wall of the netherworld furnace with his hand. At that time, he was certain that the netherworld furnace had temporarily stopped operating. According to his calculations, the all-evil origin liquid was supplied once a year, which meant that the netherworld furnace would be activated again in a year. This was later confirmed by the immemorial porcupine and immemorial turtle. But now, the netherworld furnace that was supposed to be activated again in a year's time suddenly rumbled and the terrifying millstone within it began to rotate. What was it trying to do? Yi Xian had no way of knowing the answer to this question, but there was one thing he was certain of. The netherworld furnace's sudden activation was definitely not a good thing. There was a high probability that a great terror was about to descend, and all of this was definitely related to the heavenly eye and the full awakening of the withered demon blade. In the end, it all boiled down to one thing. This time, he had really gotten himself into big trouble. He had to escape immediately, or the consequences would be unimaginable. When these thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, Yi Xian almost directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body. He immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, or even the planar coordinate jump ability, and used the fastest time possible to escape as far as possible. But in the end, he held himself back. If he activated the planar coordinate jump ability, he could even leave the first universe in an instant. If there were no accidents, this should be enough to escape the detection of the heavenly eye's detection. After all, the withered demon blade was only unexpectedly alarmed because of the full awakening of the withered demon blade. It didn't know the truth and didn't know that its arch-nemesis headless infant corpse was inside Yi Xian's body, so it couldn't target Yi Xian's deductions and track Yi's whereabouts. In addition, the devouring system's interstellar coordinate jump ability was also extremely extraordinary. It might have the effect of concealing the heavenly mysteries deduction. Yi Xian was the netherworld lightning escape. Otherwise, his Dao heart, he, and Dao heart in the future would, Dao and his Dao heart in of the Dao of Dao heart would. Yi Xian didn't care about the fleets of the various races and powers of the 3 great universes in the buffer zone outside, as well as all the experts in the starry sky. This included the first prince, Long Xiong, who had a certain karmic relationship with him, as well as the upper echelons of the immortal royal family. However, Yi Xian couldn't ignore the 3 Star Lords from the demon race, namely Grandpa Mo and the other 2. He couldn't ignore the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise in the core region either. After all, they had been friends for a long time, and they had been taking care of Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't just leave like that. Boom, boom. In less than 3 breaths of time, the entire vast and boundless source of all evil starfield was in complete chaos. The entire core hinterland was filled with thunderous roars, and the sky was densely covered with tribulation lightning. In the depths of the hinterland, the sound of the netherworld furnace rolling could be heard continuously. It was the same in the buffer zone outside. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the void barrier that separated the central region's buffer zone and the core hinterland collapsed in an instant. The 2 semi-independent voids merged into one and were no longer separated. Almost at the same time, in the depths of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly bloomed, illuminating the entire starfield. The boundless space zone was dim at first. Not only was the vision of the naked eye limited at a distance, but even the perception of divine sense was ineffective. A mysterious force was suppressing all the senses. But at this moment, as thousands of rays of light burst out from the deepest part of the core hinterland, the entire star domain of the source of all evil, billions of miles away, was visible. The distance between the universe and the stars seemed to be ignored at this moment. Even the weak star domain experts could clearly see with their naked eyes. They could see what was happening billions of kilometers away. Shocked, everyone's gazes turned towards the direction where the blazing light had suddenly shot out from. The next moment, a huge cauldron like a superstar appeared in their sight. It was the strange awakening of the netherworld furnace that was suddenly activated by some kind of power. To be precise, it was the entire netherworld furnace refining array. This was a complete system, as if it was cast by heaven and earth. It was so huge that it gave people a feeling of mighty heavenly power. It was a mysterious cauldron as huge as a superstar. One end was connected to the outer wall of the cauldron, and the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog above the cauldron, while the other end was extended to the ends of the surrounding void. There were countless blood-red chains whose ends were unknown. Moreover, the remnant auras of primordial beings that were at least at the Star Lord realm, Region Lord realm, or even the Sector Lord realm were scattered all around the star furnace. All of this had been concealed by the mysterious laws of the domain of the root of all evil. Apart from the native beasts that were protected by the nether furnace, practically no one in the outside world knew about this. At most, they would be able to detect bits and pieces of it. But at this moment, because the nether furnace suddenly glowed brightly. Finally, it was completely revealed. Near the central region's buffer zone, the star state experts from most of the top races and forces in the 3 universes had all opened their mouths wide without exception. Even the 8 region lords who'd obtained a portion of the information regarding the nether furnace before coming here were extremely shocked when they witnessed all of this with their own eyes. Even the countless native beasts deep in the core region, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, had the same reaction at this moment. Although they were very familiar with the netherworld furnace, they had never seen such a phenomenon before. It was impossible for them not to be shocked. Chapter 3762. As thousands of rays of light blossomed from the depths of the core hinterland, the gigantic netherworld cauldron suddenly appeared, along with the entire void refining system and the ancient remains around the netherworld cauldron. Near the buffer zone of the central domain, in the fleets of the various races, countless starry sky experts instantly exclaimed, "Look, what a huge furnace. It's not inferior to young Master Linghu's Medicine King cauldron. It's also like a huge star. It must be a treasure above the level of a desolate era treasure. What a great fortune. It's really a great fortune. A similar treasure has only appeared once in the 3 planes, and it was taken by young Master Linghu. Now, it has been lost after he was exiled. This giant star cauldron is the only one left. That's right. Any race that obtains it will be able to make it their greatest treasure. Look at the rune chains that are connected to the giant star cauldron. They extend to the end of the void, and I don't know where they lead. It should be a huge system, and the giant star cauldron is just one part of it. It's too shocking. Who made this? There are also the remains of ancient creatures around the giant star cauldron. Heavens, they are at least star lords, and most of them are region lords. There are even sector lords. Where did these ancient remains come from? As the exclamations resounded, the fleets of the various races had all been activated, rumbling and surging towards the depths of the core where the netherworld furnace was located. Some of the universe lords, star lords, and region lords directly rushed out of the warships at an even faster speed, crossing the void with their physical bodies and charging at the very front. Roar! Netherworld brat, die! It was also at this moment that the blood-green netherworld puppet arrived, as if it didn't see the mysterious netherworld furnace that was as huge as a star in the depths of the core. Its aura was locked onto Yi Xian, and it slapped him with its palm. The comments of the outside world were indeed correct. In Yin Emperor's heart, Netherworld Young Master had indeed become an obsession. He didn't care about such a shocking change in front of him, and he only wanted to bite Netherworld Young Master to vent his anger and take revenge. You crazy old man, you big stick. The great calamity is about to descend, and you still want to fight to the death. This ape doesn't have time to tangle with you. Yi Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He angrily scolded the blood-green netherworld puppet, and then directly used void teleportation, disappearing. When he reappeared, he was in the depths of the core. His bloodline had been recognized by the netherworld furnace. In this star area, the source of all evil, he wasn't suppressed at all. Even the distance of his void teleportation was far beyond that of an ordinary universe master. Rumble. Boom. At this moment, the entire space above the core hinterland had been completely enveloped by thick black tribulation clouds. Thunderous booms could be heard continuously. The vast space gave off a more and more oppressive feeling. Yi Xian's figure appeared. He turned around and saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise swiftly flying towards him. Just as he was about to speak, a violent howl suddenly sounded out from the netherworld furnace, shaking the heavens and the earth. His eyelids twitched violently as he subconsciously shouted, "Run, with thee of the netherworld. The farther, the better." Yi Xian used the power of his cultivation to shout. His voice was like a thunderclap, so even in this noisy environment, it was clearly transmitted far away. Most of the starry sky masters heard it. Grandpa Mo and the other two, who were far behind the fleets, paused for a moment. Shock and bewilderment appeared on their faces. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and directly performed void teleportation, fleeing to the periphery of the source of all evil. When they were in the demon domain, Yi Xian had said that this time, the Second Universe Alliance army would be in big trouble, and there would definitely be a lot of deaths. Now, Yi Xian directly warned them. With their trust and understanding of Yi Xian, Grandpa Mo and the other two, who had never seen him so frightened, naturally realized what was going on. It was serious. Even as Star-Lord old monsters, they didn't dare to be negligent. They decisively turned around and fled. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a loud whistling sound suddenly came from the depths of the core hinterland. It was incomparably sharp. A majestic suction force appeared invisibly from inside the netherworld furnace, instantly enveloping the entire hinterland void. The closer one was to the netherworld furnace, the stronger the suction force would be. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the remains of the desolate era creatures that were closest to the netherworld furnace were sucked into the netherworld furnace through the mouth of the netherworld furnace. Then, a scalp-numbing cracking sound came out. This was clearly the sound of flesh and blood being crushed. Yi Xian had felt it at close range and was very familiar with it. Yi Xian's expression changed again. The truth was as he had guessed. The netherworld furnace was suddenly activated, and even the huge millstone in the central region of the furnace was rotating. This was definitely not a joke. This was an unplanned refinement. Since it was an unplanned refinement, and the chains that were used to transport the raw materials from the distant void didn't carry the raw materials, the netherworld furnace could only rely on itself to obtain the raw materials locally. This refinement was an accident to begin with, so the requirements for the flesh and blood materials were obviously relaxed. Originally, when refining the all-evil origin elixir, even the remains of primordial beings at the sector lord level were not up to standard and would be spat out like trash. But now, it was estimated that all the living beings in the all-evil origin star region and all the trash that had been spat out would be used, including the many native ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. As for what would be refined in the end, Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it. In any case, it definitely couldn't compare to the all-evil origin liquid. Moreover, he definitely didn't want to become one of the materials for the netherworld furnace to refine such a thing. Whoosh! Roar! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out endlessly. The flames of the netherworld furnace grew more and more ferocious. Apart from the remains of the desolate era creatures in the surrounding void, some native ferocious beasts were also pulled into the netherworld furnace by the suction force. There were even a few Star Lords among them. Because they had rushed to the front, they couldn't withstand the suction force and were instantly killed. The native ferocious beasts and the experts of the various races who had been killed let out angry roars and shrieks at first, but they soon came to an abrupt stop. On the other hand, the continuous sounds of bones cracking coming from the netherworld furnace seemed to be more frequent. Everyone knew what this situation meant. Now that things had developed to this extent, Even the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had a look of shock on their faces. They kept roaring and roaring. However, because they were too close to the netherworld furnace, the suction force was too strong. They couldn't help but be dragged toward the mouth of the netherworld furnace. Chapter 3763. Rumble. Rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded as Yi Xian withdrew the farmer god cauldron from his undying world with a wave of his hand. He had no choice but to do this. He couldn't watch as the primeval porcupine and tortoise were sucked away by the netherworld cauldron. However, if he wanted to flee, then he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with his system title. However, he could only save himself and couldn't save others. The only way to save them was to withdraw the farmer god cauldron and place the porcupine and tortoise within it before putting the cauldron away and utilizing the interstellar coordinate jump ability to leave directly. These two brothers that he'd just taken in were both region lords. If the farmer god cauldron was within his body, then Yi Xian would be utterly unable to place them within it. However, it was completely different after he withdrew the cauldron. However, this would undoubtedly expose his other identity, and it was the Linghu young master. However, this didn't matter to Yi Xian. In any case, his identity as the netherworld young master had been exposed, so if he exposed the identity of the Linghu young master as well, then he would be in great debt. Moreover, because he had to utilize the farmer god cauldron's might to save them and go against the netherworld cauldron, Yi Xian didn't suppress it at all when he withdrew it this time, and the farmer god cauldron appeared in its complete form. This so-called complete form was the form that Yi Xian saw it for the first time. It was a terrifying cauldron that was the size of the netherworld cauldron and was like a superstar. If it wasn't for that, then as soon as the farmer god cauldron was withdrawn, it wouldn't have caused such a reaction where even space was suppressed to the point of rumbling and exploding. In fact, compared to the rumbling and exploding that resounded from space when the farmer god cauldron was withdrawn, the reaction of the countless experts from the various clans in the surroundings was obviously much more intense. As soon as the farmer god cauldron appeared, astounded exclaims of surprise resounded through space, and even the rumbling of the tribulation clouds in the sky was almost suppressed. What's going on? Why is another cauldron here? This is too crazy. When did such a treasure become a common item? Wait, this cauldron is slightly familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. The Medicine King Cauldron. It's actually the Medicine King Cauldron? Am I seeing it right? It was actually summoned by the little devil ape. The Medicine King Cauldron? It's that enormous star cauldron? Hadn't young Master Linghu refined it and taken it away? I was exiled to the turbulent void along with him. Is there even a need to ask? Could it be that you still don't understand? If the primordial little demon ape could be the netherworld young master, why couldn't it be the Linghu young master? Countless experts from the three major planes were deceived. Young Master Linghu wasn't exiled at all. After he went missing, he transformed into the netherworld young master. After that, the netherworld young master disappeared and transformed into the immemorial little demon ape. Mother **K, the truth is too terrifying. Even the word incomparable monster isn't enough to describe his ability. Of the 7 known peerless monsters, 3 of them are actually the same person. What the hell was this? Once the news spreads, countless forces in the 3 major existential planes will be stunned. Don't worry about that. The suction force seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Why do I feel like the battleship is retreating? Run. Run as fast as you can and get out of this damned place first. At the same time, a large number of battleships, fortresses that were rushing to the core of the root of all evil began to turn back at full speed, trying to escape from this nightmare. Unfortunately, the terrifying suction force from the netherworld cauldron up ahead was getting stronger and stronger. Not only were the fleets of the major forces and clans affected, but even the experts of the universe and the Star Lords who had rushed out of the battleships were struggling as if they were stuck in a swamp. At the front, closest to the netherworld cauldron were the 8 area lords led by Jiao Kong. At this moment, although they could barely resist the suction force of the netherworld cauldron, due to the existence of this mysterious suction force, the entire core of the void seemed to have been imprisoned, and they couldn't use void teleportation anymore. Therefore, these area lords who were closest to the netherworld cauldron could only turn around and resist the suction force of the netherworld cauldron while slowly moving through the void. A few of them had even manifested their enormous bloodline true bodies, causing their blood chi to burn even brighter in an attempt to increase their strength and leave as soon as possible. However, this was clearly futile. They quickly discovered that it was fine if they didn't activate their bloodline true bodies, but once they did, due to their large size, the suction force would increase, and their speed would become even slower. It was as if they were walking on the same spot. However, the suction force of the netherworld cauldron was still rising, and if this continued, they would be sucked into the netherworld cauldron sooner or later. As such, the few area lords who had activated their bloodline true bodies were so frightened that they quickly dispelled this state and returned to their human forms, bitterly holding on. It could be said that in just a dozen breaths of time, this vast star domain at the core of the root of all evil was in complete chaos. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this, nor did he have the time to pay attention to it. The thick tribulation clouds in the sky were still rumbling endlessly, but because they had lost the aura of the withered blade spirit, these tribulation clouds clearly gave off an extremely chaotic feeling, but they didn't disperse. This was extremely abnormal, and coupled with the sudden activation of the netherworld cauldron, Yi Xian had a strong premonition that the heavenly Tao's green eye was in the midst of awakening, and could descend at any time. He had to leave this damned place as soon as possible. However, since the farmer god cauldron had been activated, the identity of young Master Linghu had already been exposed. Yi Xian had paid such a huge price, and if it was only to save the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise, he was truly somewhat unwilling. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it had only been a few breaths of time since Yi Xian had activated the farmer god cauldron. As his mind spun, Yi Xian immediately raised his head and let out a long roar, fiercely roaring in the direction of the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise. Two old brothers, bring the native beasts into the farmer god cauldron, I have a way to bring you out. Hearing this roar, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise immediately turned to look at the farmer god cauldron. When Yi Xian had activated the giant cauldron, he had waved his hand and smashed it in the direction that the two of them had to pass by as they were being sucked into the netherworld cauldron. And now, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were slowly being dragged into the netherworld cauldron, and just happened to pass by it. Compared to their slow but continuous movement toward the netherworld cauldron, the farmer god cauldron, which was as huge as a superstar, was suspended in the void, motionless, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. At least, after entering the farmer god cauldron, even if the farmer god cauldron was eventually sucked into the netherworld cauldron and thrown into the netherworld cauldron, the creatures inside the cauldron would be fine. After all, they were too big, and the mouth of the netherworld cauldron could not hold them at all. Naturally, they would not be crushed by the millstone inside the netherworld cauldron. Everyone understood this principle. The immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise only hesitated for a moment, then raised their heads and roared, sending a signal to all the native beasts that were still alive to throw themselves into the farmer god cauldron. Chapter 3764. Bang! A loud bang was heard. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise easily passed through the nine-colored fog at the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron and directly entered the cauldron. This included a large number of native ferocious beasts that were lucky enough to survive the netherworld cauldron, who happened to be sucked into the cauldron by the power of the netherworld cauldron. Only the domain lord of the Hellant clan was pulled back towards the netherworld cauldron, and when he passed by the Shunnong cauldron, he slammed head-on into the nine-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. A huge sound rang out, and not only was he unable to pass through the nine-colored mist to enter the space inside the cauldron, he was also pulled back by the netherworld cauldron. It popped out. "Awoo, what's going on? Why can't I enter?" At this moment, this domain lord from the Hellant race was on the verge of collapse. All the other native beasts could enter through the Shunnong cauldron, and there was no lack of existences that weren't even ants in his eyes. However, it was him, a domain lord old monster, who had used all his strength to smash into it, but was actually rebounded. Although the black shell on his head wasn't swollen, his entire mind was in a daze. After all, this collision was too forceful. He couldn't accept such an outcome, and let out a long howl. He didn't know if it was because of anger or pain. I'm sorry, we're not familiar with each other. My farmer god cauldron is a primordial treasure. How can anyone enter it just because they want to? Yi Xian almost burst out laughing when he saw the Hell Ant clan's domain leader being rebounded. The Hell Ant clan's elder was roaring like thunder, but he couldn't control his body and was still being dragged toward the netherworld furnace at an incomparably slow pace. However, he didn't show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and muttered a few words lightly. At this time, he had already moved directly to the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron. His figure was half hidden in the 9-colored fog of the mouth of the cauldron. He was protected by the power of the Shunnong cauldron and did not feel the slightest suction force at all. After all, both the dark stove and the farmer god cauldron were primordial treasures, and both were extraordinary ones at that. Yi Xian had long refined the farmer god cauldron, and with the protection of the internal field of the cauldron, he had no problem resisting the suction of the dark stove. In fact, it was extremely easy. Today, all the warships and starry sky experts in the core of the origin of all evil were more or less affected by the suction force of the netherworld furnace. Those who were further away were still able to maintain a slow and steady momentum, but those who were closer were constantly being pulled back by this suction force. He was getting closer and closer to the netherworld furnace. Only Yi Xian and the Shunnong cauldron under his feet remained motionless in the void not too far away from the netherworld cauldron. Since his identity had already been exposed, Yi Xian simply undid his true form as the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape and appeared in front of everyone as young Master Linghu. Therefore, he also changed the way he addressed himself as young Master Linghu. At this moment, after he had returned to his human form, his cultivation base had dropped to the 13th Great Realm, First Realm Genesis. However, he was standing inside the 9-colored mist at the entrance of Farmer God Cauldron with his hands clasped behind his back. He wasn't affected by the suction force of the netherworld cauldron at all. This scene caused the eyes of all the experts of the various clans that were at least at the universe realm to turn red while their chests rose and fell violently. Fuck, it's too unfair. This absolutely made them gnash their teeth in envy because it was a matter of life and death. Pu. When he heard Yi Xian's casual words, the region lord of the Hell Ant clan was angered to the point of almost spitting blood on the spot. In the beginning, his face was covered in a savage expression, but as his figure was pulled by the suction force of the netherworld cauldron to the side, the old fellow's face changed indeterminately. In the end, he accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth and forcefully squeezed out a smile that was even more unsightly than crying, and then he said in a soft and flattering tone, "Fellow Daoist Linghu, you don't have to be so resolute about just giving me a hand, right? It was just a misunderstanding from before, and it's nothing more than a fleeting moment." His tone was practically begging. It wasn't easy for all the old fellows that were able to cultivate into the region lord realm, so how could they be willing to endure such a blow? A few tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation being destroyed in a single day? Yi Xian had seen through this a long time ago, and he'd intentionally prevented the region lord of the Hell Ant clan from entering the Farmer God Cauldron. At this moment, when he saw the other party admit defeat, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "It's fine if you want to enter the cauldron, but the cost can't be low, right? It's not that this young master is taking advantage of the situation, but the problem is that the risk of giving you a hand in passing is too great for this young master." "No problem. TSK, take it." The region lord of the Hell Ant clan didn't hesitate at all. Compared to his life, how could he care about some worldly possessions? As he spoke, he directly tossed a small spatial box over to Yi Xian. "Fellow Daoist, quickly catch it. Don't absorb it away. If it's not enough, we'll make up for it later. Let me in first." All right. How could a region lord throw out a treasure for the sake of saving his life be ordinary? Yi Xian controlled the 9-colored mist to grab the small spatial box, and he didn't even look at it before putting it away into the undying world within his body. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a cloud of 9-colored mist immediately surged out from the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron and swept the other party into it. Inside the cauldron. Of course, even though Yi Xian was confident in the Farmer God Cauldron, and even a region lord wouldn't be able to force his way out if he didn't open his authority, he couldn't just let them wander around in such a huge space, right? Hence, after the region lord of the Hellant clan was enveloped by the 9-colored mist, he was directly sent into the prison wall of the central region's volcano by Yi Xian. Lock him up first. Even though the other party was a region lord, the farmer god cauldron wasn't an ordinary primordial treasure. Yi Xian didn't think that he could force his way out of the prison wall of the mountain wall. Unless a region lord came, there might be a chance. Just like that, another 5 to 6 breaths of time passed. Yi Xian's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. If not for the large number of savage beasts being sucked into the farmer god cauldron from time to time, he would have already kept the cauldron and left. Looking around, Yi Xian looked at the savage beasts that were rushing towards the farmer god cauldron along with the suction force of the netherworld cauldron. There were about a few 100,000 savage beasts, and apart from a small portion that couldn't be saved because they were too far away, there were still other savage beasts that could be saved. The savage beasts would need about 10 breaths of time before they could all enter the cauldron. These 10 breaths of time were the last moments that Yi Xian could stay in this nightmare land. Once the time was up, he had to leave. Chapter 3765. Those who don't want to die, those who haven't lived long enough, will all come into the bowl? These words were truly too infuriating, and all the higher-ups of the various clans had almost spat out blood on the spot when they heard this. Especially the region lords and star lords of the colored python clan and spatial mouse clan. Unlike the other clans, the universe daoist of their clans hadn't been captured but killed, so their hatred for Yi Xian could be said to have reached the peak. Yet now, they were being ridiculed and manipulated by him, so the knot in their hearts was truly indescribable. Unfortunately, no matter how sullen they felt, they still had to lower their heads when it was time. 8. Save me. A miserable and shrill howl resounded, and the hearts of all the experts in the surroundings jerked. They turned around to look towards the source of the sound, and they just happened to see a star lord from the ferocious race enter the mouth of the nether furnace. This fellow was truly unlucky. The ferocious race's main body was already enormous, and upon attaining the region lord realm, they didn't even need to activate their bloodline true bodies to be 300 m tall. This was the reason why he'd suffered such a loss. The suction force of the nether furnace had a huge effect on his body, so even though he was originally behind all the experts of the universe realm, star lords, and region lords, he was instead pulled forward by the suction force that grew stronger and stronger. At this time, as the body of the giant ferocious race-old monster entered the dark cauldron, the miserable howl in his mouth came to an abrupt halt. However, the crunching sound of flesh and blood being crushed inside the dark cauldron suddenly rang out. There was no doubt that this unlucky fellow had been directly crushed into mush by the enormous millstone within the nether furnace. Fellow daoist Linghu, I felt like I hit it off with you. This is just a small token of my appreciation, so quickly accept it. The Blood WM clan's region lord, Jiao Kong, was terrified, and his face was pale as snow. His entire body trembled, and he didn't hesitate to withdraw a spatial box at the first possible moment before tossing it towards the mouth of the farmer god furnace. Fellow daoist, quickly accept it. I only have 10 breaths of time, and I don't want to waste it. His body just happened to pass by the side of the Shunnome cauldron's mouth. At this moment, when he threw out the small space box in his hand, his body immediately exerted force and slammed into the mouth of the cauldron filled with 9-colored fog. Yi Xian waved his hand and directly let him go. The old man's figure disappeared into the 9-colored fog. At the same time, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the small spatial box that he casually threw over into his undying world. As soon as this was done, the other domain lords, star lords, and universe gods could no longer sit still. They all took out small spatial boxes, gritted their teeth, and urged the energy in their bodies to rush to the edge of the farmer god cauldron. At the same time, they were cheering loudly, fighting to be the first. Linghu, my young friend, these are all the cultivation resources this old man has on him. Why don't you give me a ride? Yes or no, count me in. Ayaya, it seems that 4 breaths of time have passed. Little friend, connect it and let us go over quickly. Misunderstanding, everything before was a misunderstanding. As these noisy and anxious voices sounded, small spatial boxes covered the sky and covered the earth as they shot toward the edge of the farmer god cauldron where Yi Xian was. He waved his hand and summoned streams of 9-colored fog, which wrapped them up and kept them in his undying world. As for the figures that gritted their teeth and rushed to the edge of the cauldron, they were like dumplings falling into the nine-colored fog of the farmer god cauldron's mouth and disappeared. Some of them even wanted to take advantage of the situation and didn't even throw out their spatial boxes to pay the entrance fee. After all, the situation was too chaotic. Apart from the universe gods, star lords, and domain lords, there were also a few experts below the universe realm who happened to be nearby, including some battleships, fortresses, and strongholds. They all charged at full speed toward the farmer god cauldron's mouth. Yi Xian didn't stop these fellows who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Even if they didn't pay the entrance fee, he still let them enter the cauldron. In any case, all existences that entered the nine-colored fog, whether they were universe masters, battleships, fortresses, or strongholds, were all sent to the vast plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. Without exception, they were all imprisoned. There was plenty of time to settle accounts with them one by one later. At this time, the indigenous ferocious beasts in the surrounding void, which happened to be near the farmer god cauldron, had all entered the mouth of the cauldron. Although there were still some indigenous ferocious beasts struggling in the distant void, because they were too far away, even Yi Xian couldn't save them. More importantly, the sense of alarm that had always existed in his heart had almost reached its peak at this time. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before suddenly descended. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. As he ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, he waved his hand and kept the farmer god cauldron under his feet into his undying world. Swish! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian immediately felt an irresistible and majestic suction force on his body. After the Shunnong cauldron under his feet disappeared, his body suddenly shot backward because he was no longer protected by the nine-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he was already more than 10,000 miles away. In another 2 or 3 breaths, he would be sucked into the netherworld cauldron. Inside the cauldron. Coincidentally, at this critical juncture, the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system's subsidiary title was fully activated. Yi Xian's figure suddenly paused in the midst of his rapid retreat, and then silently disappeared. Rumble. Almost at the same time as his figure disappeared, an unprecedentedly loud thunderous explosion suddenly came from the cosmic void above the core of the root of all evil. At this moment, the extremely thick layer of black tribulation clouds that enveloped this expanse of space suddenly split into two, and a vast expanse of space appeared at the center of the central territory, and it was an entire 5,000 kilometers away. Crack! An exceptionally clear and resounding sound of lightning suddenly exploded, and the vast void in the middle of the black tribulation cloud that was thousands of miles away was suddenly split open, and a green eye that was in the midst of opening was shockingly revealed. This green eye was like a star. It was too huge, as if it was the eye of the heavens. At this moment, as soon as it opened, an incomparably blazing green light beam instantly shot out, penetrating the crack in the void that was split open by the green lightning and descending into the core of the root of all evil. At this time, Yi Xian had already quietly fled far away. What he took away with the Shunnong cauldron, in addition to the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, there were also fleets and starry sky masters from various races and forces from the 3 universes. 8 old monsters of the domain lords. Dozens of old monsters of the Star Lords. More than 100 powerful beings of the universe. A total of more than 5 million huge battleships, fortresses of various races, and the starry sky masters in these battleship,